Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Wednesday morning, March 26th. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course your live events of the day on this Wednesday morning following some tragic breaking news, which takes us out to South Korea. I want you to take a good look at your screen. We're getting this live image from South Korea, courtesy of our content partners over at Reuters. They say we're getting a live look at a site where a firefighting helicopter crashed while extinguishing deadly wildfires in South Korea. And that is our breaking news headline. I want to show you all some of the latest video that we're getting from our content partners on this Wednesday morning. As you look at the devastation unfold, I want to read to you the very latest from the Associated Press. They say wind-driven wildfires that were among South Korea's worst ever were ravaging the country's southern regions at this time, killing at least 24 people, destroying more than 200 structures, and forcing 27,000 people to evacuate. That coming from officials in that area this Wednesday. The death toll includes a pilot who died after a helicopter crashed during efforts to contain wildfires in the southeastern town of that area, one of the area's hardest hit, and that was that live image I had shown you just moments ago. We are learning the aircraft had no other crew members. The National Fire Agency said at least 26 other people sustained varying degrees of injuries. An ancient Buddhist temple, houses, factories, and vehicles were among the structures destroyed in the wildfires that have burned 43,330 acres. The government's Emergency Response Center confirming that information with the Associated Press. We're learning in a televised address early this Wednesday, South Korea's acting president said the wildfires that began last Friday were causing worse damage than many other past wildfires. And you can see at this time, as I switch back to the live image we are getting out in South Korea this morning, that those wildfires do still burn. Again, it did kick off last Friday, but on this Wednesday, they are still burning and still not 100% contained. We are learning crews are struggling to extinguish the wildfires because strong winds swept the areas overnight. We're learning about 4,650 firefighters, soldiers, and other personnel are working to extinguish the wildfires with the help of about 130 helicopters. Observers in the area say the ongoing wildfires are the third biggest in South Korea in terms of land burned. And you can really see how big these wildfires are burning at this hour as the videographer and photographer there on the ground as he pans around just to show the devastation. Officials in several southeastern cities and towns have ordered residents to evacuate as firefighters continue to contain multiple blazes fueled by dry winds. So this is a developing story. We will continue to follow the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. Again, if you're just now tuning in, a live look out in South Korea this Wednesday morning as we're learning tragic news as wildfires ravage South Korea at this time. Reports of at least 24 people dead. Unfortunately, officials on the ground, they say they do expect that death toll to rise. We will be keeping a close eye on this breaking news story right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and transition. We are learning of a live event, which takes us out now to Geneva, Switzerland on this Wednesday morning. The United Nations Human Rights Council, they continue to debate and discuss several topics. Let's watch and listen in.
Universal Periodic Review for Qatar's review and its addendum. These documents, as well as information that will be presented by the delegation of Qatar, will constitute the outcome document of the review and will be adopted by a standard decision of the Council. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Jouhara Abdulaziz Al Suwaidi, Deputy Permanent Representative and Chargé d'Affaires of the State of Qatar to the United Nations Office in Geneva, in order to introduce additional information about the review. You have the floor, Madam.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. أصحاب
Thank you very much, President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. To begin, I have the great pleasure of expressing my government's gratitude and recognition for the very constructive and objective dialogue that took place for our fourth review under the UPR cycle in November last. This was an opportunity for us to present to you Qatar's experience, its detailed vision, and the efforts it has undertaken in order to live up to its obligations and to promote human rights for its people and for those residing in our country. I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm that our country places strengthening and protecting human rights as a top priority. It is a key part of our overall reform efforts. Our cooperation with the Human Rights Council and all of its mechanisms, in particular the UPR, and is something that we consider to be essential and which completes our domestic level efforts to protect and promote human rights. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those countries who took part in the review of my country, contributing in an objective spirit and making constructive and significant recommendations. I would like to thank Chile, the Maldives and Sudan for their efforts to facilitate the UPR process in their capacity as members of the Troika. President, during this fourth review, Qatar received 317 recommendations, which we have very carefully considered from an objective standpoint. And we have considered that our human rights commitments and the instruments to which we have adhered, as well as the cultural and societal specificities of our country. International charters underscored the importance of taking these specificities into account when undertaking efforts to strengthen human rights. We have accepted 245 recommendations and noted 72. We would like to specify in this regard that a large number of those recommendations have effectively been implemented already. Our view is that we have undertaken measures in the past, and these are currently being implemented, and we will take further measures in order to implement the recommendations accepted under the fourth cycle, and we will do so objectively. President, allow me to comment a number of questions and recommendations that came up during our review. Regarding the recommendations to accede to international conventions, my country is a party to fundamental human rights conventions, in particular 9 conventions, as well as several protocols relating to those conventions. We submit periodic reports under these conventions in a systematic fashion, and we implement our commitments at the national level. Accession to any new convention must take part in the context of a comprehensive process that looks at all the necessary aspects, including the legislative, institutional and executive measures required for us to truly honour our obligations that would stem from such an accession. We also look at measures to be taken at the national level, and that is why we have accepted a number of recommendations and we have taken note of others. Regarding the recommendation on abolishing the death penalty, we would like to say here that there is no international consensus on the abolition of the death penalty. It is something that goes hand in hand with the guarantees for a fair trial, and this has been underscored by several UN resolutions. The decision to use the death penalty is a sovereign decision that must be taken in respect of international law and in respect of the sovereign right of states to develop their own legal regime and to define the necessary punishments in accordance with its obligations under international law. The death penalty in Qatar is used very rarely, and it is limited to extremely dangerous crimes. and takes place after a fair trial is held. And very often, a death sentence is changed to a lighter sentence. Regarding forced labour, we would like to say that we are committed to undertaking all necessary reforms at the legislative and political level in order to address the issue of foreign workers, and this in accordance with international standards. These reforms have made significant headway so far, and they have helped improve conditions at work, in particular through measures such as a minimum wage. We have been fighting against forced labour and trafficking, and we have emphasised the need to respect the right to health, especially given the high temperatures in Qatar. We have also signed an agreement to extend the joint working programme for 4 additional years in order to further develop our policies on the workforce and in order to modernise labour market criteria and exchange best practices and expertise. Regarding domestic workers, all reforms are applicable to this category. We have enacted a law on domestic workers. The maximum working hours have been set, and sick leave has been stipulated as well, and this pursuant to ILO Convention 189 on decent work for domestic workers. We have adopted an updated version of our labour contracts, and this was in 2021. The new version has been communicated with countries from where we receive foreign workers, and we have also raised awareness among domestic workers as to their legal rights, and we have also worked on awareness raising with agencies that are involved in finding domestic workers from abroad. We set great store by the family, which we consider to be the fundamental kernel of our society. Families must be protected by the state as recommended by various human rights conventions. Through our legislation, we strive to strengthen the role of the family, and the Ministry for the Family and Social Issues has taken measures to strengthen the role of the family with a view to building a robust and resilient society. This chart underscores the rights and duties of family members and seeks to establish fair relations. The Charter also takes into consideration the economic and financial rights of family members and the protection of women and children's rights and the strengthening of justice and mutual respect within the family. We have also received recommendations on women, older persons and persons with disabilities and children. Regarding women, we have ensured empowerment across all sectors, and this in keeping with our vision for 2030 in order to strengthen women's role in all areas of life, in particular in education, healthcare and participation in economic, social and political decision-making. This has led to very fruitful results. The rate of girls' school enrollment reached 88% in 2023-2024. 67.1% of university-level students are women, and this also for 2023-2024. The participation rate of women on the labour market has reached 49%, and 72% of women have been employed. In diplomacy, the number of women diplomats has increased. We have women holding various key positions, in particular within the Qatari delegation here and in New York. We have strengthened the rights of older persons, putting them on an equal footing with other categories, and these measures are now part of our relevant laws. We are completing legislative measures regarding the Act on Children and the Act on Persons with Disabilities. And we are ensuring that all safeguards foreseen by international conventions are reflected. Regarding strengthening international cooperation, we have been continuing our cooperation with our friendly states and international institutions, and we have contributed to efforts to achieve development. We have assisted developing countries and least developed countries in their efforts to achieve the 2030 goals. We have placed an emphasis on crucial sectors such as healthcare, education, water, and the provision of humanitarian aid in the context of natural disasters, armed conflicts, and pandemics. We attach particular significance to dialogue through diplomacy and mediation and the facilitation of negotiations. Our efforts seek to bring about peace and stability through settlements for various international disputes in a peaceful fashion, and we have achieved great success at the regional and also international level in this regard. I would like to thank you once again, President.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. In accordance with paragraph 13 of the Annex of Resolution 1621 of the Human Rights Council, I'd like to give the floor to the National Human Rights Commission of Qatar.
صباح الخير جميعا باسم اللجنة الوطنية.
Thank you. And good morning to everybody. On behalf of the National Human Rights Institution of Qatar, I would like to thank the Human Rights Council, the Troika, and all states who participated and made fruitful recommendations for us. We have made significant progress in recent years in the field of human rights, and this has been reflected in various initiatives, including in sectors such as education, healthcare, and sustainable development. The country places particular emphasis on vulnerable groups, thus reaffirming its commitment to ensuring the well-being of all citizens and residents. But despite this progress, there are some areas that require further attention. We recommend adopting the draft law on the regulation of media activities, which would be a step forward in order to guarantee freedom of expression. We also urge the swift adoption of the draft law on children's rights and the draft law on the rights of persons with disabilities, both of which are still under consideration. We believe that the promotion of human rights is an ongoing process, and Qatar is firmly treading along that path with determination and dedication, and we hope that the state will continue to implement reforms that enhance the protection and empowerment of our citizens, reflecting its unwavering commitment to human rights at all levels. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I will now be giving the floor to member states and observer states for their comments about the final documents of the review. The speaking time is 1 minute 30 seconds for all states, and I would like to begin by giving the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan. Thank you, President. I would like to welcome the state of Qatar. We thank them for the update. We commend Qatar's constructive cooperation with all Human Rights Council mechanisms, as well as their commitment to protecting and promoting human rights. This is an example to be followed for a better future and for the proper implementation of plans that meet the aspirations of this noble people.
عالية الجودة وتعزيز الوصول إليها دون التمييز ومواصلة دعم تمكين المرأة ومشاركتها في
care and women's empowerment by supporting their participation in all sectors and increasing the number of education and rehabilitation programs for persons with disabilities. To conclude, we hope that Qatar will manage to achieve its goals, and we wish them further progress and prosperity and recommend the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, President. A cordial welcome to the delegation of the sister state of Qatar. We thank them for the information presented regarding the recommendations made. We commend the acceptation by Qatar of a significant number of recommendations, including the 2 recommendations submitted by my country calling for national human rights mechanisms to continue proposing measures aimed at protecting and promoting human rights, as well as the recommendation aimed at fine-tuning the National Development Strategy 2024-2030. We commend measures taken by Qatar to reform the legislative and judicial branches, as well as the environment and the family sectors. We commend measures taken regarding women's empowerment, domestic workers, and the empowerment of women and promotion of healthcare. We wish Qatar every success in the implementation of the recommendations it has accepted and recommend the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Mr. President, my delegation congratulates Qatar on the successful participation in the constructive dialogue in its 4th UPR cycle. The LiveNOW commends the significant efforts made by Qatar in advancing human rights, improving the well-being, and promoting gender equality and empowerment in the country through the implementation of the National Vision 2030. My delegations appreciate Qatar for accepting the majority of recommendations received during the constructive dialogue, including the 2 recommendations made by the LiveNOW. We wish Qatar every success in.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, some compelling images on your screen. On the left side, you have a live look there at the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva, Switzerland this Wednesday as they debate and discuss several topics. That top right box we've changed as we have a new live look coming out of Hawaii. Kilauea volcano erupting on this Wednesday, truly compelling to see. And then that bottom box, a live look out in communist Gaza as a humanitarian crisis looms this Wednesday amid the conflict with Israel and Hamas. 5:20 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox here at 522 on the East Coast. We continue to follow breaking news out of South Korea. Just devastating to share at this hour, learning at least 24 people have been killed, according to the Associated Press. These wind-driven wildfires were among South Korea's worst ever, ravaging the country's southern regions. Again, as I mentioned, killing at least 24 people, destroying more than 200 structures, and forcing 27,000 people to evacuate. Moments ago, off the top of our broadcast, we did share a live look out in that area, learning that the death toll included a pilot who died after a helicopter crashed during efforts to contain the wildfires. And we had a live look at that region. I can tell you all, they do still continue to burn, and they are not contained at this hour. So we will keep a close eye on this developing story. As we do so, I want to head back out to Geneva, Switzerland, as we are keeping a close eye on the United Nations Human Rights Council on this Wednesday morning. Debate and discussion underway, and then, of course, keeping those top stories on the right side of your screen.
For the reassessment of its legislative and political framework, we commend the efforts undertaken during the period under review, which seek to further promote human rights. We are glad that Qatar continues to adopt national strategies that contribute to the attainment of Qatar's national vision 2020-2030. We also commend Qatar's launching of its third National Development Strategy 2024-2030. We recommend that the Council adopt the report and wish every success to Qatar in the implementation of the accepted recommendations and of its human rights policies. Thank you.
Merci, je donne la parole.
Thank you. I call on Morocco.
شكرا سيد رئيس.
Thank you, President. The Kingdom of Morocco would like to welcome Qatar. We welcome its positive cooperation with the UPR. We commend efforts made to promote human rights, and we also look favorably upon the approval by Qatar of recommendations made regarding strengthening efforts to protect and promote human rights, to achieve development and promote awareness raising about information and capacity building through the implementation of the National Strategy for 2024-2030 in order to achieve sustainable development. We also commend Qatar's commitment to women's empowerment and the protection of women from all forms of violence, and efforts that are made to ensure a safer environment. Finally, Morocco supports the adoption of the final report of the UPR, and we wish Qatar every success in the implementation of the recommendations accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nepal.
Mr. President, Nepal welcomes the delegation of the State of Qatar to the adoption of the UPR outcome and thanks them for the constructive engagement with human rights mechanisms. We thank Qatar for accepting 2 out of the 3 recommendations we provided. We appreciate the progress made by Qatar in enhancing women's participation in decision-making bodies. Nepal wishes Qatar all success in implementing the accepted recommendations and supports the adoption of the UPR outcome report by consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Oman.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, President. We'd like to welcome the Qatari delegation, and we commend efforts made for the preparation of the report and also to establish good cooperation with UN mechanisms. We have taken note of Qatar's report and took part in the UPR review of Qatar. We would like to congratulate Qatar for its commitment to achieving sustainable development. We commend the fact that Qatar's government has accepted the recommendations that were presented by Oman regarding women's empowerment, regarding ensuring rights for all and access to medical care for all. We wish Qatar every success in the implementation of our recommendations, and we recommend the Council adopt the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Mr. President, Pakistan thanks the State of Qatar for presenting a follow-up on recommendations received during their 4th UPR. It is commendable that Qatar has accepted majority of the recommendations, including those made by Pakistan. We appreciate the steady progress made on several facets of human rights, including its cooperation with the HRC, UPR mechanisms, special procedures, and the treaty bodies. We also welcome Qatar's efforts to protect and promote human rights, especially in the fields of women empowerment, gender equality, rights of children, right to education, and others. We wish Qatar every success in the implementation of accepted recommendations and request the Council to adopt the UPR outcome report with consensus. I thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Philippines.
Mr. President, my delegation warmly welcomes the esteemed delegation of Qatar to the adoption of its 4th UPR cycle outcome report. We commend Qatar for its constructive engagement in the UPR process and for supporting recommendations presented by the Philippines to further enhance mechanisms to combat trafficking in persons, including access to remedy and support services for victims, and to continue to ensure effective enforcement of labor laws and address gaps where they exist. Mr. President, the Philippines is pleased to recommend the adoption of the UPR outcome report on Qatar and extends its best wishes to Qatar for the successful implementation of all accepted recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, President. The Russian delegation welcomes Doha's 4th Universal Periodic Review. We thank the delegation of Qatar for the information provided on the recommendations which were submitted. We note that most of them were accepted, including the Russian ones. This clearly demonstrates Qatar's commitment to promoting and protecting human rights, and that Qatar is prepared to further cooperate with the international monitoring mechanisms. We particularly note the importance that Doha gives to international cooperation to promote and protect human rights, and a responsible approach to participate in the human rights mechanisms of the United Nations, and the major contribution made to these bodies. Qatar has made major progress in the human rights sphere, in particular in promoting and protecting the rights and freedoms of human beings and the empowerment of women, and we wish the government of Qatar further success along this path. The Russian Federation recommends adoption of the outcome document on the 4th UPR cycle of Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia.
The debate and discussion continues live in Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations Human Rights Council debating and discussing several topics this Wednesday. Kilauea volcano erupting this Wednesday as well, giving you a live look out in Hawaii, that top right box, and then that bottom box live look out in Khan Yunis, Gaza. The humanitarian crisis looms in that area as the Israel-Hamas conflict ensues, but we know that crisis existed far before October 7th, when that tragic event unfolded at the Nova Music Festival with Hamas terrorists. If you look closely at the building in that bottom right box, but to the left of that box, you can see the black ash on the side of Nasser Hospital, the latest Israeli strike in that area to that hospital, as they learned that a Hamas terrorist was inside receiving medical treatment. 5:31 is the time here on the East Coast. We're going to go to another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. Some of the live images we are getting on this Wednesday morning, this one takes us out to Hawaii as we're getting a live look at Kilauea volcano erupting, and you can see how it's just flowing down there in Hawaii. We're keeping a close eye on this as it relates to maybe evacuation orders in the area and other agenda items. Also keeping a close eye out in Jerusalem, giving you a live look at the beautiful skyline there. Also out in Gaza, as we are learning that the conflict with Israel and Hamas, it does continue. You can see Palestinians in the area having a somewhat normal Wednesday as they are walking around, but also learning that there is concern about the hospital and medical staff. If we look back in recent days, you can see that black ash on the side of the building to the left of your screen. That's from an Israeli strike where they say they did strike the hospital, learning that a Hamas terrorist was inside seeking medical treatment. The conflict does continue on this Wednesday, also learning that the ceasefire is at a standstill. So hoping to get some comments and updates from the Israeli government on this Wednesday. It usually happens around 9:30 Eastern time, and if that happens, we'll make sure to share it with you. As we continue with top stories and live events, we want to head back out to a live event. The United Nations Human Rights Council, they continue their debate and discussion. Let's listen in.
Qatar become a true champion for migrant workers in the region. To do this, the government of Qatar must pass legislation recognizing workers' right to freely associate. This includes allowing migrant workers to form and join trade unions, penalize companies that subject workers to forced labor, condition and provide appropriate remedy for workers, prohibit employers from filing up scolding charges or cancelling residency permits in retaliation for workers making complaints. As a former domestic worker in Qatar, I know how essential these protections are. They can truly be a matter of life and death. We are on hand to support these measures and welcome the government's engagement with civil society to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Youth Parliament for SDG, also by video.
Madam President, we commend Qatar for its active role in supporting global peace and conflict resolution efforts. As a key diplomatic actor, Qatar has demonstrated a strong commitment to mediation, humanitarian assistance, and regional stability. Notable contribution includes mediation in international conflicts, including peace talks between warring parties in Afghanistan, Sudan, and Chad. Support for humanitarian efforts, particularly in conflict zones, through AIDS program and reconstruction initiatives. Promotion of dialogues and cooperation, fostering peaceful resolution through diplomatic engagement. Commitment to countering extremism and support regional security in collaboration with international partners. These efforts underline the Qatar's growing influence in global peace initiatives. However, we encourage the continued engagement to further enhance the mediation efforts and humanitarian responses. We urge Qatar to expand its role in international peace mediation, particularly in the conflict-prone regions. Strengthen cooperations with international organizations to provide sustainable solutions for displaced populations. Continued supporting in peace education and cross-cultural dialogues as a tool to prevent future conflicts. Qatar commitment to peace agenda is vital, and we encourage to continued leadership in fostering global stability, conflict prevention, and humanitarian actions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I give the floor to Gulf Center for Human Rights.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Gulf Center for Human Rights, we thank you for this opportunity to address the UPR adoption for Qatar. We're very concerned to see that Qatar has rejected the first 20 of 22 recommendations to adopt the optional protocol to the Torture Convention, the 2 optional protocols to the ICCPR, including Protocol 2 on the abolition of the death penalty, to remove reservations on the CEDAW, and to ratify the Migrant Workers Convention, the Convention on Enforced Disappearances, the Rome Statute, and the Domestic Workers Convention. This demonstrates a lack of willingness to adopt widely accepted parts of the international legal structure and raises questions about Qatar's willingness to make the needed changes that the UPR process has raised. We urge Qatar to review its decisions and take steps to adopt these international legal instruments. We're encouraged to see that Qatar has adopted the 4 recommendations on freedom of association that specifically mention civil society, human rights defenders, journalists, media workers, social activists, and workers' associations. We look forward to seeing the changes in legislation and policy that will allow for structural changes in this regard. Qatar accepted 6 recommendations to guarantee freedom of expression, including improvements to the legal framework. However, it rejected the 2 recommendations that specifically address the 2014 cybercrime law and Article 136 of the Penal Code, which are some of the most concerning legal restrictions on protected speech. Qatar accepted all 3 recommendations to allow freedom of assembly. We urge Qatar to implement the recommendations they have agreed to and to review the others mentioned above. In particular, the legal instruments it is not agreed to adopt. Furthermore, we urge the release of anyone detained for expressing critical views. This will allow its citizens and residents to exercise their freedoms of expression, association, and assembly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I give the floor to Baha'i International Community.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we see most of the Arab region foster religious coexistence where all communities, large or small, can thrive. However, while Qatar proudly promotes social cohesion and protection under its National Vision 2030, the lived reality for the Baha'i community starkly contradicts these aspirations. Unjust deportation, blacklisting, and in some cases even imprisonment persist, tearing families apart and creating conditions that pose a grave threat to the Baha'i community in Qatar. The impact of this systematic discrimination is devastating. Consider the case of an individual who was born and raised in Qatar. He built a thriving business and is a valued member of Qatari society. Respected by many, as I am speaking now, this individual has to leave the country, his business forcibly closed, his family's life uprooted, all because of his religious belief. He was even told that the admiration and love people have for him is dangerous. Given Qatar's membership in the Human Rights Council, these violations are particularly concerning. Its systematic discrimination of the Baha'is threatens to eradicate the Baha'i community in Qatar, which is in contrast to positive developments in many Arab regions and countries. We urge Qatari authorities to cease all discrimination against the Baha'is and extend its stated values of human rights, social protection, and cohesion to all. I thank you.
Merci.
We continue to listen in live to this discussion out in Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations on this Wednesday morning, they debate and discuss several human rights concerns. 5:42 here on the East Coast. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, transitioning to other top stories and headlines of your Wednesday. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories and headlines of the day. Today marks 1 year since the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge that left 6 people dead and shut down the Baltimore harbor for weeks. The crash and collapse triggering a nationwide investigation of America's infrastructure. And it's now sparking debate between state and federal officials on if it could have been prevented. Well, this morning, Governor Wes Moore, along with the mayor of Baltimore and state officials, will gather at the collapse site for a commemoration ceremony. Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick was the first reporter on the scene of the collapse 1 year ago. She's back in Dundalk this morning. Melanie, good morning to you. It was a morning many of us will never forget.
That's right, Jeanne, and people see that video of the bridge collapsing, and to my own eyes that morning, it almost didn't seem real. I really thought it could be something that was faked. It looked like a CGI image, but when we got here to the scene, we could see, no, it was all too real. Now, here a year later, there is some good progress. We know that plans are progressing. Pre-construction has begun here on the new bridge. The funding has been secured. The Port of Baltimore is now back to 100% operational. But this anniversary is a very difficult day for the families of the victims who were on the bridge that night and also for survivors.
He heard a strange, crushing, loud, increasingly loud sound that scared you know what out of him. And he started running because he could feel things beginning to shake, and he got across on the other side just as the bridge was collapsing behind him.
Was supervising the crew working on the Francis Scott Key Bridge on March 26, 2024. Murphy says Davis is still dealing with the impact.
Because he's still recovering from the trauma of the incident, which was severe. And, you know, you have all kinds of other feelings to go along with that. Feelings about whether you could have saved the men, feelings about whether you could have done more, feelings of anger about not being called by anybody to warn them and his men.
6 men died and 2 people survived. The victims and families have filed lawsuits for compensation, but they are on hold. The owners of the Dolly container ship have asked a court to first decide if they have any liability, and if so, what the limits are. Now, the NTSB said in its initial investigation that a loose cable likely caused the ship's total power failure, allowing it to collide into the bridge, but also said that Maryland officials failed to identify structural defects with the bridge that increased that risk of collapse. And in that statement also last week, the NTSB warning about 68 other bridges across the country that need to do better structural risk assessments. Now, Maryland Governor Wes Moore has pushed strongly back against the statements from the NTSB, saying that the collapse of the Key Bridge here was solely the fault of the container ship Dolly. And as you mentioned, a commemorative ceremony here this morning begins at 9 a.m.
Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick, thank you so much for that detailed overview and breakdown. And you so eloquently put it, you know, a tragic situation, and many of us remembering where we were when we heard that tragic news. Thank you so much for your stellar reporting. Again, you were there from the very beginning, guiding us and helping us understand this tragic event. Have a great rest of your day, Melanie.
Thank you, Jeanne. You too.
Thank you. As we continue with your top stories and headlines of the day, we do see that live event out in Geneva, Switzerland. It does continue this Wednesday morning as they debate and discuss several topics. Let's head back inside.
calls upon the improvement of the climate of freedoms and rights, as well as the persistence of the absence in transparency in combating corruption. We welcome Qatar's government acceptance of around 245 recommendations during the fourth cycle of the UPR. However, we have serious concerns regarding its rejection of around 72 recommendations that calls upon improving the conditions of human rights defenders and abolishing the restrictions imposed on the freedom of the press and improving the conditions of incoming workers, as well as safeguarding the rights of women to nationality and equality. We express deep concern regarding the absence of accountability and transparency, as well as the spread of corruption. In conclusion, we call upon the Qatari government to reconsider its position regarding the recommendations it has not fully accepted, and we call on the improvement of the independence of the administrative authorities and those in charge of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Center for Global Non-Killing.
Dear human beings, Monsieur le Président, dear populations of the earth and of Qatar, the authorities of Qatar, including the highest tier delegation, Excellences, delegates, Mesdames, Messieurs, greetings of persistent life support. Every life counts, individually and collectively. Individually, we regret that no state has recommended to Qatar the decriminalization of suicides. Stigma can kill, absence of open suicide prevention programs can kill, absence of easily accessible counsel and help can kill, and the fear of punishment aggravates the problem both for victims and helpers. Numerous countries listed in our submission have recently decriminalized suicides, with, as a result, after an adaptation phase, a lowering of the suicide rate. Dear delegation, please, can you tell us if, among life-saving measures, decriminalizing of suicide is underway in Qatar? Individually, we also recalled that CCPR allows death penalty only for the most serious crimes. If our information is correct, we are surprised to discover that death penalty sentences have been handed down for issues related to sport and economic issues. Collectively, we are surprised also by Qatar's decisions, after supporting it several times, to note the recommendation made by Armenia regarding the ratification of the Genocide Convention. We still ask for this ratification. May we all progress in all these life and their havers. Merci, cher Président.
Thank you. I give the floor to Oka Pros for statement, please.
Mr. President, Oka Pros International Suet Labia.
President, we welcome the delegation of Qatar. Oka Pros welcomes the national vision of Qatar to 2030, which has allowed women to play an active role in the decision-making process on economic, political and social matters in this country. Qatar offers quality education to all, without discrimination, and has taken international initiative to provide quality education to children who have been deprived of this due to natural disasters or armed conflict. We welcome women's empowerment, with the possibility for them to enjoy quality education, training and access to public office, which allow a greater number of women to occupy posts of responsibility in the country. Oka Pros International encourages Qatar to redouble its efforts to further support the family, in particular older persons and persons with disabilities, with a view to integrating them into society by enshrining their rights in legislation. To conclude, Oka Pros International urges the international community to approve the report presented on Qatar, to not compromise the dynamic development which is underway in this country supporting human rights. Thank you, President. Thank you. That was the last speaker that we were able to accommodate. Before I return to the delegation of Qatar for their final comments, allow me to note that according to the information provided, of the 317 recommendations received, 245 have received the support of Qatar and 72 have been noted. I now give the floor back to the delegation for concluding comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. President of the Human Rights Council, and all speakers for their valuable input. And we are determined to implement all the recommendations we have accepted during this cycle in all objectivity and transparency in order to promote and protect the human rights in accordance with the highest standards stated in the human rights conventions to which Qatar has adhered. In conclusion, we stress once again the political will of my government to cooperate with the Human Rights Council under the UPR and other mechanisms, and we look forward to further cooperation in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you. I wish to thank the delegation for this presentation and for their constructive participation throughout the whole process of the UPR of Qatar. I now propose that the Council adopt the decision on the outcome document on the UPR of Qatar as it appears on the screen. I see no objection. The decision stands adopted. We shall briefly suspend the meeting before we move to consider the outcome document on Nicaragua. Thank you.
So as you heard, this meeting about to be suspended, but we got to hear it in full out in Geneva, Switzerland, as the United Nations Human Rights Council debated and discussed several topics this Wednesday morning. Take a look at the left side of your screen. Upcoming live events here on LiveNOW from Fox. At 8 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll get an update on Fani Willis's probe after the election interference case. Then at 9 a.m., that event we just spoke with Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick about Governor Wes Moore to mark 1 year since the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. And then in the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, the intelligence directors are set to testify on worldwide threats. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. More top stories and headlines of your Wednesday morning when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We are 2 minutes shy from the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and right now we want to transition to your top political headlines. Take a good look at your screen as we are following the very latest, learning that President Donald Trump revealed that a staffer with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz's office included the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic in a Signal group chat with senior Trump officials who were discussing plans for an upcoming strike on Houthi rebels in Yemen. The president added that Goldberg's inclusion in the group chat had, quote, no impact at all on the strike in Yemen. A lot to discuss and analyze this morning, so we want to bring into the conversation political analyst and historian Rich Rubino. Rich, good morning to you. Always a pleasure having you on the show for your candor. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me on again.
So for those unfamiliar with what's happened in recent days and even hours, can you catch us up? How did we get to this point?
Well, basically, Jeffrey Goldberg, who's a journalist for The Atlantic magazine, was inadvertently included in a memo in a group chat involving United States high government officials discussing what was going to happen in the attack in Yemen. He did not reveal when this happened. He did not reveal what was going on, but he did reveal it afterward. And we saw essentially that there was a conversation, basically using emojis, congratulating each other between Vice President JD Vance, John Ratcliffe, for example, Mike Waltz, members of the administration, basically interacting. And this was using the Signal app. And there are many that believe that this could have potentially mean that the Russians or the Chinese or any sort of non-state actor could very possibly have intercepted the communication and found out about the attacks beforehand.
Rich, on your screen right now, this is the very latest that we have from President Donald Trump on the Signal leak. It says, quote, the main thing was nothing happened. The attack was totally successful. Break that down for us in perspective of politics and how it relates to media and all of that.
It's a great question. I think that whether the attack was successful or not obviously depends on kind of who you ask. I think the Trump administration certainly says that it was. The Yemenis official were saying that there were a lot more people were killed, potentially civilians were killed. But I think that the Trump administration, I think that this is just really giving quite a backlash against them. Even some members of the Republican Party, Roger Wicker, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, has suggested that there should be some sort of an investigation. It's bad politics. Donald Trump would rather be talking about his economic plan, for example. He would rather be talking about how he believes that the action in Yemen was successful. Instead, every question he's asked just about is basically Yemen related.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Trump administration. President Donald Trump's press secretary not wasting any time to respond, Caroline Levitt, courtesy of X. She says, quote, Jeffrey Goldberg is well known for his sensationalist spin. Here are the facts about his latest story. She says, quote, 1, no war plans were discussed. 2, no classified material was sent to the thread. And 3, the White House counsel's office has provided guidance on a number of different agenda items. A lot of people are feeling this is a concern as relates to national security. Rich, your thoughts?
Yes, and I think that this is very interesting because you might remember during the presidential campaign in 2016, Hillary Clinton was the Democratic nominee, was excoriated for using a private server for her emails. I guess they were very much classified emails. This is very similar. This is why Hillary Clinton, for example, did an eye roll in terms of an emoji on her own personal Twitter X page rather. But they're very much eerie similitudes between the two, I think, and a lot of Democrats are kind of saying, see, we told you so. This happens from other administrations, but it is true that you can go back to, for example, Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell, and there's always this kind of issue of how you kind of hide information so that the Russians, the Chinese, or some sort of a non-state actor does not find out about it. What's going on?
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up Hillary Clinton, Rich, because a lot of people are making that comparison to when she used that home server as Secretary of State. Do you feel like it's a fair comparison, though?
Yeah, there are really eerie similitudes, I think, between the two. I think that Hillary Clinton, it was something that Donald Trump certainly used when he called her, for example, crooked Hillary Clinton during the 2016 presidential campaign. And Hillary would counter that other secretaries of state have done some stuff that is very similar. But from a public relations standpoint, it's a complete disaster for Hillary Clinton. She could not really recover from that. There were other factors too for why she lost. One thing being not visiting Wisconsin, for example, the critical swing state, but that was something she never really could recover from. And now it's kind of a tat for tat, I guess. And you're seeing kind of a very similar argument that the Democrats are making in terms of saying that, you know, if you went after Hillary Clinton for this, why are you doing this? So it's an absolute public relations nightmare, if you will, for the Trump administration.
Well, that's the perfect segue to this next quote. You talk about Democrats. If we look across the aisle in that response, Mark Warner saying, quote, when the stakes are this high, incompetence is not an option. He goes on to say Pete Hegseth should resign. Mike Waltz should resign. Rich, as we are having Democratic senators calling for these resignations, what do you think it's doing for that unification that President Donald Trump has called for since he has become president?
I think that it's really unified the Democratic Party. You know, for the most conservative, most liberal member, they really want to be there an investigation. They want there to be answers. So when you're talking about there, Mark Warner, he's currently the chairman of the United States Senate Committee on Intelligence. I think that from a practical standpoint, obviously Peter Hegseth probably is not going to resign. Mike Waltz, I guess theoretically would probably only resign if Donald Trump were to ask him to do it, but Donald Trump obviously has given him just about his full-throated 110% endorsement so far. But this is something that's really unifying the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, I think, is basically going to use this as kind of a casus belli, and I think certainly in the 2026 midterm elections, there's something that they're going to make Republicans on the spot. I think Republicans, as they go to town hall meetings, are going to be asked about this, and the question is, are they going to defend the Trump administration, or are they going to do what, for example, someone like Don Bacon from Nebraska, who represents a district that last time went for Kamala Harris, did, which is essentially to excoriate the administration and say that it was incompetent.
Rich, on this Wednesday morning, a lot of the viewers wanting to know what happens next for those Americans that are concerned about national security. What can you share with them?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think that they probably will no longer use the Signal app. They probably would have to use more secure information. Obviously, I think they were very reckless with it, and it certainly was an embarrassment for the Trump administration. It's something that probably will get. They probably will certainly get over, but it's something that I think Democrats will continue to harangue them about. For basically being reckless and being reckless. And obviously, this is not what the Trump administration wants to be in the headlines. They would much rather be in the headlines. Their economic plan, what they believe is a successful foreign policy, and certainly not this.
Political analyst and historian Rich Rubino, always a thorough and detailed breakdown. Thank you so much for your dialogue and expertise on this topic. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. And as we further discuss this news headline on this Wednesday morning, taking you out to Washington, D.C. and giving you a live look at the White House. I also want to show you a live look at the U.S. Capitol, one of my favorite shots to share with you during the morning broadcast. Again, Democrats on this Wednesday morning calling for the resignations of both Pete Hegseth and Mike Waltz. Again, I want to share the very latest from Mike Warner. On this Wednesday morning, he says, quote, when the stakes are this high, incompetence is not an option. He goes on to say Pete Hegseth should resign, Mike Waltz should resign, and both of these gentlemen, they have given response to calls for their resignation. We want to first start off with Mike Waltz, as he did speak with Fox News Channel overnight.
One of the principals who was on that Signal chat, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Advisor Waltz, thank you for joining us tonight. The president expressed complete confidence in you today and his entire cabinet. But how did a Trump-hating editor of The Atlantic end up on your Signal chat?
You know, Laura, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but of all the people out there, somehow this guy who has lied about the president, who has lied to Gold Star families, lied to their attorneys, and gone to Russia hoax, gone to just all kinds of links to lie and smear the President of the United States, and he's the one that somehow gets on somebody's contact and then gets sucked into this group.
Is someone in your intel? Is someone in your intel team trying to cause trouble here? Because that's the scuttlebutt out there.
Look,
that
we have people. We have people. No, look, this is a great group. The president has a great team. This is not first term.
No, your team. I'm not talking about the other principals.
No. These were principals and a couple of staff that were coordinating, as you saw, having a policy discussion as we went forward, and then just in the days before what was an incredible strike. Not only did we take out people that the Biden team never could, that we took out headquarters, missile caches, and actually one of the leaders of the Houthi organization. We've since taken out several since. And, you know, that's what they don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about the success here. They don't want to talk about the hostages getting released. They don't want to talk about the Black Sea ceasefire that we just put in place today as the president ends the largest land war in Europe, or the border, or the fact that Panama just kicked China out of the canal, and success after success after success. So they want to focus on this. It's embarrassing, yes. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the way here. We've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. But I can tell you for 100%, I don't know this guy. I know him by his horrible reputation, and he really is the bottom scum of journalists. And I know him in the sense that he hates the president, but I don't text him. He wasn't on my phone, and we're going to figure out how this happened.
So you don't know what staffer is responsible for this right now?
Well, look, a staffer wasn't responsible, and look, I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure everything's coordinated.
But how did the number? I mean, I don't mean to be pedantic here, but how did the number?
Have you ever had somebody's contact that shows their name, and then you have somebody else's number there?
I never make those mistakes.
Right? You got somebody else's number on someone else's contact. So of course I didn't see this loser in the group. It looked like someone else. Now whether he did it deliberately or it happened in some other technical mean is something we're trying to figure out.
So a staffer did not put his contact information.
No,
but how did it end up in your phone?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, but that's a pretty big problem.
That's what we've got the best technical minds, right?
That's disturbing.
And that's where, I mean, I'm sure everybody out there has had a contact where it was said one person and then a different phone number.
But you've never talked to him before, so how's the number on your phone? I mean, I'm not an expert in any of this, but it's just curious. How's the number on your phone?
Well, if you have somebody else's contact and then somehow it gets
someone
sucked
sent
in,
you that
it gets
contact.
sucked in.
Was there someone else supposed to be on the chat that wasn't on the chat that you thought was?
So
on
the
the chat?
person that I thought was on there was never on there. It was this
who
guy.
Was that? What person?
Well, I'm not. Look, okay. Laura, I take responsibility. I built the group.
Okay.
So but look, that's the part that we have to figure out, and that's the part that embarrassing, yes, but Pete and I are veterans. We know these operations. He has been an excellent Secretary of Defense, and this was an operation that, I mean, it amazes me. I guess the Democrats were fine to leave all the sea lanes shut down. We're fine to have destroyers fired on dozens of times by this terrorist group, and fine to have Iran keep supplying them missiles. That was okay. The president takes decisive action. And now we're seeing some real success in taking down their air defenses, opening the sea lanes, taking out their leadership. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about this.
Now, the Atlantic told us in part that attempts to disparage and discredit us in our reporting follow an obvious playbook by elected officials and others of power who are hostile to journalists and First Amendment rights of all Americans. They're saying don't blame the messenger. Your response to them?
Lied about Russia. Lied about Gold Star families, lied about even as last, year in terms of the president paying for the family of a Gold Star family that he absolutely did. I mean, lie after lie after lie.
Have they ever apologized for any of that?
No. I mean, this is, do we care about the mainstream media? Do we care about the Atlantic? What I care about is staying focused on mission, accomplishing the president's agenda, getting these things done, cleaning up the Biden messes from Afghanistan to Ukraine to the Houthis to the border to China all over South America to the Arctic where we're completely exposed to NATO that's not paying up. And the president has had success after success. Well, he's got a fantastic national security team.
I mean, I think it's just stunning how many people on the team have his 100% trust, and there have been enormous successes early on in this administration, but you all are rattling the old cages of the establishment, defense and national security, embedded people who are still working in government, a lot of great people. But the concern is that somebody got involved here who didn't want the president to be successful. And a lot of us are very concerned about that someone is in this orbit who doesn't want this president of the United States to be a raging success and turn our foreign policy into an America First approach.
Look, we made a mistake. We're moving forward, and we're going to continue to knock it out of the park for this president. Look at what he's gotten done in under 2 months. And I didn't even get going on the economy, on trade, or all of those other pieces.
And April 2nd's coming. The DNI,
Liberation Day.
The DNI was very adamant today and very clear that there was no classified information in this text chat. And the Democrats, of course, are predictably, they're going to jump on this. But should Goldberg just release the other information that he has? Because he's standing on this, well, I'm not going to release this information because I have my standards and journalistic standards. Okay, but it's not classified information, so does it matter? Would you care if the rest of this information came out?
Look, I mean, I would prefer, certainly, as the president was saying today, if we could all sit in a steel-lined room and have all of these conversations. I certainly want our deliberations to stay confidential. This was an encrypted app that the CIA had on sitting there as John Ratcliffe was confirmed and walked into the building from the prior administration. It's on other agency apps. And so, no, of course I don't want it all out there. Because these were conversations back and forth that you should be able to have confidentially. But what you also saw was a healthy policy debate in how we were going to achieve this for the president, what would be the results, what should be the timeline. And I think, again, I am fortunate to work for this president. I am fortunate to help him execute this vision, and incredibly fortunate to have this team around him.
But there's no classified information in this exchange?
No classified information.
But you'd prefer it not to be out?
Of course. That'd be, do you want everything?
No, well, right. I don't work for the government. I mean, this is why that's why texting in general is, in government situations,
again, as
difficult.
The president said, if we could all stay in the same room, but when we've got people moving, right? As he said again today, I mean, that would be his preference. I think all of our preference. But when he has people all over the world and we're coordinating these complex operations, we're moving at Trump speed. Fast. Doing all of this. We're cleaning up. I mean, we're doing 5 or 6 legacy-defining things in the first month. And we're cleaning up multiple Biden messes, from the Middle East to Europe to the mess of our border, all at once, at the same time.
You don't need any distractions. You don't need any side stories or distractions. Yep. And I think people are watching this. Most Americans don't. They want the answers, the bottom line. Yep. You know, about Russia, about Ukraine, about China. But they read stuff like, oh, wait, there was a 2023 DOD memo that said you shouldn't use Signal. And yet you hear Ratcliffe today saying, well, it was commonly used. So doesn't there need to be a standard across the board?
Absolutely.
Just don't use any of these apps. But then how do you communicate when you're not in a skiff?
Well, and that's what you heard. That's what you heard Elon talking about, kind of the mess that is government communications. I could tell you, members of that team, I've been very frustrated about, the quality of our communications. We are working to address that. So one of the things that DOJ is doing is improving our IT, is improving our ability to communicate. And to the extent we get everybody in the same room, always better.
Yeah, it's always better. But you've never met Goldberg. He's out there saying you guys have met in the past, but you've never met him.
No idea. Wouldn't know him if I bumped into him, if I saw him in a police lineup. Do now. Knew him by reputation about lying about the president over and over again. What I can tell you for certain, certainly wasn't reaching out or talking to him at all. Why would I?
Yeah, well, he's been one of the most vociferous, vituperative so-called journalists out there in the Atlantic.
Well, near and dear to my heart as a veteran is lying about Gold Star families who love this president, veterans who love this president, and are thanking God he's president and commander-in-chief once again. And then you have a defense secretary who this morning I was talking to is working out with the Navy SEALs out in Honolulu, leading improving morale, improving recruiting, improving lethality, and working with DOGE to improve efficiency and get our warfighters back to meritocracy, mission focus. I mean, again, Laura, this team believes in this president. This team likes each other, knows each other, is working. Was there a mistake? Absolutely. We're going to improve it. We're going to fix it. And we're going to move forward to achieve the president's agenda.
Why was Bessent on this text chain? I was curious about that. There's just like little things like, why would Scott Bessent?
Because you have a sanctions regime. This is, again, right? You had Biden just literally, they would swarm our destroyers with drones, cruise missiles, UAVs. At first, he would allow them to just shoot them down, then pinprick attack, then 4 months would go by, shut down shipping. 75% of global commerce is getting rerouted. The world owes the president a favor, or excuse me, a thank you for taking this on and fixing this problem. And that is dry up their money, dry up their supply chain from Iran, hold Iran accountable, go after the missiles, go after the leadership. If you're going to move against a terrorist group, you take them out. And that's exactly what this team was doing.
I was actually relieved to see the nature of the exchange among you. I mean, it's kind of cool for regular people just to see, okay, how do these decisions get made with the president and the, you know, obviously Miller is representing the president. But I actually thought it was really refreshing to see how you all seem to have mutual respect. No one's like blowing off another person's opinion. And none of us know anything about how decisions were made in the Biden administration. Nothing.
Well,
or if he was even
or
there.
who was deciding, not how decisions were made, who was actually deciding, because clearly it wasn't him. But you see this healthy back and forth, this respectful back and forth, different points of view. But at the end of the day, we're executing the president's vision, the president's direction, keeping it all coordinating and moving at Trump warp speed to do it all at once. I mean, not only have the media been on their back foot and the Democrats been on their back foot, all of our adversaries are on their back foot in terms of how to respond to him and the pace with which he moves.
Are we going to end this Ukraine war soon?
We just had the next step today. We've had an energy aerial ceasefire. We just defined what those targets that are now off limits on both sides are to de-escalate that. Now we're going to the Black Sea. The president's determined to end the war. And even, Laura, I mean, you have the NATO Secretary General, NATO, looking at the president in the Oval Office saying, you broke the logjam. Just months ago, no one was talking. Now we're going from, if this war will ever end, an endless war of people, treasure, and material, to now how it will end. And, of course, the people that were in the endless war camp are going to criticize how this president is going to end it. But he is going to drive it to an end, and it's an honor to be part of it.
And lessons learned after the app. We're not using Signal app anymore.
Yeah, right. Lesson learned number one is you've got journalists out there who have made fame and fortune trying to trash this president. Yeah. And so, look, we've got to tighten up. We are tightening up, and we have some of the best technology minds looking at how this happened.
Well, it's happened to the best of us, but you know, President Trump just needs no distractions. He needs to, you know, pedal to the metal.
And Laura, it's the honor of a lifetime to work for him.
Well, I really appreciate your coming in. There's a kind of a confusing set of facts, and thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely.
We are now one of the
All right, so that was Mike Waltz speaking there on Fox News Channel overnight, addressing several topics. He concluded speaking about the Ukraine war, but specifically discussing the Signal group chat accusations that have been circulating in the media. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the very latest on the same topic with response from Pete Hegseth. Don't go anywhere. 6:24 is the time, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we heard the very latest from Mike Waltz in relation to those accusations of that Signal group chat. Well, right now, we're about to hear a response from Pete Hegseth. Let's listen in.
Good evening, everybody. Just a great day. Any day you're forward deployed with the troops as the Secretary of Defense is a good day. And what we got to see here, starting with PT with Navy SEALs in the morning, which has turned into smoke to SecDef more than it has PT. The opportunity to see what the Marines are doing here, incredible stuff, training space jungle school for the Army, the Air Force capabilities, Space Force capabilities, Naval lift. It's all here, and it's all a reflection of America's commitment to the Indo-Pacific and the Trump administration's focus on ensuring that we are doing everything we can to deter conflict with the Communist Chinese, who we don't seek conflict with at all. But we will stand strong in deterrence and will posture troops forward. That's why we're going out to Guam and to see our friends in Japan and the Philippines. We're posturing forward, talking and meeting with commanders who have the capabilities that understand the AOR, talking to friends and allies. And in that, it doesn't get any better than watching troops in action, which is a humbling and an honor for me. So it's been a great day here, and we look forward to many more ahead on this trip as we institute, sort of live out, try to showcase the pivot that President Trump is putting toward the Indo-Pacific, making sure we're properly focusing and prioritizing where we should on peer adversaries to stand strong and reflect deterrence. Reestablishing deterrence is part of what President Trump has compelled me to do, in addition to restoring the warrior ethos and rebuilding our military. And reestablishing deterrence is a big part of why we're here. Happy to take a couple of questions.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, thanks. First of all, thanks so much for having me on the trip. That helicopter ride was awesome. I'm sure my colleagues feel the same way. My question's on Taiwan. You mentioned deterrence. Admiral Paparo in his speeches has said that the exercises around Taiwan are not just exercises, but rehearsals for an attack. How concerned are you about China's ability and intent to try and retake the island by force?
Well, Admiral Paparo has said China's rehearsals could potentially always be a rehearsal for an attack. The rehearsals, the exercises, the campaigns we're doing in and around the first island chain are not meant to be the precursor to an attack. We're here to deter. We're here to show strength with our allies, and that includes ensuring that in every possible way American force is projected forward. So we don't want to see a conflict at all. And that's certainly the president's perspective. But we're going to be postured forward and leaning forward as much as necessary to ensure that doesn't happen.
And just a quick follow-up. On the counter diversity, equity, inclusion, what's your assessment now 3 months in trying to undo a lot of those programs?
My assessment is the DOD will be merit-based and colorblind. You will be judged based on how good you are at your job. Full stop. That's it. And so getting rid of diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, getting rid of different standards was fundamental to getting back to basics. And that's what when I get a chance to talk to commanders here, that's what I emphasize. We're getting back to basics. Standards at every level need to be adhered to, and that's at a baseline. And when you talk to soldiers, you talk to Marines, they get it. They get it. They've seen the standards slide under the previous administration. They watched, in many different ways how it eroded, or quotas were being met, or different aspects boxes had to be checked. Not anymore. The only box that gets checked in this Defense Department is lethality and your ability to do your job. Ellie?
Mr. Secretary, the messages the White House called authentic did at the very least include sensitive details about targets and timing. Did you declassify that information before you put it in the chat? And are you using Signal to discuss operations as sensitive as the strikes against the Houthis on a government or a personal phone?
First, all I would say is the strikes against the Houthis that night were devastatingly effective. And I'm incredibly proud of the courage and skill of the troops. And they are ongoing and continue to be devastatingly effective. The last place I would want to be right now is a Houthi in Yemen who wants to disrupt freedom of navigation. So the skill and courage of our troops is on full display. It's a complete opposite approach from the fecklessness of the Biden administration. President Trump said peace through strength will be brought back. Freedom of navigation will return. And that's exactly what we're doing. As I also stated yesterday, nobody's texting war plans. And that's all I have to say about that.
So those same troops that you are proud of, do you regret putting information like the ones you did in the signal chat that could endanger those same American service members?
Nobody's texting more plans. I know exactly what I'm doing, exactly what we're directing, and I'm really proud of what we accomplished, the successful missions that night and going forward.
So you had a conversation with seniors in the Pecan. So how do you had a conversation with senior officials in the Pecan today and yesterday, and how do you evaluate the importance of Indo-Pecan?
Indo-Pecan is critically important, and Admiral Paparo is a fighting admiral. He's a really smart guy who's exactly where we need him at the tip of the spear. Indo-Pecan is where we need to be focusing. What you will see in the interim national defense strategy from the DoD will focus, make sure we're defending the homeland, including the homeland Oconus here in Hawaii, and that we're postured to focus on the Indo-Pacific. So it's critically important.
One more.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Earlier today at the POW-MIA accounting agency, you were taking a tour of the building and you were shown a wall of Medal of Honor recipients whose remains have been recovered over the years. I'm sure it was a very humbling experience. By sheer chance, one of those recipients that was pointed out to you was a Lieutenant Alexander Bonnyman Jr., a Marine who passed away some time ago, fought in World War II, I believe. You said, wait a minute, I know who that is. And it turns out that by just pure happenstance, you obviously went to Princeton, and he also went to Princeton, and you remember studying him back when you were a student there.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that was like, and what a cool story.
It's a cool story. So we were at the Defense Prisoner of War Missing in Action Agency, where they still commit to the legacy of those that have lost on the battlefield, bringing them home, identifying the remains, and making sure the families have that closure. We leave nobody behind. I was looking at the wall, and in this one particular unit, there was a lieutenant who was a recipient of the Medal of Honor. And I looked up and it said Lieutenant Bonnyman, and I just thought, where have I heard that name before? And then I realized at Princeton, there were stars outside some of the windows of the older buildings, and one of those was a window of a dorm I was in, maybe sophomore or junior year. And on that star was Lieutenant Bonnyman. I didn't know who he was. I remember researching, though, his name and that star, because I thought if his name's outside my window, I was probably an ROTC cadet at that point, I want to know who he is. And so they told me a little bit of the story there, and it rang a bell with me. I know I wrote something about him, too, when I'll have to find that and maybe release it. But it was pretty cool to see the connection between someone who I'd heard of as a Medal of Honor recipient and then the commitment of our country to then go find him in a foreign land and bring him back so that the whole cycle is sort of complete and he gets the honor that he deserves. So pretty cool. And it was emblematic of this day today, like watching the troops in real time, and then watching the legacy of their service as well played out all here in Hawaii. So it's been great to
All right, that's
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Appreciate
everybody.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth holding a press gaggle in Hawaii. This time yesterday, we saw him out there covering some Pearl Harbor things, but he spoke about several agenda items, including those accusations of that Signal group chat leak. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. More political headlines when we return. 6:35 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine as we continue with your top political headlines, giving you a live look at the White House on this Wednesday morning as we're learning the Trump administration invoked a state secrets privilege and refused to give a federal judge any additional information about the deportation of Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador under an 18th century wartime law. It's a case that has become a flashpoint amid escalating tension with the federal courts. The declaration comes as the chief judge of the federal district court in Washington weighs whether the government defied his order to turn around planes carrying migrants after he blocked deportations of people alleged to be gang members without due process. A lot to dissect and discuss, so let's bring into the conversation the expert trial attorney, Jeremy Rosenthal. Always a pleasure, Jeremy. Good morning.
Good morning, Gina. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. So, Jeremy, for some people, this case might be a little confusing. It's a lot of back and forth with President Donald Trump and the federal judge. Set the stage for us. Where are we? How do we get to this point?
This has been quite the saga. The Trump administration used the act to deport the people that they believe are gang members from Venezuela, which gives the executive sweeping authority to do so. It's a very novel argument. When they did so, a federal judge, some of the detainees, if you will, if that's the right word to use, were able to contact attorneys, those lawyers who were prepared for this, because using the Alien Enemies Act was something that has been in Donald Trump's campaign repertoire. He talked about it on Inauguration Day. So these lawyers were ready. They filed a lawsuit to try to block it. They got in front of Judge Boasberg, who is this district judge in D.C. He initially blocked the action, which was already taking place. Ordered planes to be turned around mid-flight, said, we're going to review the legality of this before anybody does anything. The judge does what we call, in legal parlance, preserving the status quo. And some of the planes went all the way to Nicaragua, which was their destination. And the judge now is wanting to know, federal government, did you disobey my orders? And we've had a lot of back and forth since then.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jeremy, there are two sides to this conversation. Obviously, the Trump administration feels like they're doing what they need to do to keep Americans safe. They are saying that the people who are being deported, one, are not here legally, and two, are committing crimes. They're saying these are gang members who are infiltrating drugs into the communities. They are committing rapes, where across the aisle, they are saying regardless of what these people are doing, they need due process. With your legal jargon and candor and your expertise, break that down, because there's a fine line of due process and keeping people safe, correct?
Of course. And nobody in America, not you, not me, not anybody, not the president of the United States, nobody gets to grade their own paper. And the courts are the ones who, under Marbury versus Madison, they're a third branch of government. And when somebody files a lawsuit, they're the referees that come in and decide whether or not the executive is acting lawfully. So that's sort of what you're seeing here in action, which is the judicial branch stepping in and calling a timeout, and the executive branch, are they pushing back? Are they not pushing back? They invoked yesterday, as you said, the state's secrets privilege, which is saying that we're not going to tell this judge what exactly the judge has ordered. He says, I want you guys to tell me what's going on here. I want you to give me the names of these people. I want you to give me some details about these people. I need to know these if I'm going to make the decision about this. And the federal government has not done so yet. Now, at this point, they've given reasons that they think are lawful for not obeying this judge's commands. And that's where this thing really sort of grinds to its halt and the stalemate where we are now. The state's secrets privilege is a privilege. The way a privilege works is the judge still gets to review the privilege, and he still gets to review at least some of the information to decide whether or not the privilege is valid, because going back to the original thing that I was saying, we don't get to grade our own papers in this country. So the federal judge gets to look at that. Now, the other side may not see that. The detainees may not ultimately get to see that. The public may not get to see that. But the judge can conduct what's called an in-camera inspection, which means federal government, okay, I understand you think that this stuff is so radioactive and so politically toxic that the world can't see it for America's own protection. I get that. That's why you're going to show this to me in my office. And if I decide that you're right, nobody anywhere gets to see this. And if I decide that you're wrong, you can appeal it to a higher judge. And that's kind of how this goes. But that's the issue here, is that invoking the privilege doesn't mean that they can't comply with this order.
Thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. And it seems like this morning, Jeremy, everyone has an opinion on this topic. Bill Barr putting this quote out on Fox News saying the president is absolutely right to be frustrated and concerned about the way the courts are handling this. Again, that quote from Bill Barr. The perspective from this, we're knowing this goes back to an 18th century wartime law, a case that became a flashpoint amid escalating tension with the federal courts. The viewers wanting to know this morning, Jeremy, can you redact this 18th century wartime law for current 2025 concerns as it relates to migrants and deportations, but again, also safety and security?
The Trump administration may ultimately get a victory or a partial victory by using this act to deport people that they think are gang members, to think that are dangerous. But it's got to go through the process. And again, you don't get to grade your own paper. You don't get to just tell everybody, get out of my way, we're going to do this, and then everybody's just going to deal with it. Again, the federal courts deal all the time with classified information and classified documents and very, very sensitive information, and they're used to protecting it. And it's their job, frankly, to protect it just as the government would. So the idea that only we as the executive branch can have eyes on this information is a hard one to advance in the courts. But federal judges don't like being told no. And in this country, we don't tell judges no. That's not what we do. The administration would say, well, we're not telling this judge no. We're complying with the judge's orders. But there's a lot of a power struggle here trying to sort of get around this. And it may be that the administration is thinking, well, we're not going to let a lower federal judge sort of push us around. John Roberts came out and sort of made a statement about efforts to impeach Judge Boasberg that said, look, I mean, we don't impeach people because we disagree with them. People who disagree with you aren't necessarily bad people. We just disagree. And ultimately, this thing probably does wind up in some way, shape, or form at the Supreme Court. But a judge's ruling is a judge's ruling, and a federal district judge can order, he can rule in the manner in which he has. And if he's wrong, then we reverse it. That's kind of how this goes.
Yeah, you actually read my mind. I just put up the latest from Chief Justice John Roberts. He basically rebuked President Trump for saying the judge who blocked the deportation flight should be impeached. Quote, not an appropriate response. That coming from Chief Justice John Roberts. For the everyday person, they are saying this is very concerning when you have the commander in chief and then you have federal officials not on the same page. They say, what does that mean for law and order?
It means everything, and when we speak about reading minds, Gina, that's why I do. You know what? You read my mind, which is to say that, look, the rule of law means we do what judges say, and it doesn't just go for the president and Judge Boasberg. It goes for your child custody case. It goes for an eviction in your own neighborhood. It goes for the judge ordering somebody to pay you if they've breached a contract with you. I don't get to not pay a judgment because, well, judge, I think you're kind of crazy. I don't get to do that. I don't get to tell my client, you know what? Keep your kids over the weekend, even though the judge ordered that they go to your ex. This judge just doesn't know what he's talking about. That's the rule of law. That means that I respect this judge and I do what the judge says, not because the judge can have me thrown in jail or take any other action. It's because that's what we do. We do what judges tell us in this country.
Trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal, always a pleasure to talk law and order with you here on the show. A lot of people were confused, but your detailed breakdown definitely shined a light to both sides of this conversation and the controversy that surrounds the topic. Thank you again for joining us. Have a great rest of your day.
You too, Gina. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'm Gina Francine. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing with your top stories and headlines of the day, we now head out to the Big Apple. A judge has ruled in favor of 21-year-old Columbia University student Yoon-Soo Chung, saying that she cannot be detained by ICE. The Trump administration was trying to deport her for her role in pro-Palestinian protests. Right now, we want to check in with Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti. She joins us live in Morningside Heights with the very latest on the story. Briella, good morning.
Good morning, Gina. Yeah, a federal judge issued that ruling yesterday, arguing that the government has not provided enough facts about its claims against 21-year-old Yoon-Soo Chung. It marks a major legal victory, at least for the time being. Chung, a lawful permanent resident who came to the U.S. when she was 7 years old, said ICE agents moved to deport her after she was arrested at a Barnard College protest earlier this month. Within days of her arrest, Chung's lawyers allege law enforcement officials went to her parents' home seeking to detain her and executed a search warrant at her dorm. In a statement issued earlier this week, the Department of Homeland Security said Chung had engaged in concerning conduct. But Judge Naomi Buchwald explained that the government hadn't filed any evidence that Chung was dangerous or communicated with terrorists.
Ms. Chung has won. The court did the sensible thing. It is a temporary restraining order. Until further order of the court, ICE will not be able to take further steps to detain her, and we will continue to fight as hard as we need to vindicate her constitutional rights. The only reason that the government is seeking to detain a 21-year-old college junior at Columbia, a high school valedictorian with no criminal priors, is simply because her viewpoint, her speech, her First Amendment protected speech, it happens to be something that they disagree with.
At a separate hearing yesterday, another federal judge weighed whether to block Columbia from sharing the disciplinary records of Mahmoud Khalil and 7 other students with a Republican-led House committee. She asked lawyers for the students and the government to send in any additional arguments by tomorrow and said she'd make a decision after that. Today at noon, faculty union leaders plan to discuss their lawsuit against the Trump administration for its decision to revoke $400 million in federal funding from Columbia. Some are accusing the Ivy League school of caving to the president's demands plans after it announced changes aimed at protecting Jewish students. That press conference, though, will happen at Columbia University Irving Medical Center in Washington Heights, not on campus where we've seen all of these protests. Now, getting back to Chung's case, which is, of course, far from over, Judge Buchwald set a briefs deadline for next month, and oral arguments will be heard on May 20th. For now, we're live here in Morningside Heights. Jeanne, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Briella, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. It seems like there are updates on this story every single day, and for some it could get confusing, but thank you so much for keeping us up to date and informed. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And as we are out in the Big Apple on this Wednesday morning, giving you a live look outside of our Fox television studios here at 6:51 on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, 6:53 here on the East Coast, and we continue with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of the day. Getting back to this one, out in Geneva, Switzerland, as the United Nations Human Rights Council, they have come back and convened to continue their Wednesday morning debate and discussion. Let's listen in.
Recommendations must be made to states under review in a way that takes into account of their societal, cultural and religious specificities. And we would like to recall that implementation of the recommendations is something that falls exclusively to the state concerned. Other international partners may contribute to helping the state implement the recommendations once the recommendations have been approved by the state concerned. We would like to recall that civil society and national human rights institutions all contribute to strengthening the UPR and the implementation of recommendations. It is also imperative to provide technical support to least developed countries when they request such support. By way of conclusion, it is necessary to continue the Universal Periodic Review on the basis of the principles of non-politicization and respect for the specificities of each country. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. South Africa aligns itself with the statement delivered by the African Group. Human rights are the foundation of South Africa's constitutional order. Consequently, South Africa values the Universal Periodic Review. We regard it as the platform for constructive discussions to find solutions to the gaps that exist in promoting and and protecting human rights, both in terms of domestic standard setting and the effective implementation of international obligations. In this context, we would like to underscore the significance of the Universal Periodic Review as a distinctive and crucial mandate within the international human rights framework. The UPR fosters collaboration, dialogue, and the sharing of best practices among member states while ensuring that all nations are held accountable for their human rights obligations and commitments. Since its inception, the UPR has demonstrated itself as an effective mechanism for promoting constructive dialogue and inclusive engagement to improve human rights practices worldwide. We emphasize that the UPR must remain an intergovernmental process driven by UN member states and action-orientated, conducted in an objective, transparent, non-selective, constructive, non-confrontational, and non-politicized manner. Mr. President, to guarantee the ongoing success of the UPR, we urge all member states to encourage continued active participation of all United Nations member states in the UPR process, both as reviewers and states under review, to submit comprehensive national reports and engage in constructive dialogue during the review sessions, to prioritize the implementation of UPR recommendations through national action plans, resource allocation, and monitoring mechanisms, and to strengthen the role of civil society organizations to enhance transparency and accountability. In conclusion, Mr. President, as we move forward in our collective endeavor to advocate for human rights for all people, let us reaffirm our commitment to the Universal Periodic Review as the fundamental cornerstone of international human rights cooperation. By working together and supporting the UPR process, we can promote a more just, equitable, and inclusive world where the rights and dignity of every person are upheld.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Maldives.
Thank you, Mr. President. The UPR is the hallmark of multilateralism in the promotion of protection of human rights, serving as an essential peer review mechanism where all countries are assessed without distinction. The Maldives remains committed to the UPR process and its core values, recognizing its vital role in improving human rights worldwide. It provides an opportunity to assess progress, address challenges, and seek collaborative solutions in the spirit of mutual respect and shared responsibility. During the third cycle review in November 2020, the Maldives accepted 187 recommendations. To ensure their effective implementation, we have established a national mechanism for implementation, reporting, and follow-up. To ensure effective coordination, systematic monitoring, and sustained implementation of human rights commitments. In further strengthening this mechanism through our collaboration with OHCHR, we are proud to be one of the few countries in Asia to introduce a national recommendations tracking database. Importantly, this database will be utilized to streamline reporting and collection of data from national agencies, which will ultimately contribute to Maldives' forthcoming UPR submission this year. Mr. President, as a small island developing state, the Maldives emphasizes the importance of the hybrid modalities within the UPR process to enable inclusive and cost-effective participation by relevant national authorities. We also underscore the importance of sustained technical assistance and capacity-building support at all stages of the review. The Maldives acknowledges the cooperation and assistance provided by OHCHR and the UPR Secretariat and look forward to strengthening our engagement in our forthcoming cycle of UPR in November this year. I thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia.
Gracias, señor. Thank you, President. Allow me to begin by expressing Colombia's disappointment at the attitude of Nicaragua to not present its annex to the UPR, which means that this Council can't yet conclude that review. We are facing times of doubt in which multilateralism, universality, and the indivisibility and interdependence of human rights are questioned. These doubts regarding the work of this Council and its mechanisms must be tackled and addressed, but they should also be countered. Colombia, with its huge human rights challenges, an armed conflict of more than 60 years, multiple legal and illegal armed groups, thousands of victims, and a strong, empowered and active civil society, feels that the United Nations system and its recommendations and mechanisms are a great assistance and serve as an example of how cooperation between the different stakeholders that all play a role in the system can work together to build better societies. Throughout the various UPR cycles, and thanks to the role of civil society in Colombia and this Council's work, our country has felt significant positive results. During the first cycle, recommendations about the so-called false positives had a major effect. They complemented the observations made by other international bodies.
All right, you were listening there to the United Nations Human Rights Council as they are discussing a variety of topics. A big thank you to Jeanne Francine. She has been on the air here with you for the past 2 hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. My name is Josh Breslow, and here at the top of the hour, I'm here to bring you your top stories and breaking news. It is 7:01 on the East Coast and 4:01 on the West Coast. Do want to take you out to some of the big stories that we are following at this hour here. Take a look at this video as we get to the latest out of the Middle East. Hundreds, possibly thousands of people within the Gaza Strip gathering to protest against the Hamas terror group. Now, this is just some of the video coming in courtesy the Center for Peace Communications. And in that video, you can actually hear chants of, quote, Hamas, get out. Gaza's people don't want wars. They demand the end of Hamas's rule. They demand peace, end quote. This comes as the war continues to escalate in Gaza between Israel and Hamas after a weeks-long ceasefire abruptly ended when Hamas would not budge on requests by Israel to extend phase 1 of the agreement. As always, a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Alex Trayman, the CEO and Jerusalem bureau chief at the Jewish News Syndicate. Thank you so much, as always, Alex, for taking the time to be here with us.
Josh, thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you about these protests, because we've seen some smaller protests and demonstrations in the past there in Gaza, but this one appears to be a little bit larger. Is that something that we are expecting to see more of there, and how significant is it to see that?
I think we will see more of this in the coming weeks. The reason why we haven't really seen protests of this nature previously is because Hamas is a terrorist organization that puts its own civilians in harm's way and has sought to prevent such protests violently on the streets of Gaza previously. There was even reports that in these protests that there were Hamas security officers dressed as civilians attempting to break up these protests. But certainly Gazan citizens should be looking at the situation around them and realize that all of the destruction that's taken place in Gaza Strip over the last 16 months has been caused by Hamas's attack of Israel on October 7th, and that Hamas does not give the Gazan people any hope for a peaceful future.
And again, you are taking a look at just some of that video coming in for the Center for Peace Communications. Now, are we essentially in an all-out war again between Israel and Hamas, with the situation returning to kind of the way it was prior to that ceasefire agreement, as Hamas did not accept the plan there by Israel?
Well, you're correct to note that we're no longer in a period of agreed upon ceasefire. At the same time, we're not yet in a period of all-out war. To basically announce kind of the end of the ceasefire, even a few weeks after the ceasefire deal expired, Israel has conducted very highly targeted strikes at Hamas terror operatives, some of the top members of the Hamas chain of command. But we're not yet seeing a full return to high-scale violence against Hamas by the IDF. But I do think that we're getting closer and closer towards that if Hamas does not agree to release the remaining hostages.
We heard from Israel's President Herzog, who said that it appears that Israel is kind of losing its focus there on returning the hostages, saying that that does not appear to be the primary focus. I did want to ask you, based on that statement here, what is the relationship like between Herzog and Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister?
Well, I think that there's some broad disagreement with that statement. The prime minister has said that it's only military force, the threat of military force, that will push Hamas into concessions. Whenever Hamas feels they have the upper hand, they raise the stakes in the negotiations. But then the relationship between Herzog and Netanyahu is not a strong relationship. You know, Herzog ran for the prime ministership against Prime Minister Netanyahu in 2015 as the head of the left-wing Labor Party. He's no friend of the prime minister. He could have ended a lot of the domestic disputes in Israel by stepping up and calling for unity, and even potentially for pardoning Prime Minister Netanyahu in these trials that have been now ongoing for 5 years and don't seem to be heading toward any kind of a conviction by any standards. But unfortunately, like many of the other members of the political system, Netanyahu and Herzog are at odds with one another.
We've heard about all of the controversy surrounding the removal of the head of the Shin Bet there. Can you explain how pivotal the Shin Bet is going to be there when you're talking about a time of war, which is obviously what we've seen since October 7th of 2023?
Well, the Shin Bet is the internal security services, but in Israel, we have a complex situation where Gaza, which is considered an enemy territory, is also considered to be an internal security threat. It's essentially the Israeli FBI, and they are largely responsible for security, maintaining security with regards to Gaza. It's super important for the prime minister to have a head of the Shin Bet, a security agency that he trusts. Remember that this position is part of the executive branch of the government, and it has been clear over the last several weeks and months that both Barr and Netanyahu have not been on the same page about how to conduct the war, how to conduct the hostage negotiations, and there's also serious questions being raised by the prime minister about why the head of the Shin Bet did not alert the prime minister on the early morning and overnight prior to October 7th, allowing this attack to take place without the prime minister's knowledge.
And obviously a situation that we're following there as it has been developing. Now, the direct talks between the U.S. and Hamas, is there any fallout from that? Obviously, Israel not necessarily happy when you talk about the fact that the U.S. was directly communicating with Hamas when it, comes to the American hostages that are there. Has there been any sort of fallout between Israel and the U.S. or even President Trump and Netanyahu?
Well, I do think that Israel was upset that the United States had entered into negotiations directly with Hamas without Israel's prior knowledge. For Israel, it's very important that the two countries will be lockstep with regard to what the policies are going to be. But I do think that it has all really worked out for the best. Adam Boehler was not successful in negotiating with Hamas, and he's been removed from the hostage negotiations. Steve Witkoff seemingly acknowledging, as you mentioned, that perhaps he was duped by Hamas, and I do believe that there are a lot of elements that are trying to create a rift between the Trump administration and the Netanyahu government, particularly among the left wing in Israel, because they see Trump's backing as being a number one element of Netanyahu's political power in Israel, and they're trying to ruin that. But I do believe that the president is aware of this campaign, and he is also aware that the prime minister is under some of the same threats that the president himself is under from what the president and Netanyahu refer to as their respective deep states in their country. And it seems as though the two administrations still are working pretty well together.
And Alex, I did want to ask you, we've talked about Hamas a lot here, but one thing that we've also discussed, we have Hezbollah over in Lebanon, also the Houthis in Yemen there. Anything you want to add about that and what we're seeing as far as the situation plays out with those terror groups?
Well, as the ceasefire breaks down in Gaza, we recall that the Houthis have said since the beginning of the war that they were going to be attacking Israel and interrupting commercial shipping as long as Israel and Gaza were at war. So as that front, the Gaza front, picks up, we've seen an increase in rocket fire from the Houthis on several consecutive nights over the last several days. Israelis all across the country have been running into bomb shelters as ballistic missiles have been fired at Israel. Israel's been successful in intercepting those missiles. At the same time, the United States seems pretty fed up with what has been taking place out of Yemen, with the interruption of international shipping, with the firing of ballistic missiles at Israel, and maybe more importantly, the direct attacks on U.S. naval vessels that are patrolling the region. And they've been conducting attacks in Yemen against Houthi infrastructure and top leadership. So we are seeing sort of return to war. And you'll recall that Israel really stopped the fighting because of the desire to negotiate to get hostages out. Once Hamas has said that they're no longer willing to return hostages to Israel, we're seeing Israel want to return to its initial goal, stated goal of a total victory, at least on the Gaza front. And that can cause tremendous instability both with Hezbollah and with the Houthis.
All right. Alex Trayman, thank you as always for taking the time to join us. Anything you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I still think it's important to note that the United States has announced publicly that it's holding Iran responsible for every missile fired by the Houthis. It has implored Iran to make the Houthis stop their fight. And it's Iran that is the #1 backer and financer and supplier of the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Hamas in Gaza. And it does appear as though the president of the United States is running out of patience with the Iranian regime. He is calling for some kind of negotiation whereby the Americans will be able to come in peacefully and dismantle the Iranian nuclear program, which is an illicit program. If those negotiations don't work, I do think that we may be getting closer and closer to an Israeli strike or a joint Israeli and American strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. So certainly we're probably nowhere near the end of this war, even though many people would like to see a quiet Middle East.
All right. Alex, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break it all down. We appreciate it.
Josh, as always, thanks for having me.
And we are going to get to more about the situation there involving Ukraine and Russia, as it appears that they could be getting closer to a potential ceasefire deal. But I do want to take you to an aerial image that is now coming in from our Fox Philadelphia team. This is over in Newcastle, Delaware, where you can see what appears to be a water main break as water is shooting into the sky there. Again, it looks like the road is possibly closed down to just one lane as cars are moving through as quickly as they can. Again, this appears to be a water main break, but all of this developing at this hour, so it's not quite clear just yet what caused this and how long it could take to fix it. But again, a portion of the road, they are shut down to traffic, and it looks like cars are able to move through very quickly. Kind of hard to tell, but it looks like the road is fairly wet, and there might be a train there off to the side that is stopped. Of course, not sure if there's any connection there, but they are going to work to repair this. However, I'm not seeing anyone actually out there at this point, just those cars that are moving very, very slowly. We're going to keep an eye on the situation as this is coming in from our Fox Philadelphia team. Again, that is over in Newcastle, Delaware. Again, we are going to get back to the latest here on our international stories as we keep an eye on how things are playing out there over in Russia and Ukraine, as we've learned about some new information here. Alex Hogan with Fox News breaking down the latest for us.
Agreed terms to a maritime truce. Both Russia and Ukraine greenlighting a plan to pause the fighting in the Black Sea, the critical defensive body of water on which both countries also rely for exports. It's the first significant step toward a full ceasefire amid U.S. President Donald Trump's pledge to swiftly end the war. The deal also includes a ban on targeting energy infrastructure for 30 days, a promise Russia says it will only trust with Washington's backing.
We will need clear guarantees. The guarantees can only be the result of an order from Washington to Zelensky and to his team to do one thing and not the other.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he believes the peace plan goes into effect immediately, although he expressed doubt that Moscow will hold up its end of the bargain.
If the Russians violate this, then I have a direct question for President Trump. If they violate, and here is the evidence, we ask for sanctions, we ask for weapons, and so on.
U.S. and Ukrainian delegates met in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, following talks between the U.S. and Russia. In separate agreements, the U.S. will help both countries on different fronts. The U.S. and Ukraine agreed to continue to work toward the exchange of prisoners of war, the release of civilian detainees, and the return of forcibly transferred Ukrainian children. The Trump administration has also agreed to help Russia increase its global exports of grain and fertilizer. Not all details are finalized. The Kremlin warns first sanctions must be lifted, and it won't give up control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
There are about 5 or 6 conditions. We're looking at all of them.
Despite days of diplomatic efforts in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, the fighting rages on. Both countries accuse the other of continued attacks.
The White House says this is the first step at securing lasting peace, and the U.S. will continue to facilitate conversations between both sides moving forward. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much. And you are taking a live look at the White House there on this Wednesday, March 26th, 2025. And take a look on the left-hand side of your screen. That is a look at what events we're keeping an eye on here. In just about 2 hours at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore as he marks 1 year since the Baltimore Bridge Collapse. And in just about 15 minutes, an expert will join us to talk about that, but also a report by the NTSB that reveals some new information and what could be a potential disastrous situation if several bridges, and we're talking dozens of them, are not assessed in the coming weeks, months, and even years. 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board, Jennifer Homendy, will testify at an oversight hearing on aviation safety. We have seen quite a few of these incidents that have taken place over the last several months, so she will testify, and we'll make sure to bring that to you as well. 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the National Intelligence Directors will testify on worldwide threats. Again, a lot of information here and a lot of live events that we will bring you. We'll keep you covered as we always do on LiveNOW from Fox. Also want to take a live look once again at this image that we do have coming in out of Newcastle, Delaware. It looks like things have been taken care of with this water main break where you saw moments ago water shooting into the air. Now things look to be fixed, so traffic moving along a little bit slowly as a result, as it was backed up for a while. But again, looks like things have been fixed there. The time now, 7:17 on the East Coast and 4:17 on the West Coast. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more coverage to get to here on LiveNOW from Fox in just a matter of moments. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here with all of your top stories and breaking news for the next several hours. We'll be right back with more LiveNOW in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 720 on the East Coast and 420 on the West Coast. As we get right back into your headlines here, President Trump is circling the wagons around his national security team as Democrats call for some resignations. The fallout from the use of a text messaging app to discuss attacks on Yemen continues today on Capitol Hill. Do want to bring in Doug Luzader with Fox News, joining us live from Washington this morning with more on that situation that is developing here. Good morning, Doug. Thanks for being here.
Good morning.
All right, so first off, what is President Trump saying about this whole situation here?
Well, look, you know, it's going to be a busy day again with all of this stuff going on. There's going to be another hearing today in the House, similar to the hearing that we saw yesterday with the Senate Intelligence Committee. And we're going to be hearing from administration officials, including two who were apparently part of this text exchange. That's the Director of National Intelligence, as well as the CIA director. But a lot of the criticism has been directed at the National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, the guy who set up this text exchange in the first place. And then, of course, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, who and, you know, there's still this question about what exactly was sent out over this app, but who got into some details about this attack that was going to take place against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Now, you know, as far as anyone stepping down, you have Democrats calling for the resignations of a number or perhaps all of the people that were on this call. The president, though, is standing by all of them, especially the National Security Advisor. He says that a lesson was learned here. It seems unlikely they're going to be using the Signal app for this kind of thing again moving forward, and that there's no need to apologize from the president's point of view here. So as long as that remains the case, and as long as these individuals retain the confidence of the president, there's just no indication that any heads are going to roll because of what played out on the Signal messaging app.
And you kind of touched on this already, but has the Trump administration mentioned the potential for any changes? As you said, likely the Signal app not necessarily going to be used.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely we're going to see that, you know, especially in any kind of information that even approaches something that's classified. And, you know, the administration has been pretty consistent here, saying that there was no classified information as part of this chat. We've never seen some of the messages in question, though.
All right. Doug Luzader there with Fox News. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
And the time now, 7:22 on the East Coast, 4:22 on the West Coast. Do have to head to a quick break, but so much more news to get to here on Live Now from Fox in just a matter of moments. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 725 on the East Coast and 425 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to get right back into your headlines today, as today does mark 1 year since the deadly collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore. This video here coming in from our Fox 5 DC team. Maryland Governor Wes Moore will speak later on this morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, the Key Bridge did collapse after a massive cargo ship, the Dolly, lost power and veered off course, striking one of its support piers, killing 6 construction workers. Just last week, federal investigators revealed more about the probe into exactly what happened that day. The National Transportation Safety Board saying the Maryland Transportation Authority failed to complete a recommended vulnerability assessment, and the board's chair, Jennifer Homendy, explained that would have shown the bridge was at significant risk of collapse from a ship strike long before that collision right there on your screen. The board also issued urgent recommendations and a report that lists 30 owners of 68 bridges across 19 states that Homendy says need to learn from Maryland's mistakes and perform assessments. Do want to bring in Dr. Sameh Badia, a structural engineer and professor in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at the George Washington University, to discuss this further here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you, Josh, and good morning to everyone.
Good morning. Well, first off, I want to go back in time a little bit, as today does mark 1 year since that collapse of the Key Bridge there in Baltimore. What was going through your mind that day as a structural engineer there? What are you thinking when you hear this bridge has collapsed? It's a major one in that area, and you actually see the video and aftermath.
Actually, when I saw the video, I was completely shocked to see a bridge this size coming down and completely crashing in about 4 or 5 seconds. And it was a big surprise for me to see a cargo ship like the Dolly, which is one of the, we call it average size cargo ships in the industry, leaving the navigation channel and hitting one of the piers. And what was very surprising to me is that the captain of the ship completely lost power and was not able to maneuver or control the ship. So this was a big surprise for me. We don't see this kind of failure or accidents every day. So it was a big shock to me.
Was this collapse maybe a wake-up call of sorts for some about the state of the bridges across the U.S.? Again, you're looking at video here, and that is a major, major bridge that is used by so many people.
Yes, for sure. It was a big wake-up call, not only for the design engineers, but even for the policy and decision makers. Just for your information, our highway system is a little bit old system. It started after the Second World War, around 1950. And some of the bridges that are currently used until today are more than 100 years, built 100 years ago. So our system is considered a little bit outdated system. And we need a lot of money and we need a lot of policy in order to fix the highway system. Our highway system right now has about or over 600,000 bridges. About 10% of them needs immediate kind of fixation or some kind of renovation in order to keep the same level of the activity on our highway system.
On that same note, the NTSB did release that report, and they talked about dozens of the bridges there. What stood out to you overall about that report in general?
In general, in my opinion, the report is very good because it pinpoints down about one point, which is collaboration between different parties. So, for example, the Maryland Transportation Authority, in order to take a decision to ramp up the kind of defense around the piers of this bridge, they need to dwell on some information coming from different directions, like the Federal Highway Administration, the Coast Guard, and the Corps of Engineering, which is maintaining the navigation channel itself. So there is not a one-party decision. It has to be a collaboration between different parties that they can give help to the DOT or the Transportation Authority. So in my opinion, the report, in my opinion, is a good step towards the right direction. And as you said, the report mentions that we have about 68 bridges in about 30 states, that they have some kind of risk around similar bridges to the ones that we had in Baltimore.
This is a kind of a tough question, but I'm hoping you could provide some context. How long does the average major bridge kind of last? How long is it usable before something else has to be done?
If you go back to this report, you'll find that they talked about a couple of bridges in New York that are built in 1920s. So we have some bridges, we're still using them today, and they are more than 100 years old. So from the material perspective, you can continue using the bridge as long as the structural efficiency is there. We know that the weight of the trucks that are right now on our highway system are getting larger and larger every day. So every couple of years, I think about 2 years, every state DOT has to do what they call it a rating process for their major bridges. And they need to make sure that they have enough structural efficiency in the bridge. So to answer your question, the bridge can last over 100 years if it is well maintained.
All right. Dr. Badia, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and discuss all of this. Anything else you want to add here about any of this before I let you go?
I think the report, for some reason, didn't talk about the cargo ship itself. For a cargo ship just is coming outside the harbor and completely loses its power, and the captain is not able to maneuver or control the ship, this is something that the report has not talked about it. I'm not sure, is it intentionally or there is some kind of another report coming after this one that is going to talk about the cargo ships that are in our area over here or not. But I believe this is a point that needs to be investigated.
All right, Dr. Sameh Badia, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and discuss all of this further on what is a sad anniversary, 1 year since the bridge collapse. Thank you again for being here with us.
Thank you, Josh.
And I do want to remind you that we are expecting to hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore coming up in just about 90 minutes. We'll bring you those comments here as he marks 1 year since that disaster that killed several construction workers. We are going to head to a quick break, but so much more news to get to here in just a few. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get right back into your headlines here as comments from Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, a Democrat from Dallas, about Republican Governor Greg Abbott sparking backlash. Crockett referred to Governor Abbott as, quote, Hot Wheels. The Republican governor has been in a wheelchair since 1984 when he was paralyzed after being hit by a falling tree while out jogging. Stephen Dial at Fox 4 Dallas has more on the controversy.
Dallas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is being called out by other elected officials for her comments last Saturday at a human rights campaign event.
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot mess.
Referring to Governor Greg Abbott as Hot Wheels, Abbott was partially paralyzed when a tree fell on him decades ago.
I'm going to move on.
Multiple Texas lawmakers took to social media to condemn Crockett for her remarks. Texas Senator John Cornyn saying, quote, Crockett's comments are disgraceful. Can you imagine if a Republican said something like this? It would be on the front page of the New York Times and all over CNN. I spoke to Crockett Tuesday. She had this to say, quote, I said that he was a hot expletive mess, referencing his terrible policies. Never at any time did I reference his condition. I am even more appalled that the people that unequivocally support Trump, who is known for racially insensitive nicknames and mocking the uniquely abled, are outraged. Keep this energy up for all people, not just your political adversaries.
On March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down.
Crockett is also in hot water for this comment she made about Elon Musk, who has been the target of protests and whose Tesla dealerships have been hit by vandals. Moments after the remark, Crockett gave a clarification, saying she did not mean violence towards Musk.
I'm saying that figuratively. Obviously, everything that I am promoting is nonviolent. And so definitely don't want anyone to take that word literal in any way.
Those comments did not sit well with the U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi, who thinks Crockett should be censured by Congress.
Yet she turns and says, oh, I'm not calling for violence. Well, she is an elected public official, and so she needs to tread very carefully because nothing will happen to Elon Musk.
Stephen Dial, Fox 4 News.
All right, I do want to stay over in Texas right now, as Texas is among the states that have fallen victim to a series of attacks at Tesla dealerships across the country. Now the FBI launching a new task force. Kennedy Hayes has more for us from Austin.
One day after Austin police discovered multiple firebombs at a local Tesla dealership, the FBI said it's launching a new task force aimed at cracking down on violent Tesla attacks. This after Tesla attacks have now been reported in at least a dozen states as well as Canada. The head of the FBI and Attorney General calling the attacks acts of domestic terrorism.
We can infer that they're angry at Mr. Musk for his political activity, but they're going to actually need evidence to prove that. Then it does fit, I think, pretty squarely within the definition of domestic terrorism.
Attackers have been targeting Tesla since President Trump put the car company's owner, Elon Musk, in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency. One Tesla driver telling Fox he recently found the word Nazi carved into his vehicle.
I've had folks roll coal on me or give me the middle finger or things like that, cut me off, pretty aggressively on purpose.
Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez asked about the increase in Tesla protests.
I think about Republicans calling me a communist and Republicans saying that I hate this country, and I certainly have felt the impact of that.
President Trump calling the attackers terrorists and vowing they'll be held accountable.
But I think they're going to suffer very grave consequences because they're really terrorists.
And while it's still unknown who is responsible for the latest attack here in Austin, at least 3 people have been charged in Oregon, South Carolina, and Colorado. In Austin, Texas, Kennedy Hayes, Fox News.
Kennedy, thank you. And now for our next story, we head over to Washington State. That is where a man does face a hate crime charge after he's accused of planting a pipe bomb in a woman's SUV on New Year's Eve. Police in Everett, Washington say the suspect is seen on surveillance footage lighting an explosive, then throwing it inside the vehicle before running off. Our Fox 13 Seattle team digging deeper and finding out more.
2025 started with a bang at this apartment complex in Everett, rocking the parking lot near Pacific Avenue and Rucker Avenue that was not of the celebratory variety.
That wasn't regular fireworks. That was something else.
Calvin Treemstra says he was with his daughter, waiting to ring in the new year, when they heard the explosion and when they stepped out to see it for themselves.
We just kind of looked at each other, and it's like, well, this is the world we live in now.
This surveillance footage was among multiple security cameras that Everett police say shows a man lighting a pipe bomb, then throwing it inside the victim's SUV before running away. Police say that suspect is this man, Stephen Goldstein, who is known to have clashed with the owner of the vehicle he's accused of bombing. That voice you heard belongs to this black woman, who tells Fox 13 she was subjected to Goldstein calling her racial slurs, even sending her a racist voicemail a day after the bombing.
And I was so worried that he was gonna come and throw a bomb through the window. So every time I hear a little creaking that's not normally around familiar sound, I jump up to be looking through the door.
Police finally arrested Goldstein on St. Patrick's Day for several crimes, including a hate crime. But charging documents reveal disturbing details about his lengthy criminal history, which includes convictions for assault, unlawful possession of a firearm, and an arrest for pointing a gun at Black Lives Matter protesters in Everett back in 2020. The documents say Goldstein didn't even live at this complex, but he was friends with one of the residents who the victim says has since died.
Since Jerry died and Steve is in jail, I am so much less stressed. And I would like him to pay for my car and my emotional damage.
All right, that story there from our Fox 13 Seattle team. Want to take a live look right now as we do have this image coming into our newsroom here. This is the Kilauea volcano's eruption resuming over in Hawaii. Lava seen pouring out of a summit vent. A bit earlier on today, Jeanne Francine was in the hot seat and actually saw the eruption itself. You could see lava spewing from it, but right now it looks to be fairly quiet. As I say that, you can see a little bit of lava coming out there at the bottom of your screen. But again, this is over in Hawaii and comes to us courtesy the U.S. Geological Survey. We're going to head to a quick break now at 7:43 on the East Coast and 4:43 on the West Coast. We'll be right back with more live news, including an update here on a mass shooting that happened over the weekend in New Mexico. That's coming up on the other side of this break. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Want to get right back into your headlines here as police released video footage and 911 emergency calls depicting chilling scenes of people running in panic as gunfire erupted in a New Mexico park where 3 people were killed and 15 others wounded during an unauthorized car show. One of the video recordings taken by a bystander and shown by Las Cruces police chief at a news conference captures a blue Mustang doing donuts in a parking lot just before gunfire erupted and people scatter. The man recording the cell phone video is heard saying, quote, "Oh my God, I just witnessed a murder," before it then cuts short and ends. The police chief crediting the man for putting his phone away and helping those who are wounded. I do want to play those comments, which include the video and the 911 calls there on Live Now from Fox.
You're live.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us here today. It's a very important news conference that we're having. Obviously, this is the news conference a few days past the March 21st incident at Young Park. Before we get started, I'd like to again remind everybody to please silence their cell phones and any other devices they may have. And also keep in mind that the investigation into this incident is still ongoing. So there are some questions that Chief may not be able to answer. But standing up here, we have several individuals, a couple of speakers. Chief and the mayor will be speaking. But standing up here, of course, Chief, Mayor Eric Enriquez, Fire Chief Michael Daniels, from the FBI, Jacob Van Brandwyk, from ATF, Rick Shumaleski, from the DEA, Jerry Smith. I believe a representative from the DA's office will be here at some point. Deputy Chief Sean Mullen, Deputy Chief Eric Urenda, Investigations Lieutenant Peter Bradley, City Manager Ikani Tomo Payao, and Ry Ellison from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Any one of these individuals, if they are the subject expert for the questions posed, will be able to answer your questions. But for now, I'm going to pass it over to Mayor Eric Enriquez.
Thank you, Dan. Well, good morning. Thank you for being here today. We gather here today to address the tragic incident that occurred Friday, March 21st at Young Park, where we lost 3 precious lives to senseless violence. Our hearts are heavy with sorrow for the families and friends affected by this devastating event, and we extend our deepest condolences during this very difficult time. I want to thank the Office of Emergency Management along with the City of Las Cruces for partnering up and setting up relief and care for those involved in the incident. They, along with community partners and faith-based organizations, are available at the Convention Center until 6 p.m. today. I want to express my gratitude to the Las Cruces Police Department and the federal agencies for their swift action and diligence in responding to the situation. Their professionalism and commitment to public safety have led to the arrest of 4 individuals connected with this crime. We're thankful for their tireless effort, which are crucial in ensuring justice and justice to be served. Let me be clear. This incident will not be tolerated in our community. We stand united against violence in all its forms. We are committed to a thorough and transparent investigation, and we will work to ensure that those responsible are held accountable for their actions. The safety and well-being of our community is a top priority, and we will continue to do everything in our power to make sure that this happens. And to do that, we will do it by providing the funding and resources the Las Cruces Police Department needs, and we will do that on the local end. We will work with the governor and our state legislators for changes in our laws and policies to make sure that our city is safe. We are committed to that. We are committed to the safety of our community. Thank you.
And before I ask Chief to come up here, one other thing that's kind of important to know, the Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico has established a fundraising initiative to help victims of this event and their families. So if you would, please visit the Las Cruces Crisis Action Fund on the web. And with that, we'll pass it over to Chief Jeremy Starry.
Good morning. Thank you to everyone who's here today. I just want to start by saying the District Attorney's Office is not here because they're at District Court for a dangerousness hearing for the 3 juveniles involved to ensure that they're held. And they likely, or they could be here during it and stand up here with the rest of them. We worked hand in hand with our office to bring these 4 people to justice. My goal today is to paint the best picture I can about what happened on that horrific day last week on Friday, March 21st. That being said, this one, more than probably any presentation I've done, the information, images, audio, the videos contained are going to be disturbing. I suspect there's family members and loved ones here, and you guys absolutely deserve to be here. But this stuff hits all of us hard, so I can only imagine how it affects you guys, and just ask that viewer discretion is strongly advised. The details of the call. And one thing I do want to say up front too, this is not a traditional active shooter event where the motive or the motivation is to kill and injure as many people as you can, as quickly as you can. Unfortunately, the results were the same. On March 21st, 2025 at approximately 10:10 p.m., we began receiving calls for gunshot victims at Young Park. There was a car meetup at the park prior to the shooting. While a large crowd was watching the exhibition driving, a dispute developed towards the southwest portion of the parking lot. The dispute was between 2 groups of people who have had personal issues in the past. The argument escalated into gunfire and multiple people began firing handguns. Some of the intended targets were struck, along with several uninvolved bystanders that had nothing to do with the dispute. Recap of the victim information: 18 total people were injured, 3 people were killed, 2 were pronounced on scene, 1 was transported and later pronounced at a hospital. Our victims are Andrew Madrid, 16, Jason Gomez, 17, and Dominic Estrada, 19. 15 additional people were wounded and treated at various hospitals throughout the area, and their ages range from 16 to 36. The next video I'm going to show you is a cell phone video that's been circulating on social media. This is the original video. It's a little bit clearer, but it's kind of hard to see what's going on, so I'm trying to give you a frame of reference. This is the parking lot of Young Park. The blue circle is where you're going to see the blue Mustang doing donuts. That's what everybody's watching. The yellow circle is where most of the shell casings were recovered after the incident. The red circle is where our suspects were seen standing together just prior to the shooting, and their vehicle is parked where that orange circle is, all the way up against the curb. It's a red Mercedes, and you'll see 3 of the 4 suspects flee to that vehicle after the shooting and leave. Again, this is a video that was taken recording the blue Mustang. If you look kind of in this frame towards the top right is where the shooting happens. All the way straight ahead is where the suspect vehicle is parked.
Hey, 3 people are liable to get blasted right now. Oh my God, I just witnessed a murder. Everybody roll out. Oh my God.
Hour of audio for 911 calls. I'm obviously not going to play all that. Some of the original calls, along with some of the other calls that, again, paint the best picture I can of what people were experiencing on scene.
Young Park, people got shot. Young Park, Young Park.
Young Park? Okay.
Young Park, shoot at a Young Park.
Listen to me. Someone.
People got shot. There's a shooter at Young Park, Young Park.
How many people are hurt?
I don't know. It looks like multiple. I can't tell. Everyone's leaving. I'm already left the scene.
Okay.
I got out of there.
Stay on the phone with me. Hold on just a second. Do you have any descriptions of anybody involved?
No, it looks like someone in the jacket. I'm pretty sure someone died.
Okay.
Hello?
Where?
He's not
Hello?
breathing.
This is 911.
We're administering CPR. There's another one. There's another gunshot wound to the back. Is it one to the head? One to the... There's a girl that's shot in the neck as well.
Okay, so there's a girl that's shot in the neck. That's what you're telling me, right?
Yes, there's a girl that's shot in the neck. There's another man that is shot in the back. They're holding pressure to him. There's one that's shot in the head, but he's still breathing. And there's one that's shot in the arm.
So
and
it's
the head
two
as
males
well.
and one female that were shot, correct?
Yes, 3 males and 1 female.
3 males?
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 males and 1 female, yes.
So there's 4 males that were shot and 1 female. That's what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hello,
Hello?
this is 911. How can I help you?
Hello, we need evidence in the park.
Where? What park?
Young Park.
Okay. What is your
We need
name?
to see updates because there's like, we heard there's gunshots here, so we just need some evidence over here real quick.
Okay. Was anybody shot?
Yes, 3 people.
3 people?
Yes, 3 people.
Okay. Are you close to them?
No, there's 2 over there, and there's 1 laying down.
Okay. Okay. Are you? Okay. Are you able to help them control the bleeding, sir? Can you check on them?
I don't know. Let me go check.
I'm sorry?
Let me go check to the person's over here.
Okay. We have units on the way, sir.
All right.
Thank you. 911 emergency. What?
Hello. There's been a shooting in the
Young Park?
In Young Park. Yes.
Okay. Are you involved?
No, I wasn't.
Are you with any of the people that were shot?
No, ma'am.
You're not with them? Okay. Did you see the shooter?
No. I just heard it. I just heard the shooting.
You just heard it? Okay. Are you still
Yes,
there?
I heard it. Yes, I'm still here.
You're still there at the park?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you don't have a visual of anyone that was shot or the suspects?
Yes, I saw the person, the guy shot.
Okay, the person that got shot, I need a description.
I didn't want to get closer. I just know he was wearing jeans and black shoes.
Jeans
The
and white
police is here.
shoes?
Black shoes. The police is here.
Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Bye-bye. 911, we got to get it tight. Hello? Yes. Are you calling about the gunshot victim at the park?
No, we're at the Taco Bell right next door, and there's 2 little girls.
That last call was from the Taco Bell where 2 additional victims showed up. The next thing I'm going to play for you guys is some of the police radio traffic. And again, it's important to know that the way this is recorded for time's sake is that when one transmission ends, the next one begins immediately. But that's not how it occurred that night. There's some amount of space in between the transmissions.
The gunshot victim?
143.
1905 Nevada Avenue, 1905 Nevada Avenue. Break. They have multiple callers calling in about a gunshot victim. There's advising there's 3 gunshot victims, 1 to the head, 1 to the leg. They're advising they went towards Lynn. They were running. We're still gathering.
934.
Affirmative. I have one of the callers. He's currently advising there's 3 GSVs and there was 3 shooters. They were last seen running on Lynn, 777, by the Lynn area. I'm still trying to get
1130 Central route to the GSV. 9446. Any traffic?
777.
Sorry about that. ATL, where are the victims at?
We're still gathering on where the victims are at.
Sure. Just for now, there's probably over 100 cars in the parking lot.
Copy, 100 cars in the parking lot.
9446. 1130 Central. What was the description of the vehicle headed north on Walnut? 96 Central. Time is in the parking lot.
Copy on the south side of the parking lot.
768 Central. I'm en route to the GSV. 1119 Central. Coming up 97 to Nevada.
Copy 792.
1130 Central. Same traffic.
10-4.
And 1143. 9-4 cars in front of you. 49. There's multiple GSVs. They're advising the center of the parking lot and some towards the playground. 768 Central. 10-3 the channel for them. Does anyone have a bigger med pack?
Yeah, we'll bring one.
Sarge, do you have a 1143 Central? We have multiple gunshot victims.
Copy, multiple gunshot victim.
969 Central. Start alerting area hospitals. 1141 Central. Close units attending. No report. Show us around to the GSVs.
10-4.
1143 Central. I have 2 victims with gunshots to the head. 944 Central. I have 1 GSV to the head. The 1143 is in the middle of the park. Not 35%. I have a female GSV to the neck.
Copy, GSV to the neck.
768. To any units that are not on scene, I need a perimeter set up. I need Lowman and Walnut shut down, both north and south. And then I need a perimeter around Young's Park. 945 is at Walnut and Nevada. 768 Central. We advise fire of that 49 on multiple victims.
1124 Central. Put me on the GSV and I'm in route. 10-4.
777 GSV to the back. You log your chest to apply.
Copy, chest fuel applied at 2215.
Start getting all these vehicles out and get them northbound. 935 Central. Pressure dressing applied to the neck.
We're applying pressure to the neck.
Negative. A pressure dressing applied to the neck.
Be pressure dressing.
818 Central. I have one applying a tourniquet to a leg. Multiple GSVs to the leg and one to the arm.
1130 Central. I got 1 gunshot victim to the head. We have any witnesses anywhere? Affirm. All right, start getting me suspect description and direction of travel. Fire's on scene, so stay off the radio with medical information. 9446. 638.
Sure, 49. We have 2 GSVs at Mountain View as well.
Careful. If we can get a unit to head up there, I'm at a traffic point on Walnut right now. We can reach out to Dassel Central and have one of their units go stand by until we can get someone out there. As you said, Mountain View. The GSV that I have in the center of the parking lot, he does have a 1080 on him. Any other victims? 1119 Central. Right now, possible suspects are the Rebuses, unknown description, unknown vehicles.
Copy.
Getting 49 and multiple more GSVs in the Taco Bell.
More at the Taco Bell. Copy, more at the Taco Bell. Last unit on.
Central, have you notified other agencies, please? 1114. 1141 Central, 970 Taco Bell.
1114, go.
So I'm 10-8, around to the traffic break. 1137 Central, same traffic.
Copy.
I have a male 1012 rider with me.
1144 Central, 97 on Nevada. 100 all units. There's a male in Colorado wearing blue Memphis Grizzly jersey and has a 1080 on him.
Fire 55, there's 2 additional ones at the Taco Bell on Walnut. They are non-critical. Each has a GSV as a lower cast. Be with you.
10-4, Sam. No, there's a lot of traffic. We just got a call advising there's 5 to 6 gunshot victims also at MMC that just came in.
777, can you go 3? Direct. Any units available? We got 5 to 6 GS.
I'm going to show 3 very small clips from the body camera. This is a very difficult balance. Obviously, we want to respect not only the victims, but their families. They're going to be heavily redacted. But just to, again, show what it was like on scene for the people that were involved, as well as the responding officers and the firefighters.
Where's the shot? He shot on his arm and I think his leg. Who has this one? Okay, I'm gonna put a carry on you, okay? Is he shot down there too? Yeah. All right, lay flat for me. Lay down, lay on your back, lay on your back.
Pressure dressing applied to the neck. Pressure dressing.
So try to have one side to get to a leg. Multiple GSVs to the right and one of the arm. You can't breathe. Okay, are you okay? Just deep breaths for me, okay? I gotta stop this bleeding.
All right, so those were some of the videos and 911 calls that were released by Las Cruces, New Mexico police as the situation did unfold late Friday night into early Saturday morning. We know that 3 people did die as a result of that shooting, and there were also 15 people that were injured. So police holding that news conference to release, again, the video there from the scene with bystanders as well as the calls made to 911. We're going to head to a quick break here at 8:06 on the East Coast and 5:06 on the West Coast. On the other side, we will get right back into your top stories and live events right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get right back into the headlines here as we are following the latest on a situation that's been developing. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz saying that he takes responsibility for a leaked group chat of senior Trump officials that discuss plans for a strike on the Houthis in Yemen. During an interview with Fox News Tuesday night, Waltz told Laura Ingraham that the Trump administration will find out how Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief for The Atlantic, was added to the chat on the Signal app ahead of that strike. Take a listen.
Was there someone else supposed to be on the chat that wasn't on the chat that you thought was on the chat? So the person that I thought was on there was never on there. It was this guy. Who was that person? Well, I'm not. Look, okay. Laura, I take responsibility. I built the group. Okay. So but look, that's the part that we have to figure out.
All right, so that was Mike Waltz there on Fox News as he explained to Laura Ingraham what happened. Now, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt taking to X with her statement that reads in part, Jeffrey Goldberg is well known for his sensationalist spin. Here are facts about his latest story. No war plans were discussed. No classified material was sent to the thread. The White House counsel's office has provided guidance on a number of different platforms for President Trump's top officials to communicate as safely and efficiently as possible. While several Democrats have called for Waltz and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to resign as a result, President Trump responded to all of it, saying that Waltz is, quote, doing his best and should not apologize for what happened. Again, this is some of the video yesterday as Waltz was there speaking alongside President Trump to different ambassadors. Jeffrey Goldberg wrote a first-person account of getting a connection request from what appeared to be Waltz on March 11th via Signal and was added to a chat group called Houthi PC Small Group. That's where he says top Trump officials were discussing an upcoming attack on the Houthis. A lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Robert Pritchard, the founder of the Cybersecurity Expert. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and discuss a story that has been dominating the headlines.
My pleasure.
All right, so first off, can you explain for folks out there what the Signal app even is? Because a lot of people, this is their first time ever hearing about it.
Yes, I think it probably is fairly niche. I mean, I've used it for a long time, but I'm in the security world. It's very similar to WhatsApp. I think people are probably more familiar with WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger, and it's effectively the modern equivalent of sending a text message, an SMS. The difference being for an application like Signal and WhatsApp as well, in fact, that obviously it's cross-platform, so you can have Signal on your Android device and communicate with somebody on their iPhone or on their desktop computer, and it is encrypted. It's what's called end-to-end encrypted, meaning the messages can only be read by me if I was sending it to you, and then you as the recipient of that message. And there's no intermediary infrastructure that can look at the contents of that message that has been sent.
And would this be used by U.S. officials to communicate classified information? Is that even a possibility just based on your knowledge of what the Signal app even is?
Well, it certainly shouldn't be used to transmit classified information. You know, the platforms that are used for classified material, although sometimes often used exactly the same encryption algorithms, the encryption algorithms that are public, they go through an awful lot of verification to make sure they meet the specification and make sure they're managed in a particular way. Whereas Signal is a consumer app that anybody can store, anybody can use on their phone and message any other user. So it shouldn't be used for classified information, which isn't to say it's a bad choice for everybody else. It's an excellent app and I support it, but it shouldn't be used for classified information. And the reason we worry about that is because the devices, I've got my iPhone sat here. If somebody Signal messaged me top secret information and my iPhone was breached, then the attackers would have access to that information. There's nothing Signal can do to sort of ensure the security of your phone or your computer.
You already kind of talked about this. You said it was encrypted. So is it possible to hack something like this? We know that President Trump has said that he will investigate to see if maybe there was a hacking situation. But is that a possibility, or does that encryption kind of prevent that?
So the encryption protects the material, so it won't be read by, you know, you the equivalent, the Russians' equivalent of the NSA. So the NSA slurp everything, telecommunications traffic, and the encryption will prevent that happening. So what happens is, and indeed there was a report pushed out by Google only a couple of weeks ago, and I'm just reading, somebody has published on Twitter the X rather, an unclassified FOU bit of guidance about Signal. So the threat actors, hackers, basically target your phones or your computer, and there's lots of different ways they could do that, and also they can try and trick you into giving them access. So in the same way that if you're a Signal user, you could have Signal on your phone and on your computer, you could do, sorry, a WhatsApp user. You might be familiar with that, but you could do exactly the same with Signal. I can have my Signal application on more than one device. And there has been a spate recently of threat actors, hackers, hacking groups exploiting that, so tricking me into authorizing their device onto my Signal chat, and hence then they can see all my messages.
Using apps like this on, let's say, personal phones versus government-issued work phones, is that any different when it comes to protection? Do those government phones have any protections that maybe your personal phone, mine included there, would not have.
So I know that you can get, classified devices, and they are very locked down. You probably can't run the signal on them, I would imagine. And they will be set up with the right sort of hardware level encryption and things like that, and access to restricted government services for for TS or secret use. I forget the US classification system, sorry. Whereas I suspect government also issue phones which are completely unclassified, and hence they will very probably have no more security than yours or mine. They might be a little bit more locked down and have certain features turned off. But equally, if you're issuing somebody an unclassified smartphone, you presumably are doing so because you want them to use all the productivity features it comes with. So I think sort of yes and no to answer your question there. The classified devices will be locked down, but I'm sure they don't run a signal.
My last question for you here, for folks who are using the Signal app, whether you're with the government or you're just somebody like myself here, what tips, what advice do you have for folks who are using that to make sure that their information does stay private?
Well, I think you made a good decision to use Signal. It's a good app, and I think the sort of attacks I've been talking about have mostly been the Russian state against targets in Ukraine. So unless you're a very high value target, you probably haven't got that kind of actor coming after you. But equally, you can do things. You could set disappearing messages and things like that. So it's a very good idea to set your messages to delete after 7 days or a month, which does mean then at least if your device is ever compromised, the attackers can't see the full history of all the chats you've got. And then really the other thing to do is make sure you really are connecting with the person you think you are, which appears to have been a big error that was made in the case that has us having this conversation when they accidentally invited a journalist to the group chat instead of presumably another contact.
All right, Robert Pritchard there, founder of the Cybersecurity Expert. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and discuss everything about the situation and also the Signal app. We appreciate it.
Thank you. My pleasure.
And I do want to take you out to this live image that we do have coming in out of the Baltimore area, as we know that Governor Wes Moore is expected to speak on the first anniversary of the Baltimore Bridge Collapse. That is coming up here in just about 40 minutes. As you can see, folks are starting to arrive there and the podium is set up. We're going to make sure to bring that to you here as it does get underway in, again, just about 40 minutes. You can watch it all right here on LiveNOW from Fox. Also want to take you out to another live image that we have been watching. This is the Kilauea volcano erupting once again. We showed it to you just about 20 or 30 minutes ago and you couldn't see much, but now you can see the lava still shooting out there. Janae Francine was on a bit earlier on this morning, and it looked a lot different because you could see a lot more activity. But again, this volcano here, the Kilauea volcano, is erupting once again over in Hawaii. It is 8:18 on the East Coast, 5:18 on the West Coast. Going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more news to get to in just a matter of moments. You're watching LiveNOW from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out to Fulton County, Georgia, where we have a live event kicking off. This is the Georgia Senate Special Committee on Investigations. They're investigating allegations of misconduct involving Fulton County DA Fani Willis, linked to the Georgia election interference case involving President Donald Trump. Now, the committee seeking enforcement of a legislative subpoena against Fani Willis, claiming she's waived objections and failed to prove her privilege claims, with the court previously denying her petition for a declaratory judgment and injunctive relief. Disputes still remain unresolved, and they are working on all of this here. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
The district attorney's office to pay attorney's fees of $54,103, and that again came out March 14th. So that's where we are. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But at this point, we will continue. You know, the next step would be if we don't get documents, and this is where I would probably ask that we go into executive session if the committee wants to weigh in on it. But just generally, the next step would be to either move the court to compel the production pursuant to the amendment, or make a finding of contempt. For the witness subpoena, I think. You know, the committee has options there as well. I'll just leave it at that in the open session.
Questions of Mr. Belafonte from committee members? Chairman Dolezal, you're recognized first.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Josh, for being here. This has been going on for a year now. The DA, when we first issued the subpoena, declared in the paper that it was unlawful, when it clearly was lawful. The courts now have agreed with us that it was lawful. And I'm wondering what your advice is on how we actually get to a commitment. I know that she's saying her travel schedule is preventing that. It would appear, according to, I guess, eyewitness reports, that she's traveling with Mr. Wade again. And so do we have any ability to, I guess, distinguish between personal travel with Mr. Wade, that I don't know if that's part of why she's saying she's unavailable, versus actual official court duties? And at what point do we reach the point of either a second subpoena or enforcement of the subpoena, either with the sergeant of arms or via court order?
The existing subpoena is still on the witness subpoena is still effective. The court has ruled it is enforceable, and so whenever you have an enforceable subpoena out there and there's not compliance, you can move to compel. Now, the problem is that that older subpoena had a date of last year, and during that time, so you know, you could you have options, whether again it's to issue another subpoena or move to compel that one, or just have an agreement of counsel. And you know, in terms of which I would either recommend or proceed, I'm happy to answer here, but it might be best to do that in executive session.
It would appear to me, as a casual observer of this, and somebody who doesn't practice law, but you know, the DA has thumbed her nose at this committee. Seemingly the DA has, well, she has thumbed her nose at Georgia's open records laws, and I just have limited confidence that she's acting in good faith. And so I do believe that we may be at the point where we need to escalate this to the next step. I think you have been trying to work this out with Mr. Barnes in good faith, and I certainly respect that. And I think that he probably is acting in good faith, but I'm not sure that his client is, and that I think is probably a concern and should be a concern for this committee.
I will say that there have been a lot of filings. There have been a lot of attempts to go to the court to get resolution, and that is what has, you know, in many ways caused the time issue. But I will also say that the court, in every time given the opportunity, has held that this committee has the jurisdiction. The documents need to be produced, and the witness testimony should occur.
Follow up, Mr. One. Follow up.
Go right ahead.
Sure. As it relates to the order by Judge Ingram that the subpoena is lawful and should be enforced, where are we at with the DA's ability to appeal that? Are we still within a window of time where she can do that, or is that expired?
That is expired, and there is no appealable order at this time because because we reached agreement with them, there's nothing to appeal on the prior document subpoena. It is moot because there is that agreement. On the witness, we think they've waived the argument and long ago, and so that is that time is gone. And even then, it would take both the Superior Court to decide whether to allow an appeal to proceed. But that time is gone. There's no final order right now.
Thank you.
Did Senator Tillery, did you have a question?
I was going to ask what the recommendation of counsel as to the next step as well, if you thought it would be judicial. That seems like that would be the move at this point in time, potentially even asking the court to set a date for the either in-person testimony. Or am I correct in hearing you that you already have reached an agreement on the documents to be supplied?
Yes.
Have you reached an agreement as to the date they would be supplied?
We were, frankly, acting under the presumption that because they've been produced to other parties that they were available quickly.
That would be my thought.
And yeah, and that's why on March 18 I kind of asked what's the status 24th and then again 25th. So, you know, we're at the point where I think certainly we've acted in good faith in trying to get them without involving the court. I'm not sure why the documents have not been produced at this point.
Can I ask a follow-up? Sure. If they've been produced in another matter, were those produced under seal in that other matter?
I believe there were some that may have been produced under seal, but certainly not all. And then those that, you know, there's two issues. There's the one in the litigation and then the ones that were provided to Congress. The ones that were provided to Congress, to my knowledge, were not provided under seal. And so those, again, you know, have been produced. I know typically you just keep that kind of batch ready to go.
So we're probably talking about a small number of documents that aren't already publicly available, correct?
Those that were provided to Congress, presumably, you know, any individual could get through a Freedom of Information Act request. Well, no, that's Congress. They're exempt. So, well, now with the Open Records Act applying to district attorneys and their offices, that would cover at least those provided to Congress unless there was a specific reason to withhold them under the Open Records Act. For those produced in the litigation, you know, it's kind of new area, but I would think they're subject to the Open Records Act as well.
So I guess I've kind of walked you up to my ultimate question of what would be the holdup now? Why could they not be literally provided within hours?
Senator, I can't answer that question. I just don't know.
We've not been given an excuse, though, right?
What we've been told is that counsel is checking with its client or their client, and that's where it lands, or that's where it sits today.
Other questions? So I'll tell the committee I, of course, communicated with Mr. Belafonte, and my thought was because I'd had such a professional relationship with Governor Barnes as far as scheduling the original depositions, et cetera, that we would just reach out to him and say, when can we expect the documents? We'd reached agreement as to which documents they would voluntarily produce without raising privilege or objecting in any way. And that narrowed the scope of what we originally asked for, but at least got us going.
That's correct.
And so far, those documents have not been produced because counsel is waiting on his client, Fonnie Willis, to tell him when she can give us those documents. Is that the summary of the document production?
It is.
And then I also ask you, just in a professional cooperation manner, to reach out to Governor Barnes to give us a date for the deposition. My thinking was the same way we did it last time. If they would agree a convenient date, we'd make sure our committee can meet, and I'd issue the subpoena for that date. And your response, his response to that was, well, it's going to be late April or May because of her travel and trial schedules. Hadn't given you a date yet?
No, but in fairness, I think they were waiting for us to propose dates either within that window or respond to that statement.
I'm going to instruct you then to give them some dates.
Okay.
In my experience as a litigator, attorney schedules are busy at the first of the week because trials usually begin on Mondays and jury selection Tuesday. So I'm going to say let's go with a Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
That will lessen the likelihood that she has a legal conflict to appear in a court matter. I think this takes precedence over most of those. I mean, if she's engaged in a criminal trial where she's a prosecuting attorney, that's a different deal. But they've got over 100 attorneys in that office that can handle most motions, etc. Why don't anybody on the committee that knows of Thursdays or Fridays that you got a particular conflict, and I'm talking late April to, let's just look at the last week of April, the first 2 weeks of May to start with, okay? Float those dates. If anybody here knows you're on a trip or out of town and want to be here for it, let us know and we'll work around that. But give her counsel some choices and say, we will be here. Pick a date, and then we'll issue the subpoena on that date. Now, is that agreeable to everybody, or does that sound like a, I mean, I don't think we have to go in executive session to try to be cooperative with opposing counsel. Okay. And then on the documents, I think you're going to have to just do a letter that says, by golly, here's the date. You know, and it needs to be before we have her here to testify so that we can be prepared to question her. So I would say 2 weeks from today or from this Friday, I mean, pick a date here. April 15th range, you look at something that's an end of a week and say, this is reasonable. This has been going on now since March the 12th, and follow up. And so that's more than 30 days from when they agreed to produce documents that have already been produced in other matters. Right? Okay. Does that sound like a fair course of action? I'm not, you're the counsel for this committee, but that would be my suggestion if that suits.
I think the only question for the committee is, given the agreement on March 10, whether the committee wants documents while the legislature is in session, or if the committee would be satisfied getting them after sine die.
Well, I mean, we only got a week.
Right.
So next Friday, sine die, so I don't believe it's going to happen. Even if it gets here, we're going to be on the floor.
Sure.
So
right.
I don't think we'll have time for a meeting. Let's give them till April 15th to produce those documents, assuming that doesn't fall on a Saturday or Sunday. That have already been agreed upon.
Yes.
Surely she's not traveling out of, I mean, she's got a job to do here in Fulton County. She ought to be here within 30 days. And it's asked, and then if those documents aren't produced, then you got to file that motion to compel or whatever it is to get the court to make it again and ask for your attorney's fees. We're paying you for all your efforts and asking her to do stuff that the court's already ruled she has to do. And then we'll try to see if she will appear, and if not, at least then we have an opportunity to move to compel her attendance that the court's already ordered.
Okay.
All right. I have a few things in the file for committee members that Mr. Belafonte brought us this morning. I want to make sure we have in the record, and I'm going to let you mark them for us, and we'll give them to the court reporter to keep in our record. But there was an order that specifically ordered Ms. Willis to appear in response to her subpoena, the witness subpoena, and that was not appealed.
The order indicated that the witness subpoena was enforceable, but in the December of last year order, it grouped it with the document one and said subject to the production. You know, it doesn't address the witness one separately. Right. My point on that one was there's not been an objection made by the district attorney on the enforceability or scope of the witness subpoena since last year.
Okay, so I'm looking at an order that's dated February 25th of 25.
Yes.
Order regarding petitioner's objections to witness subpoena that ordered her to file a detailed elaboration of her arguments no later than March 12th, or else abandon the objections to these requests on these bases. And the respondent shall have until March 21st to respond. That's us.
That's us, and that's the one where we pointed out in our response that in that opportunity afforded to the district attorney by the court, there were not objections made to the witness subpoena.
And
it was focused on documents.
Your document filed on March 12th, petitioner's brief in response to order regarding petitioner's objection, and then your reply. So this is the briefing of that issue.
That's correct.
All right, for our record. And no appeal to the court's order.
No.
So the next step is for us to issue the subpoena again, give them a date certain, And if she fails to appear, then we would file a motion for contempt for failing to have honored a subpoena that she's already get an order that is enforceable.
You would have several options at that point, including contempt. Yes.
All right. And then we will talk to you about which of those options to go.
All right.
Okay. So let's be nice guys again first. Let's reach out to her counsel and suggest either a Thursday or Friday in beginning the last week of April or the first 2 weeks of May.
All right.
And if they will agree to a date, then we'll issue the subpoena, and I think they will honor their word. If not, we're going to have a whole nother problem.
Right.
And the same thing on the documents. Just say, we've hit the end of our rope. We need them by April 15th. You've already agreed to give them to us. And if they don't, then we'll have to circle back with you. I'm expecting we're going to probably plan a meeting for late April or early May, depending on the subpoena one way or the other. And then we'll tell you what to do, or you'll tell us your advice, and then we'll choose. Senator Tiller.
Mr. Chairman, I just wonder your thoughts and the thoughts of the committee. We've gone these steps several times. Would it be appropriate, and would the committee consider authorizing counsel, if a date cannot be set for appearance before May 10th, to authorize him to file a motion with the court asking the court to set the date for the personal appearance?
What do you think? Let's say they don't agree, they don't play nice, that we're trying to be professional and they won't agree to a date. Would that be an option for you to
That would be an option. I think also that the committee could issue a subpoena setting a date unilaterally, and then they would have opportunities at that point, if they can't make it, to move to quash or whatever else. Or if we don't get a date, I think we could just ask the court, indicate it almost like a status conference, and ask for guidance from the court in an order setting a date. So that, given that we've already gone through all the objections, right? I mean, the only objection left would be something like trial schedule or something of that nature, which is why I think you've given a large window to help avoid that.
Mr. Belafonte, the reason I'll bring up that option is if we file a motion, then we're going to have a motion to quash.
Correct.
Then we're going to have a hearing on the motion to quash, and we're going to be back in this, I think, wheel that we've been on for the past a year already. If the committee feels like it's a wise move, I at least I'm willing to make the motion if the committee wants to consider, at least for consideration, that if personal appearance cannot be set by May 10th, that we would file a motion with the court that the court set the date for personal appearance and testimony on the matters that they've already ruled are legally binding.
Is that to basically give us a shortcut or expedite matters to do it that way?
Pending agreement with the court, of course, but it is an option to present to the court and to help shortcut that, for sure.
Senator Hatchett, you're recognized.
Yep. And this may be a conversation that would be more appropriate in executive session, but as I start, if it needs to go to an executive session, you just tell me to stop. But 6.4, that I'm assuming that rule would apply here.
Yes.
And that if we send a 6.4 letter to resolve a discovery dispute and we're not able to get it, then we could actually motion for a 6.4 hearing on those specific issues, and that could be the vehicle in which to get the court to set a date for the documents and for her to appear.
That is another option.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I want to not get ahead of you, Mr. Chairman, but if you're comfortable with that, I'll make that in a form of a motion.
Basically, it would be if they don't voluntarily agree to select one of these dates in the next, the end of April or the first 2 weeks of May, to ask the court's intervention to set the date.
Set the date.
All right. I'll accept that as a motion. Anybody want to second that? Got a second by the Vice Chairman. Any discussion of that course of action? All right. All in agreement with that, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? 2 opposed.
And Mr. Chairman, I have another motion I'd like to make second to that, if you don't mind. Should we end up in the position that we have to move forward with forcing a hearing because we can't set one by agreement, then I would move that we instruct counsel to request all fees for all time involved in anything concerning his cost, attorney's fees, for anything concerning the matters of appearance and document production after May the 10th.
I don't even think we need a motion for that. You're going to do that, aren't you?
Sounds like it, sir.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
No,
we're paying you.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to have a formal motion. That's your instructions. Make her comply, and if she won't, make her pay for your fees for making her do what the judge has already told her she's got to do.
All right.
Okay. Because Fulton County has already shown that they'll do that if they snub their nose at open records requests. So this seems to me more important than an open records request, an actual subpoena.
Okay.
That's been.
All right, so discussion there. The Georgia Senate committee that is looking into the misconduct allegations against DA Fani Willis. They are talking now about the subpoenas that Fani Willis has attempted to have thrown out. They're talking about the process of what they have to go through now to maybe reissue those subpoenas here. So we'll dip back into that in just a second. Do want to pop this up on your screen right now as the podium is set. We know that Governor Wes Moore of Maryland is going to be speaking shortly here, marking 1 year since the Baltimore Bridge collapse. The Key Bridge did come down, killing 6 construction workers and leaving behind extensive damage. Another bridge is going to be built here, but it is going to be 2028 before that bridge is complete. Governor Wes Moore, again, expected to speak here in just about 18 minutes, so we'll make sure to bring you his comments on Live Now from Fox. For now, do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more news to get to here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out to this post from the FBI Baltimore office. They say today marks 1 year since the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed, and they did have this message from the special agent in charge. I'm going to read it for you on the left-hand side of your screen. FBI Baltimore remembers the 6 lives lost 1 year ago on March 26, 2024, when the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed. Marylanders have shown how resilient they are over the last year. What I said then holds true today. The FBI's focus remains on the victims and everyone directly impacted by the tragedy. Again, we are waiting on comments in an event that will honor those lives lost and provide more information here. We did get a report from the NTSB late last week as they gave some new insights into what happened that day. But Governor Wes Moore expected to speak here in just about 15 minutes. So we'll make sure to bring those comments to you here on Live Now from Fox. And we also have another image as so many folks are gathered here for that speech and to mark the anniversary 1 year since the bridge collapse, killing 6 people. All right, and what I want to do really quickly here is head to another quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, though, we'll get right back into your top stories as that Fani Willis hearing ended rather abruptly. We'll be right back with more live coverage in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:48 on the East Coast and 5:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Right now, I do want to get to our Fox 5 Atlanta team. We showed you part of that hearing by the Georgia Senate Committee, all related to the subpoenas that were issued against DA Fani Willis, and it looks like our team is interviewing some of the people out there. Let's pop up the audio here and listen as they are waiting for folks to come out and speak into the microphones there.
Good morning. How you doing? I'm doing just great. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Give the network here 1 second. Usually they're the fast ones. Yeah. Got that? You want to? Yeah, thank you. I got you.
All right.
All right. Let's see if we got this. All right. Okay, so just remind us again on the document side of things, what exactly is it that you guys had asked for?
We had a subpoena that asked for a lot of information about the operations of their DA's office, their budget, how they went about hiring private counsel like Mr. Wade, and what the budget was, how much money they were spending for that outside counsel, special counsel they called Mr. Wade in this case, and just the manner of the budgeting of their office and how it operated, and not details about any prosecution. We're not trying to get into how she's going about or was going about prosecuting certain defendants, but we wanted to know about the processes. And a lot of budgetary information, and she refused to give that to us. Of course, the main thing was we would like to hear from Ms. Willis. We've invited her to come to explain her conduct and the actions that she's taken in numerous cases in Fulton County, and she's just refused to talk. So that required us to file the subpoena. She objected to the subpoena. The court ordered her to comply with the subpoena and verified that our committee does have investigative powers and the right to subpoena documents and testimony. And after that order has been given, she still hasn't given the documents and hasn't agreed upon a date to come testify. So we wanted to have an update from our legal counsel, who's representing the committee, as to exactly where this process stands and why it's taken so long. What are we going to have to do to get her to comply with the law? He did update us this morning. You may have been there at the meeting, and also made mention of the open records situation where she had other people that had requested open records. She refused to give them. The court had a hearing on that and ordered her to produce the records and pay attorney's fees of $54,000. So we're frustrated, the delays, the incessant, one of the members said she keeps thumbing her nose at not just this committee and the state Senate, but all other attempts to get her to cooperate or produce certain documents that people feel are relevant. So we're going to continue pushing until she does, and he just gave us the course of action. And we're trying to do it in a cooperative manner. We're going to reach out to her counsel, and we're going to suggest a few additional dates that she could comply with the subpoena to come testify to our committee. If we can agree upon the date, that's what we'll do. If not, we'll go back to court and ask the judge to set a date for her to come testify for our committee. And also to make sure she produces these documents that we think we've reached an agreement that she will produce certain documents, and certain ones we agree not to push forward at this time. And hopefully we'll resolve this, and she'll begin to respond to the legal process like she expects defendants in her court to do.
Right, and again, as Senator Dolezal mentioned, there are times where people don't respond to subpoenas or document requests, and there are consequences to that. What could the consequences be here, all the way from contempt up to, are you guys prepared to arrest her?
You can, well, we wouldn't do the arrest, but the judge can issue an order to confine her. Yeah, you can be confined in jail as a punishment for contempt if you willingly snub your nose at a court's order. And they can be fines. You will just have to see what the Superior Court of Fulton County would choose to do to force her to comply with their orders. She is not above the law. And I think that there are legal processes to force her to comply. And yes, that does include confinement. And I'm not threatening that. That's up to the judge to do if she fails to comply. But so far, I mean, this has been going on now for many months. We issued our subpoenas back in September of 24. We're now 6 months later, and we haven't gotten her to comply, even though the judge has ordered it. And, you know, we're fed up with that. We've had enough, so we're going to take the next step. We're going to try one more time to reach out to her and let her and her attorney agree upon a date that is convenient with her and convenient with us in the next few weeks. We're going to aim for the end of April or early May, because her attorney said she had travel commitments and that she had court commitments that would keep her unavailable up until that time. So that's about another month, but at the end of that time, we'll be out of patience, and we hope they'll agree to appear. If not, we'll go to court and we'll ask the court to force her to obey our subpoena.
Yeah, you talk about travel plans. We saw, obviously, I know you saw the other day that it appeared she was traveling with Mr. Wade. Given that this all started with the way he was named, at the top of that case, you mentioned thumbing her nose at this. Do you think that's what she's doing, just by continuing to be and spend time with Mr. Wade?
I don't know, and I'm not going to get into the name calling and accusations. People have travel plans. It doesn't matter if she's traveling with Mr. Wade or her mother or anybody else. I mean, that's not our concern, our business. And I'm sure she may have some time off. Attorneys file leaves of absence when they're going to be away from court and unable to appear. And I'm not going to judge her or criticize her of what the purpose of her travel may be. But she just needs to give us a time when she's going to be in Atlanta and able to come testify.
I think this is the most important question. Donald Trump was able to get back into the White House despite all the legal troubles that we're facing during the campaign. This case appears to have unraveled quite a bit. Is this still worth your time to undertake this investigation?
I keep saying, this isn't about that case. This is not about trying to interfere with her prosecution of Donald Trump or any of the other defendants that she went after. That's her job. The courts have slammed her on that pretty much every time they turn around, that she's had inappropriate relationships and conflicts of interest, and has been required to either her withdrawal or Mr. Wade. But that's not our problem. We're looking at the underlying conduct and the public confidence in the judicial system, in the criminal justice system, and what actions should be permitted and not permitted by district attorneys or other prosecutors. And are there legal changes that we need to make to restore confidence in the public of the nonpartisan approach to criminal justice? So I'm not getting into her prosecution. I think the courts have pretty much put an end to a lot of that, but that's not the Senate's mission here, or not our purpose in investigating misconduct by prosecutors.
Thank you, sir.
I've got another meeting I've got to take. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it, man. Of course. You're off the shoulder. I ain't going to make it.
All right, so some comments right there from the chair of the investigative committee looking into all of this. Again, there's misconduct allegations against DA Fani Willis there in Fulton County, but also really what they're focused on are the subpoenas that she has said that she wants to fight. They're saying they're going to try once again here and then kind of see what happens. We're going to keep an eye on the situation as we have and bring you all the latest on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, you can see the podium is set up right alongside the Key Bridge as the collapse site still there. We know another bridge is being built, but it is expected to take until about 2028 before that bridge is completed. Governor Wes Moore of Maryland expected to speak at this event to mark what is a very somber anniversary. 6 people killed in the Key Bridge collapse 1 year ago today. We'll bring you his comments right here as they do begin. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to a news conference here, as we did have the sheriff over in Manatee County, Florida, speaking about the largest drug bust ever in the county. We're going to pop that up right here and listen in. On the other side of that, Corel Lahara will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Wednesday, March 26th.
Standing here behind me, and my captains, my management team are here as well. So we'll begin with the Sheriff's Office began an investigation on some drug dealers that we knew were operating in Manatee County. On November November of 2024, we were investigating the fentanyl sale at a suspected drug house, the 900 block of 6th Street West in Bradenton. These were tips that we received, and the drug unit began to work on this location to try to determine what the dealers were selling and whether or not they could get in there and make buys. Immediately, Maurice Baxter, age 23, was identified as one of the dealers at this location. Detectives learned that Baxter was already under investigation by other MSO detectives for selling fentanyl in Manatee County. Detectives made buys using the FDLE SAFE program, which is the State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication. We used up to over $14,000 of SAFE funds during this case, and we have used more than $300,000 in several cases that we have made here in Manatee County. On March 13th of this year, our SWAT team executed the search warrant and detained the only occupant in the house at the time, which was 40-year-old Tron Williams, a known drug dealer here in Manatee County. Our other primary suspect, Baxter, has not been located. We have warrants for his arrest, and we continue to search for him. During the search, detectives located the following illegal and deadly drugs: 12.3 kilos of fentanyl, including pharmaceutical-grade fentanyl used by doctors to treat pain, 1 kilo of cocaine, 1 kilo of ecstasy, 273 grams of meth, 822 grams of marijuana, and 29.4 grams of Adderall. We also seized multiple firearms, including here on the table, an FN-57 handgun, which is also nicknamed the cop killer due to the ammo that it uses and that ammo's ability to penetrate certain types of soft body armor used by law enforcement. Over 1,000 rounds of various types of ammunition were also discovered in Williams's bedroom, and a vehicle was also seized during this operation. Tron Williams has been charged with trafficking in fentanyl, trafficking in meth, trafficking in cocaine, and trafficking in MDMA. The street value of the fentanyl seized is estimated at $1.4 million, and the total value of all the narcotics seized is valued at $1.7 million. The Drug Administrative Enforcement Agency estimates that 12 kilos of fentanyl has the potential to kill 6 million people. That's more than the population of the entire Tampa Bay area. And that's why this is a significant case. You think about the drugs that were seized and how those drugs could be responsible for killing every citizen in Manatee, Sarasota, Pinellas, Hillsborough County, Polk County, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus. We know that lives have been saved. Before I answer any question, I'm going to allow Special Agent in Charge, Eli Lawson, to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff Wells. Thanks for having us, and I congratulate you on this tremendous success. I'm FDLE Special Agent in Charge Eli Lawson from the FDLE Fort Myers region. This case exemplifies how the State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication, or SAFE program, can make a difference in all of our communities. This amount of fentanyl, as the Sheriff just mentioned, is extremely lethal, could have killed millions and millions of people, to include our entire FDLE Fort Myers region. The SAFE program has proven since its inception to have saved countless lives statewide. Since the program took effect in 2023, FDLE is proud to support investigations across the state, resulting in seizure of more than 400 pounds of fentanyl, 485 pounds of cocaine, and more than 1,400 arrests. This investigation and resulting arrest prove that the program is helping keep our communities safe. Today, FDLE and our partners at the Manatee County Sheriff's Office are proud to show the members of the Southwest Florida community the proof that funding and resources that are dedicated to the program are making positive impact in keeping this poison off the streets. I want to take a moment to thank Governor DeSantis and the Florida legislature for supporting this program, continuing to support our efforts in safeguarding Florida citizens and visitors while keeping lethal drugs out of our communities. Thank you very much.
Real quick, I just want to thank my detectives for the impact they have made during this seizure and working this case. These are lengthy investigations. It takes a lot of work, and I'm very proud of the work they've done here. These two drug dealers behind me don't care about lives. They don't care about the families that they destroy and who they hurt. All they care about is making money. And if they can sell their poison and make money each and every day off of the addiction of some in our community, then they have no problem with that. So this is a big case for us, and we just continue to see the effects of fentanyl in our community and communities throughout the state of Florida, and we will do our best to eradicate it from our county. So at this time, I will answer any questions that you have. Hey, Kim.
Sheriff Wells, this sounds like the largest fentanyl bust in Manatee County history. What do you have to say to the other dealers that are out there as this continues to plague our streets?
We're going to continue to fight to remove you from our community. That's our primary job. That's what these two detectives behind me, that's what they do each and every day. So we're prepared to save lives, and we're prepared to put these drug dealers behind bars. Let me tell you something. Back in 2017, when I first took office, fentanyl was considered a controlled substance, and it had no minimum mandatory sentencing. It had no limits to how much you could sell. It didn't matter if you were arrested with 5 grams or 500 grams. the bond was the same, the penalty was the same. And we had to fight really, really hard. I want to thank Senator Jim Boyd, who was instrumental in making sure that we could get the fentanyl statute to mirror that of heroin. And there were some that fought about drug dealers being put behind bars and having a mandatory sentence. Some would say that they are no harm to society. That's a lie. They're killing people. We know they're killing people. They're not chemists. They're not very educated. They can't tell you how much fentanyl they're giving each person. As you can see, you've got fentanyl and just boxes and bags sprawled out throughout the entire home. I mean, all they care about is just making money, and they don't care who gets in their way. Any other questions?
Do we know, and have we tested this fentanyl? Do we know where it came from? Do we know how it came over the border? What can you tell us about?
We're pretty sure it came out of California. We can only assume that it came from Mexico, probably China, Mexico, over the border of California, and then made its way into Manatee County.
Do you think that with what we're doing on the border now, is that going to help?
Absolutely. We have to secure the border. We got to make it difficult for these dealers to be able to move their product, and absolutely, I think it's going to make our community safer. I mean, think about 12 kilos of fentanyl. They're only selling about 2/10 of a gram to each victim. I call them victims because they're addicted to this poison, so they don't have to sell very much to their clients. So this goes a long way. And they were also responsible for upping other dealers in our community. So they were a main player in Manatee County.
Obviously, this is a multi-pronged situation. You've got problems coming from different directions, not just the border. Can you speak to the fact of the issue related to the demand that's going on here in Manatee County? Because obviously, for you to have this kind of bus, there's a thriving market here, and you've got to speak to that demand as well. So is there anything that your department is doing, any message that you're communicating, anything that you can talk to us in terms of approach to also curb that end of the conversation?
Yeah, we work very hard to help those that are addicted to fentanyl and all drugs. Anytime we have an overdose in Manatee County, our detectives go to that hospital, go to that location, and we try to get as much information as we can from the victim, and we try to get them into a rehab facility right then and there if they want to go. But this is a very powerful mind-altering drug, and sometimes they are not ready. So we try to give them the information that they're going to need to help them hopefully get off of this poison. And that's really all we can do now, is to try to educate our community and educate our young people on the importance of staying away from these illegal drugs. And you just don't know where you're going to find fentanyl. They will cut fentanyl into anything. They will put fentanyl into pills. They will lace it in cocaine. You just don't know what you're getting. You can't always assume if you're buying cocaine that that's all you're buying. I guarantee you 9 times out of 10 there's going to be fentanyl in that as well. So we try to educate as much as we can, and we try to help those that are addicted. But we need more rehab facilities. We need more places to be able to take these people that are addicted, because there's just not enough in our area to help.
We're listening here to investigators down in Florida, including the sheriff of Manatee County, discussing the largest drug bust that has ever been recorded in the region. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday, March 26th. My name is Karal Lahara, and I'll be with you throughout the next couple of hours, continuing to guide you through the day's top stories and showcasing live events from around the world. A big one that we are still waiting to get started. We have a live look over in Baltimore, Maryland, where pretty soon the governor there is going to be speaking, as well as other state and local leaders commemorating the 1 year since the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. We're going to slide away for a quick commercial break. We'll continue from more updates out of Maryland and other live events when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we are still monitoring this live feed that we have over in Baltimore, Maryland. We are continuing to wait for Governor Westmore to speak on the anniversary of the bridge collapse, that deadly bridge collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The governor there will be joined by Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott, commemorating the day with a ceremony near where the bridge once stood. It was back on March 26, 2024, that disaster occurred when the massive container ship Dali lost power and collided with the supporting column of the bridge. 6 construction workers who were repairing potholes at the time died when the structure crumbled. The collapse brought months-long closures at Baltimore's port and caused severe traffic congestion, issues that persist across the region today. According to the federal investigators, the Maryland Transportation Authority failed to conduct a recommended vulnerability assessment, which could have identified the bridge's significant risk of collapse due to ship strikes. Now, you may be wondering about what's next for this. Well, efforts are already underway to rebuild the bridge. Officials have announced that the replacement structure will be taller and more resilient to ship impacts. The new design, a cable-stayed bridge, the first of its kind in the state, is estimated to cost more than $1.7 billion and could be completed by 2028. The original Francis Scott Key Bridge, a 1.6-mile steel span connecting Baltimore's industrial communities and providing a bypass for downtown traffic, opened back in 1977 after 5 years of construction. So this was set to get started around 9 a.m. Eastern time. We are running about 15 minutes behind schedule so far, so it should get underway very soon. At the same time, we are still looking out for several other live events that are happening across the country. I want to take you over right now to West Philadelphia, where our partners down there at Fox 29 in Philly, this is going to be an event that the city proudly is honoring its hometown superstar, Will Smith, by renaming a street after him. You can see that several people there are on the podium taking pictures. It is expected that Will Smith is going to be in attendance at this event. We're still waiting for some more of this event to get started there. We saw a couple of mic checks heading, but we just wanted to give you this live look as you see the city is gearing up for this Will Smith street naming event. It does seem that someone has a microphone on the stage. Let's listen in, see what we can hear.
Every morning. Some mornings we would walk across this bridge. It would be so foggy out, you couldn't even see in front of your face. You couldn't even see the school. And our parents would send us out in that misty fog, little children, thousands of us, going to that building. The Marble Hall, the 5th floor, the music department, the old gym, the new gym, the track team, the basketball team, and the football team. Some DJs are. Welcome in South Philadelphia.
All right, so here you hear that they're just getting the crowd amped up there. Apparently, according to some reporting familiar with this, the ceremony will aim to celebrate Will Smith's outstanding career, his contributions to the city of Philadelphia, and his positive influence to the world. As a proud son of Philadelphia, Smith's legacy will continue to inspire future generations of the city's residents. This event is set to feature speakers, including local law enforcement officials, community leaders, and Will Smith himself, as I just mentioned. So still getting set up for this, and trying to see if I can see Will Smith in this live feed. Not yet, it seems, though, but we have our eye on it. Just letting you know that this is one of the main things happening on this morning. Still just about 9:16 in the morning here on the East Coast, 6:16 in the morning over on the West Coast. So we'll keep an eye on this. At the same time, over in New York, staying on the East Coast, we have another live feed coming into our newsroom. This one still hasn't gotten started yet either. But courtesy of our partners at Fox 5 in New York, this is going to be an event featuring New York City Council Speaker Adrian Adams, several council members as well. They're going to be joining advocates to highlight the impact and importance of new laws the council will be voting on later Wednesday, so that's today, to reform scaffolding and sidewalk shred rules. Currently, there are over 8,400 scaffolding structures across New York City. So the podium is set for this as well. We've got a lot of these structural ceremonies and events happening on this Wednesday morning. I want to bring us back out, though, to our main feed that we do want to carry in its entirety as soon as it gets underway, because we are commemorating that deadly bridge collapse that happened over in Baltimore, Maryland. And over there, just off in the distance, you can see that that is where the Francis Scott Key Bridge once stood. A reminder that it was 6 construction workers who lost their lives the day that accident happened. According to some reporting from the Associated Press, the Maryland Transportation Authority failed to complete that recommended vulnerability assessment that would have shown that the Francis Scott Key Bridge was at significant risk of collapse from a ship strike long before its demise just last year. Now, that update came almost half a year after the bridge collapsed, which temporarily halted ship traffic through the port of Baltimore and snarled traffic across the region. Again, plans to rebuild the bridge are underway, and officials have said the new design will be much better protected. Now, when board investigators performed that vulnerability assessment for the Key Bridge, they found it was almost 30 times worse than the acceptable risk threshold, according to guidance established by the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. The group published the vulnerability assessment calculation back in 1991, and all bridges designed afterward were required to be evaluated. In 2009, the group reiterated its recommendation to also conduct assessments for older bridges. Had Maryland officials completed the assessment any time before that collapse actually happened, they would have been able to proactively identify strategies to reduce the risk of a collapse and the loss of lives associated with that vessel collision. The board also issued urgent recommendations and a report that lists 30 owners of 68 bridges across 19 states and recommended that they should learn from Maryland's mistake and perform the assessments to determine whether they need more protection. We're going to slide away for another brief commercial break at Live Now from Fox, because we do want to take Governor Wes Moore's remarks and also the local leaders there in attendance. We want to take those remarks in full. So let's get this commercial break out of the way. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are still waiting for Governor Wes Moore to step up to this podium. He will be joined by the mayor of Baltimore as they commemorate 1 year since that deadly collision and collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. 6 construction workers died on that day, and we will carry this in full as soon as it gets underway. But I want to head over to Philadelphia, where I teased a little bit of this event just before the commercial break. We are finally seeing here that Will Smith entering the picture, set to speak here. This is in West Philadelphia, where the city is going to be honoring Will Smith's legacy by naming a street after him. Let's listen in to this ceremony that looks like it's just getting started.
I got in one little fight and my mom got scared and said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." I whistled for a cab and when it came near, the license plate said fresh and it had dice in the mirror. If anything, I could say that this cab was rare, but I thought, man, forget it. Yo, home's the...
Okay, so you're hearing there in the background that iconic song that was always played at the intro of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Of course, Will Smith, really a legacy down there in West Philadelphia, as that intro song even says. He's greeting there a bunch of his supporters that have turned out for this live look, courtesy of our partners at Fox 29 in Philadelphia. You see him there taking pictures with several folks that have turned out to this event, excited to greet him, excited to meet him. So there's no telling when he will actually get up to the podium to make some remarks, because clearly he's there convening with everybody. But it looks like we got an MC in the shot right now. Let's take a listen.
So there's some guy behind me shaking hands, taking selfies. Maybe you've heard of him. His name is Will Smith. Can y'all see Will? Y'all got your phones ready? Come on, get your cameras ready. Now, in a moment, I'm gonna need these folks right here to clear out so that these young children right here can do what they do. All right? We send them here to do a job. Let them do what they do. You'll have plenty of chances to take your photos, I guarantee you. I got the drum corps right up here. Once again, classic 107.9. We in the building. Lady B and me and Touch Tizzle. Somebody said, thank you, who?
Thank you, bro. Good to see you. How's everything? Well, we doing that together? Yeah, we're doing it now. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm playing with you, so now I can play. No young boy music. I can play some shit that we do. What you playing on now? You know what? I like the cross. Cross 12. Yup.
Get your cameras ready. Come on, come on, come on. Get your photos in, and then I need y'all to move out the way for the ROTC. Somebody said, dang, he tall. What's up, Will? Long time, baby. Good to see you, man. God bless you. Looking just like his mother. Don't even look like his mom. The man in black is back, y'all. Philly's own Will Smith, 59th Street's about to have a makeover. We're gonna refurbish this thing. I'm looking at former classmates out here. What's up, y'all? Is West Philly in the house? No. Here we go. No. West Philadelphia, make some noise. We used to walk across this bridge, and Will's mom would tell you, it used to be foggy, you couldn't see the school. They would send us to school in the rain, the snow. By the way, we used to walk over this bridge in 3 feet of snow with no shoes. Man, listen. Are y'all ready? Can I finally start this thing? Can we finally start? Y'all ready to begin? D-Nell, just give me a nod. Let me know what you need. Folks, we really need you to clear this out the way for the ROTC. So please, Please, y'all. Y'all done made the principal stand up. And he's a big guy. That's Principal Graham, y'all. Overbrook High School's Principal Graham. Please clear this out right here for the ROTC. Putting a lot of work. Let the ROTC do what they do, y'all. Come on, move, clear this out, please. Please clear this out. Lady with the sharp hair. You knew I was talking about you, too. See that? See that? Last one. You know, a long time ago, a great comedian named Richard Pryor once said, "What's the use of being the host if you can't use and abuse the privilege?" This is from my mom. Come on, y'all, get it in.
Listen up. You gotta go over here.
Thank you, Richard Pryor. All right, let's go. ROTC, I need you guys to move out the way right here. Let's start this thing right. That's what an Academy Award-winning actor looks like, y'all. Right there. Look at that man right there. I'm waiting for I was told to wait for the ROTC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for what we call speechifying. And it's my pleasure right now to acknowledge all the special guests that are right up here on this stage. First and foremost, I'm looking at my list. Yeah, let's give some love to the ROTC. And like I said, he can't see you, but he can feel you. He's the world's greatest blind DJ. Touch Tizzle right there, y'all. On the podium behind me and next to me are some good-looking elected officials. Right there, the mighty Northwest is in West Philadelphia. Councilman Anthony Phillips is right there. From the 3rd Council, Maddie Dix is right there. Talking from the bottom, now she's here. That's Jamie Gutierrez, y'all. And now, the new director for small business and the advocate for Pennsylvania, we call her Nas. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, Councilwoman Council Gilmore Richardson, who was a teacher at Overbrook High School.
All right, we're watching here an event taking place over in West Philadelphia. And there you see on the screen is Will Smith, because he is in town for a street signing ceremony. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break before Will Smith starts speaking, and a reminder that down at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we are still waiting for Governor Westmore to speak on the 1-year anniversary of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse.
I'm not supposed to do this, but she's my colleague, the beautiful Lady B. Talk about black don't crack. Am I lying? Oh my God, this young lady here is the president of the Overbrook High School alumni. Oh, well, no, Charlie was pointing at her. Hold on. I used to host a TV show called Sounds of the Underground. It was out of Mahorns in New Jersey. And my co-host was a young, I said Mahorns. Yeah, that, woo! Yikes. Agent Who, right? And my co-host was the beautiful, the gorgeous, the sultry, celebrating 50 years in the game, me, Brown. Point him out, Charlie. I don't want to get in trouble, Charlie. The president of the Overbrook High School Alumni Association, Pat Mathis. Can I introduce the principal? Who have I left out? Come here. Principal Graham, y'all. Now that Brandon Graham has retired, we will see him in Eagles training camp next year. Linebacker. No. We'll make that call. Have I left anybody else, y'all? All right, what's next? You got Mimi Brown. Introduce Mimi Brown. She's going to speak, right? Yeah. All right. See, when you do that, this is show you what happens when you got 50 years in the game. To get your name called, you just stand up and sit back down. No, Miss Brown, you're supposed to give us some remarks. Now, give it up, y'all. She on the phone. On the smartphone. Not consumer cellular either.
We're watching this event happening over in Philadelphia. Will Smith in attendance as city leaders are naming a street after him. But we have a couple of other priority events that we do want to get to before the main one out of Baltimore and Maryland. So we're turning now to this as the NTSB chair, Jennifer Homendy, is actually here testifying at an oversight hearing of the U.S. House Appropriations. The agency recently recommended a ban on some helicopter flights at an airport near Washington, D.C. Now, remember, this comes after that deadly collision in which 67 people were killed when a helicopter and an American Airlines plane collided near Ronald Reagan International Airport. Let's watch.
25 full-year continuing resolution to help provide Chair Homendy with the necessary resources for her team to accomplish their statutory mission. Be it the Key Bridge that we talked about earlier, the East Palestine train derailment, or the aviation incidents that have occurred far too often in recent years, Chair Homendy's team are some of the first on the scene. In 2025, we secured a 3.6% increase for the NTSB appropriation to $145 million. We know, Chair Homendy, that you put these funds to good use. Under your leadership, the NTSB has dramatically reduced the average age of open investigations, getting reports out to the public faster. With that, it'd be appropriate to recognize, when he gets here, the ranking member of this subcommittee, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. In the absence of that, however, I'm going to recognize the chairman of the full committee of the House Appropriations Committee, my good friend from the great state of Oklahoma, Tom Cole.
Thank you very much, Chairman Wormack, and thank you when he arrives to Ranking Member Clyburn. It's always good to be with my good friend, the Ranking Member of the full committee, so happy to see you again. And Chair Homendy, thank you very much for appearing before us today. Our nation's transportation systems are relied on by Americans and passengers from across the globe. We not only expect but demand that they reflect the gold standard in safety. Yet recent accidents in our skies, waterways, and railways have raised serious concerns and questions, from the mid-air collision at Reagan Washington National Airport, which my friend the chairman referred to the Francis Scott Key Bridge collision. These tragedies have brought devastating loss and underscored the need to ensure these situations are never repeated. The bottom line is when you get on a plane, drive over a bridge, or board a train, you shouldn't have to wonder if you'll make it to your destination safely. The mission of Chair Hamadeh and her team at the National Transportation Safety Board is essential to that achieving that objective. They investigate why an accident occurred and identify measures to prevent it from happening again. They don't speculate. They find the facts necessary to uphold the highest standards of reliability and safety. It's for these objectives of improving safety and saving lives that we've prioritized increased resources for the NTSB in our FY25 and FY24 funding measures. During my time on this subcommittee, I secured an 8.2% increase to your funding, and I must say you put it to very good use. So you are an excellent steward of public money. And I'm very pleased that my friend, the chairman, built on that in 2025. Again,
We're listening here as the NTSB Chair, Jennifer Homendy, is testifying before an oversight committee. But we're heading over to Baltimore, Maryland, where we are seeing right now leaders are commemorating 1 year since the deadly Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse.
Oh God, as we gather at the water's edge this morning, we find ourselves united in remembrance and reflection. We stand in the shadows of a past marked by the tragic collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, the memory of which has left an indelible mark on our hearts and our history. And in the solemnity of this moment, we invoke your presence as we honor those whose lives have been forever changed, as we acknowledge their pain, but also the possibilities that rest in the hands of the one who can make a way out of no way, even 1 year later. There are many reasons why we have gathered today. We came to pay homage to the ones who paid the ultimate price of their lives on that fateful day. We came to call their names. We came to call Alejandro's name. We came to call Carlos's name. We came to call Jose's name, or we came to call the names. We came to call Miguel and Maynor and Leon. We call their names because their names hold meaning and memory. We call their names because they are still missed. We call their names because they are still loved, and we call their names because they are still remembered. We are grateful this morning for the resilience that resides in the people of this great state. And we came in a spirit of thanksgiving for the families of our 6 heroes, for the first responders, for every responder, for this administration, and for those who worked tirelessly to do in 11 weeks what they said would take 11 months. And we say, thank you. You made us believe in the power of the one that is able to make the impossible possible. For our esteemed Governor Wes Moore, who led the way with tenacity, and Lieutenant Governor Aruna K. Miller for standing in the gap, thank you. We have come to give thanks for every deed, seen and unseen, every kind word and listening ear, known and unknown, for every human and every holy act of grace that has brought us safe thus far, and that same grace will lead us on. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Paul Wiedefeld.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this somber morning. We are here to commemorate the devastating collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and to remember the 6 dedicated roadway workers who lost their lives. I think about these men and all of our roadway workers who maintain Maryland's transportation system. They show up and work in dangerous conditions. Our roadway workers deserve our utmost respect as they take risks and make sacrifices every single day to make our journey a little smoother. 1 year ago, many of us woke up to a phone call and the disbelief that the gateway to Baltimore was gone. It was clear from the wreckage blocking the shipping channel to the Port of Baltimore that the cleanup would take time and immense coordination. Lives and livelihoods would also be impacted. Looking back on those first 72 hours, so much was happening all at once. But thankfully, Maryland was extremely fortunate to have a leader with the experience to steer us through the crisis, with the strength, the confidence, and clear direction. Governor Moore kept us focused on the mission at hand while also thinking of the people who were impacted. We're also fortunate to have such a strong partnership with our federal, state, and local leaders who worked in lockstep to ease the fears and provide best response. Through this incredible partnership across the public and private sectors, we helped bring closure to the families, supported impacted workers and businesses, and reopened the shipping channel. And now work is well underway on the governor's fourth directive to rebuild the bridge. Governor Moore unveiled the new design last month, and pre-construction activities are underway. Demolition of the remaining bridge structure will happen later this year, followed by the start of the construction of the new bridge. Let me close by expressing my immense pride in the employees of the Maryland Department of Transportation. From the quick and heroic actions of the Maryland Transportation Authority police and dispatchers who stopped traffic on the bridge and saved lives. The MDTA's Executive Director, Bruce Gartner, and Chief Engineer, Jim Harkness, who continue to work tirelessly behind the scenes to build the new Key Bridge. And I also want to thank the Port of Baltimore's Executive Director, Jonathan Daniels, and our partner, Ports America Chesapeake, who helped keep the port open for business and workers on the job. Across the entire department, MDOT remains dedicated to delivering and maintaining a safe, efficient, and reliable transportation system for all. Thank you again for joining us this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Wes Moore.
I want to thank everyone for being here. From the families, to our elected officials, to our first responders, to our military personnel, to our labor leaders, to our esteemed guests, including the Mexican ambassador. Y Padre Dios, gracias por hoy y por esta mañana. Juntos estamos en conmemoración. This morning, we gathered back to where we started, in the same place, at the same time. And even though the scene looks different, our memories are engraved. We remember the cold morning in March that changed our state forever. And we remember the tears that we shed and the uncertainty that we all felt. We remember looking out and seeing a deeply painful and unfamiliar sight, that a fixture of the Baltimore skyline and of Baltimore spirit, that parts of it were now laying on top of a ship, the length of 3 football fields. We remember the heartbreak that we felt to learn that 6 remarkable Marylanders who had been working while we slept, 6 patriots who endured the rattling of cars and trucks so the rest of us could be safe, that they were now unaccounted for. What happened on March 26, 2024 is and will always be a tragedy beyond words. And to the families of the victims that are with us today, there is little that I can say to truly be the balm for the pain that you feel. But I hope that you know that the prayers that we shared that morning, they were sincere. And I hope that you know that the promises that we made, we intend to keep. But the 6 victims of the Key Bridge collapse, they should be here right now. Menor Yasir Suazo Sandoval should be here. Miguel Angel Luna Gonzalez should be here. Jose Minor Lopez should be here. Alejandro Hernandez Fuentes should be here. Dorleon Ronial Castillo Cabrera should be here. Carlos Daniel Hernandez should be here. We continue to pray for them and their loved ones. No pasa un día sin que estemos pensando en todos ustedes. Los vemos, estamos con todos ustedes y cuentan con todo nuestro apoyo, ahora y siempre. But we don't just look back on March 26th and remember the horror, we also remember the heroism. Because in the face of one of the worst tragedies in our state's history, Marylanders did what we always do. Marylanders stepped up. Our first responders, who didn't ask who was on the bridge before they dove into the water. Our firefighters, who didn't demand specifics before they rushed to the scene. Our officers who didn't ask for instructions before they put their bodies in the way of traffic to keep drivers from meeting a fatal journey in the black of night. Our service members, our Coast Guard, our Army Corps of Engineers, Navy SUPSOLV, who didn't ask who was in trouble before they kissed their loved ones goodbye and traveled to Baltimore to do their duty. The private sector rallied. The General Assembly rallied. Leaders at local and state and federal levels rallied. Our unified command rallied. We laid out 4 objectives that morning. And together, and with God's grace, we brought closure to the families, supported our people, and cleared the channel in 11 weeks when people said it would take 11 months. There were no guarantees that we would succeed. But that was not going to stop us in getting the work done. The steel was so mangled that one small misstep could set us back weeks or months. The debris was so sharp and so difficult to navigate that every single rescue operation that took place ran the risk of incurring another casualty. The devastation was so vast that we didn't know whether we could ever reunite the families with the ones that they lost. The economic impacts were so wide-ranging that Marylanders might have not just seen their jobs disappear, but they might have seen their jobs never return. And one of the most important ports in this entire country had the risk of losing partners permanently. But we did not let the what-ifs stop us from doing our work and from staying the course. We led with humanity. We set big goals, and we put together a plan to achieve them. And we stayed united, always, and led from the front. I believe that is what it means to be Maryland tough and Baltimore strong. To look danger and uncertainty in the face and know that we will never flinch. To answer a moment of crisis with genuine courage, to help each other when one of us gets knocked down. It's who we are. It's who we'll always be. And I know that soon, after accomplishing the first 3 objectives, we will accomplish the 4th, which is Marylanders of this generation and the next will look up and once again see the Francis Scott Key Bridge standing tall, and you have my word on that. May God continue to watch over our victims and their families and our team and this great state. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senate President Bill Ferguson.
Good morning. Mr. Governor, I have to admit I am more emotional than I expected this morning. Pulling up today and seeing this span immediately took me back to that moment in a way that I cannot even fathom the families of the victims of this horrible tragedy are feeling. Your loss is truly unimaginable, and I just want to say thank you for being here to remember your loved ones in a way that is impossible to describe, and I can only imagine how this past year has been. And I do want you to know, from the perspective of the General Assembly and the Senate of Maryland, we are truly here for you through this year and through the months and years ahead. This tragedy is overwhelming, and we sympathize with you every day. I remember a year ago standing on just the banks and seeing this horrific tragedy and immediately thinking of those who had been affected and thinking, how do we move forward from this? How do we not get stuck in a moment of paralysis? And I think of a saying that former President Barack Obama said, that when the things seem the most hopeless, the next thing you have to do is just act. You just have to do one next thing. Find hope with one next action. And you know what I realized was that it was already happening. By 6:30 in the morning, our first responders were already in the water. Our firefighters had units from across the entire region out, ready to continue the rebuild and recovery. We had the Coast Guard, the Corps of Engineers, across local government, state government, federal government. We had heroes stepping up within minutes. In the deepest of tragedies, we share a common bond of the horror of pain of human suffering. But there's also the other side. The other side is the common belief in love and a hopeful future. And when I sit here today in front of that span and I look out into the audience of these incredible leaders and first responders, I hearken to that moment of hope where it became clear that this is going to be a moment that defines us. When people were acting, no one asked what political party they were from. No one asked where they grew up. No one asked what race they were. They showed up and did the job. And at a time when people have questions about government and our ability to do the right thing, to help people, this last year has been proof that we are better together to rebuild, and to define a common purpose for the future. I want to thank each and every one of you for your impact. You are here today because you recognize that in the deepest of pain, that is the moment of the phoenix and rising, where we find our strength and our core humanity together. From the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the Maryland Senate, on behalf of the General Assembly, I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued impact and your belief in who we are as Marylanders, those who know that together we are unstoppable. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
We all remember where we were when we learned that the Key Bridge fell. It's a moment we will never forget, because the collapse of the Key Bridge was a local tragedy, it was a national tragedy, it was an international tragedy. It was a tragedy that was felt around the world. First and foremost, it was a human tragedy. We lost 6 beautiful souls who were working the overnight shift. Each had loved ones who were joining us today who depended on them. 4 were fathers. Our hearts are with you, their families, and loved ones. We know that 1 year passing does not lessen your grief. And this anniversary must be an especially difficult time. We love you, and we will be with you forever. The collapse also disrupted the lives and the livelihoods of countless Marylanders. It deprived Baltimore City of a vital artery, and the fallen debris choked off the channel to the great Port of Baltimore, an economic engine for our state and the region and the country. But as the bridge came apart, we all came together. The first responders, including the Maryland Transportation Authority officers who stopped additional traffic from going onto the bridge, preventing further tragic loss of life. The Maryland State Police, who recovered the bodies. Governor Moore, thank you for pulling our state together at that moment of tragedy, you and your team. And to Mayor Scott and the county executives and all of your teams who rallied to meet the moment. And the federal government immediately swung into action. President Biden ordered the deployment of the full resources of the federal government to help a city in need. The Unified Command was assembled under the umbrella of the Coast Guard. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers cleared the channel, floated away the dolly, and helped reopen the port. Naval officers and others were part of these teams. The governor and the General Assembly and federal agencies provided economic relief to those who were most harmed financially. And thanks to those collective efforts, all of them, people in this room and others who joined in that effort over those very difficult days, thanks to all of that, lives were saved, economic harm to the longshoremen and Baltimore businesses were mitigated, and the Port of Baltimore reopened in just 78 days. And we all got together to begin to put together the plans for a new bridge, because as the governor said, we never ever doubted that we would build a new Key Bridge where the current bridge collapsed. And all of us in Federal Team Maryland got to work, including my dear friend and former Senate partner, Ben Cardin, who is here with us today. Thank you, Senator Cardin. and Congressman Mfume, and I see Congressman Hoyer, our entire delegation on a bipartisan basis, came together and worked nonstop over many, many months to secure a 100% commitment from the federal government to replace the bridge. And last night, on the floor of the United States Senate, my new partner in the Senate, Senator Ulster Brooks, and I thanked our colleagues from around the country because they did what we would hope every American would do at a time of need. They stepped up to help a great city and a great state. This all-hands-on-deck effort upholds a tradition that lies at the foundation of our union. When disaster strikes any one state or city, all of the rest of us should rally to assist. It's all for one and one for all. Now, the governor and Secretary Wiedefeld and their teams have unveiled a new design, and permitting is underway. As the governor said, we will make sure a new Key Bridge rises from this disaster. Out of this tragedy came unity. Unity of purpose, unity of action. Let us maintain that spirit of unity as we in Maryland meet the challenges ahead. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Quaisi Mfume.
Good morning. I want to first, if I might, properly so, just share with these families the fact that you have been in our hearts and on our minds every day since this tragedy occurred. And under the leadership of Governor Moore, who was our quarterback and remains our quarterback, the promises that have been made are promises that will be kept. God is providential. These things happen in life to all of us, but it is only God that realizes why. So we pray for you, we pray with you, and we say that we love you all. Again, I want to mention the name of Governor Moore because he didn't get elected expecting something like this so shortly after being sworn in. But he and his team that were assembled, that have been mentioned and will be mentioned again, work with all of us. And boy, do we spend so many days down here, week after week, morning after morning, meeting with the press, talking with people who are providing, thanking the volunteers from Dundalk and Turner Station who brought food over in those early weeks, and believing that if we just stuck together, we would find our way forward. I can't underscore enough the impact that those two communities, Dundalk and Turner Station, felt as a result of this. I see Johnny Ray Sailing and Rick Metzger here. They were here when many of us got here, Governor, that morning, after having spoken with the President, as he did with you and with Mayor Scott and others, promising that this would be taken care of, and there would, in fact, be a new bridge. I'm going to, if I might, be deliberately redundant and underscore the name of Senator Ben Cardin, who worked tirelessly with Chris Van Hollen and all of us on the House side, Steny, Dutch Rupersberger in his absence, to put together sort of congressional effort both in the House of Representatives and in the Senate that could, in fact, win. You know, we're a small state with a small delegation, but when we are determined, we always win. Ben, thank you, and thank you for being here. And thank you, Steny. There's so many small businesses that are going to be... So many small businesses that are going to be meeting later today. That impact cannot be underscored enough. The truckers, the people who carried the food, the international longshoremen, Local 33, Scott Cowan, and all those men and women that we met with on the docks day after day after day to try to figure out how commerce would start up again. Gwen Williamson and all the many people who've worked 20 and 30 years at the port, none of whom knew what was going to happen. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Coast Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, Colonel Pinchason in her absence, for all that she did to hold us together and to help us through that period. Mayor Scott, to his credit, put so much into this effort to keep the city of Baltimore and the county of Baltimore lockstep. He and Johnny O at the time were here every day doing that. This bridge connected two different communities. And having grown up here as a child, remembering what it was like when there was nothing in the water but water, I can't begin to tell you the amount of pride that people took in 1971 when there was a decision to build this bridge. There was an argument whether it should be a bridge or a tunnel. It ended up being the bridge, and we, since that time, looked at it as a great arching steel cathedral over these two communities that meant hope, that meant transportation, that meant access. And people grew up here every day after that, watching the sun kiss the steel beams because it went up so high, believing that it was their cathedral and would be there forever. So we all obviously mourn the loss of the bridge and what it meant. But what it means today is that hope is anew. It means that when you do stay together and work together, you stay together, you win together. And it means soon, and very soon, we will have the continuation of this story. Because that day when we met here, it was just like this, cold, windy, but overcast. Today is cold and windy, but the sun is out. And the sun is a great reminder of the bright things that are before all of us as we stay together as two communities. God bless you, and thank all of you for all you've done to get us to this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Johnny Olszewski.
Good morning. Whether you lived here before, you live here now, you work here, welcome to our home. Along with so many others, I had the privilege of growing up and living today in the shadow of this bridge. We fished under it. We celebrated getting our driver's license by driving over the bridge. We had murals of it in our bars. We put it on our sports uniforms. It was our cathedral in the sky. It's part of who I am. It's part of who this community is. And 1 year ago, we lost an iconic symbol of connection. One that not only connected us, but supported the livelihood of countless residents, our dock workers, truck drivers, small business owners, and more. It's difficult to fully explain the absence of the Francis Scott Key Bridge to anyone not from here. But in that moment and in that experience, we were reminded that we were connected in ways that can never be broken by disaster. We were connected immediately to the families of those brave men who were serving us. And today we remember Alejandro, Carlos, Miguel, Dorlinian, Menor, Jose. We remember them and we thank them for their service to our community and their love for their families. We were reminded how we were connected to our first responders who jumped in the water, stopped the traffic, didn't ask questions, just served. We were reminded how we were connected to our government when we saw Governor Moore step forward and lead, when President Biden offered the full support of our federal government, and we saw the Navy, the Army, and countless other agencies come together to move us forward. We were reminded how interconnected we were as a region, and I had the privilege of serving alongside Mayor Scott, County Executive Pittman, our federal delegation, and so many others. And so we came together. We came together once a year ago, and we come together today with a commitment to come back and be even better and stronger, taking the lessons and the memories of 1 year ago with us. We all have a stake in the future of this community. We have a stake in the future of supporting our families, and we have a stake in building this bridge. This is bigger than Baltimore. This is bigger than Maryland. I'm so proud to be part of so many in this place and in this space. I promise in this new role, I will carry forward the lessons of being alongside you, and we will get this done. Together, we will rise from this, literally and figuratively, building a bridge to the future. This experience has reflected our resilience and our love for each other, and may those lessons and memories carry us forward in the work ahead. Thank you all, and God bless.
And now, a musical selection by the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra.
We are watching here as leaders down in Baltimore, Maryland are commemorating 1 year since the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, in which 6 construction workers were killed after a cargo ship struck that bridge. Now, again, there are plans moving forward, about $1.7 billion allocated to construction of a new bridge. We want to step away for a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more of your top stories next. We are back with more breaking news on this Wednesday, as we have just learned that The Atlantic has released the entire Signal group chat that featured senior national security officials from the Trump administration, apparently showcasing that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth provided the exact times of warplane launches, strike packages, and targets before the men and women flying those attacks against Yemen's Houthis this month on behalf of the United States were airborne. We have been following this story for the last couple of days. One of the big breaking news stories of this week. The Associated Press reporting that the disclosure follows 2 intense days during which President Trump's senior-most cabinet members of his intelligence and defense agencies have struggled to explain how details that current and former U.S. officials have said would have been classified wound up on an unclassified Signal chat that included Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg. Hegseth has refused to say whether he posted classified information onto Signal. He is traveling in the Indo-Pacific and to date has only scoffed at questions, saying that he'd not, quote, revealed war plans. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard and CIA Director John Ratcliffe told members of the Senate Intelligence Committee just yesterday, that's Tuesday, that it was up to Secretary Hegseth to determine whether the information he was posting was classified or not. Now, what was revealed was jaw-dropping in its specificity and includes the type of information that is kept to a very close hold to protect the operational security of a military strike. We're taking a live look right now over in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill as we continue to follow those latest developments. Again, the most recent update to this story was that The Atlantic did release the entire Signal group chat that featured senior national security officials within the Trump administration, showing that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth provided the exact times of warplane launches, strike packages, and targets before the men and women flying those attacks against Yemen's Houthis this month on behalf of the United States were airborne. We'll continue to keep you up to date with all the latest developing and breaking news headlines from this story specifically. And in the meantime, I do want to head down to Capitol Hill where, as I just mentioned, just yesterday, intelligence directors did testify before a Senate committee hearing, and now they're testifying before the House. Let's take a look.
China is building its military capability in part to gain an advantage in the event of a military conflict with the United States around the issue of China's efforts towards unification with the Republic of China or Taiwan. Beijing is advancing its cyber capabilities for sophisticated operations aimed at stealing sensitive U.S. government and private sector information and pre-positioning additional asymmetric attack options that may be deployed in a conflict. China's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including last year's massive compromise of U.S. telecom infrastructure, commonly referred to as Salt Typhoon. Beijing currently dominates global markets and strategically important supply chains, for example, with the mining and processing of several critical minerals. In December, China imposed an export ban to the United States on gallium, germanium, and antimony, all of which are important to the production of semiconductors and our defense technologies. This was in direct response to U.S. export controls on chips designed to broadly limit PRC access to advanced chips and chip-making equipment. China also aims to compete in other critical global industries, including AI, legacy semiconductor chip production, biomanufacturing, and genetic sequencing, and medical and pharmaceutical supply production. Russia's nuclear and conventional military capabilities, along with its demonstrated economic and military resilience, make it a formidable competitor. Moscow has more nuclear weapons than any other nation that could inflict catastrophic damage on the United States and the world in the event of a major war that Russian leaders feared put them and their regime at serious risk. In late 2024, Russia announced updates to its public nuclear doctrine, expanding the conditions under which Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. Russia is building a more modern and survivable nuclear force designed to circumvent U.S. missile defense through reliable retaliatory strike potential. It intends to deter the U.S. by holding the U.S. homeland at risk and by having the capabilities to threaten nuclear war in a conflict. Russia's developed advanced cyber capabilities and has attempted to pre-position access to U.S. critical infrastructure for asymmetric options and make it a persistent cyber threat. Russia's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including the 2023 hack of Microsoft. Russia is also fielding new capabilities in anti-satellite weapons meant to degrade U.S. and allied space infrastructure. Among Russia's most concerning developments is a new satellite intended to carry a nuclear weapon as an anti-satellite weapon, violating long-standing international law against such activity and putting the U.S. and global economy at risk. Iran continues to seek to expand its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. They've shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. We continue to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorist actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population and U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, as well as U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is pursuing stronger strategic and conventional capabilities that can target U.S. forces and allies in the region, as well as the U.S. homeland, to bolster North Korea's leverage and stature, defend its regime, and achieve at least tacit recognition as a nuclear weapons power. Kim's recently cemented strategic partnership with Russia supports these goals by providing him with greater financial, military, and diplomatic support, reducing its reliance on China, and providing North Korean forces and weapons systems with warfighting experience. Kim views his strategic weapons advances, its deepening ties with Russia, and its economic durability as strengthening his negotiating position against Washington's demands for denuclearization and lessening Kim's need for sanctions relief. Since 2022, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have grown closer. Removing the accelerant of the war in Ukraine is unlikely to revert these bilateral relationships to a pre-war 2021 baseline, leaving room for new strategic priorities and world events to create new incentives or challenges to their expanded cooperation. Russia has been a catalyst for much of this expansion, driven heavily by the support it has needed for its war against Ukraine, including protection from U.S. and Western sanctions. In addition to exchange of military and other resource capabilities with North Korea, Russia has relied more heavily on China's financial and defense industry backing and has increased combined military exercises with China. With Iran, Russia has also expanded financial ties to mitigate sanctions. Iran has become a critical military supplier to Russia, especially of UAVs, in exchange for Russian technical support for Iranian weapons, intelligence, and advanced cyber capabilities. The threats that we see to the U.S. to U.S. national security are both complex and multifaceted. In closing, I want to address briefly the signal chat issue that I know many of you are concerned about. The President and National Security Advisor Waltz held a press conference yesterday with a clear message. It was a mistake that a reporter was inadvertently added to a signal chat with high-level national security principals having a policy discussion about imminent strikes against the Houthis and the effects of the strike. National Security Advisor has taken full responsibility for this, and the National Security Council is conducting an in-depth review along with technical experts working to determine how this reporter was inadvertently added to this chat. The conversation was candid and sensitive, but as the President National Security Advisor stated, no classified information was shared. There were no sources, methods, locations, or war plans that were shared. This was a standard update to the National Security Cabinet that was provided alongside updates that were given to foreign partners in the region. The Signal Message app comes pre-installed on government devices. In December of 2024, CISA stated, quote, "We strongly urge highly targeted individuals to immediately review and apply best practices provided in the guidance to protect mobile communications, including consistent use of end-to-end encryption." And they named Signal as an app as an example of such an end-to-end encrypted messaging app. Ideally, these conversations occur in person. However, at times, fast-moving coordination of an unclassified nature is necessary, where in-person conversation is not an option. I'm also aware that a lawsuit was filed yesterday on this issue. As a result of that pending litigation, I'm limited in my ability to comment further on that specific case. My Office of General Counsel will be in close contact with the Department of Justice on this matter. The most important thing to the American people and to all of us is the success of this military operation against terrorists who have been and continue to attack American service members was extremely successful, thanks to the leadership of President Trump and the actions of our brave men and women in uniform. As the heads of the American people's intelligence community, we will continue to provide the President, you in Congress, and our war fighters with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to keep our country secure, free, prosperous, and at peace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Gabbard. We now turn to member questions. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to talk about, before I get into the threats, I want to talk about something we've talked about in this committee and in this setting before. We've had IC agency leaders commit to complying with our document requests but not follow through. And I don't know if this is due to direction from previous administration or middle management obstruction, but I find it completely unacceptable. In fact, I had to subpoena the NSA in order to cooperate with our AHI investigation last year. As you all know, it's the charge of this committee to conduct rigorous oversight, and part of that oversight is to occasionally requires us that we request documents from your organizations to enable our investigations. We cannot adequately do our jobs without your partnership and your cooperation. General Hawk and General Cruz, we had this conversation here before last year, and I'm not satisfied with your responsiveness. Therefore, I'm going to ask that question again on the record in this open setting to each of you. Do I have your unequivocal commitment to cooperating with document or other information requests from this committee, General Hawk?
You do, Chairman.
Thank you, General. Director Patel.
You do, Mr. Chairman.
Director Gabbard.
Yes, Chairman.
Director Ratcliffe.
Yes, you do, Chairman and Ranking Member. And I want to start by saying it's good to be back. It's good to see you. And as you all know, I have a special appreciation for the work that this committee does, having previously been a member. I also understand the importance of the oversight role that it has. And so you have my full commitment and my understanding about what your responsibilities are and my obligation to keep you fully and currently informed, and I will do that.
Appreciate that. General Cruz.
Chairman, of course, you have our continuing support on this critically important effort for the nation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to turn now to something that's a topic of conversation and really needs to be, and that's our own neighborhood here in our Western Hemisphere. I mentioned in my opening statement, I'm deeply concerned about encroachment in the Western Hemisphere, not just by China, but other adversaries like Russia and Iran, from Russian military cooperation with and support to Venezuela and Nicaragua, CCP-linked companies' acquisition of critical assets in Central and South America, Iran's defense agreement with Bolivia, the establishment of a technical military cooperation commission including Venezuela, Cuba, China, Russia, and Iran. And I could list several more alarming examples. I'm afraid we've focused so much of our attention across the world that we've lost sight of our own neighborhood. leading to the anti-American regimes gaining permanent footholds within striking distance of the homeland. So Director Gabbard, to the extent that you can discuss it in this setting, what is the intelligence community's assessment of adversary encroachment in the Western Hemisphere?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll be able to go into greater detail in the closed session, but the intelligence community assessment reflects what you have just detailed and outlined. The continued competition, encroachment, and investments that are occurring in the Western Hemisphere have rapidly increased and continue to pose a threat both to our economic interests and to our security. Every day there are new reports of further attempts. One just recently that came up yesterday with investments that are being made in the southeast part of the United States. Again, I'll go into this further in a closed setting, but the intelligence assessments that we are receiving are being shared with senior cabinet officials, Department of Energy, Commerce, Treasury, those who are working alongside us to not only monitor, but to determine the best policies that will protect our interests.
Thank you. I want to turn to Director Patel real quick in the time that I have left. If you can flesh this out for me just a little bit. You indicated something that caught my attention in the proceeding yesterday, and that was your involvement with the Judicial Drug Task Force that you partner with at the state level, and how that has yielded positive results with regard to cartel activity. Can you put a little finer point on that to describe those partnerships in the 53 seconds we have remaining?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, thanks for having us, Ranking Member. My priorities at the FBI have been to partner with state and local law enforcement in ways that we have not done so before, particularly on information sharing, and it's a two-way street. And in order for us to effectuate drug seizures and narcotics interdictions in the 50 states, we treat them as all border states, because that's what's happening. We have an American citizen die of a drug overdose every 7 minutes. That is wildly out of control and unacceptable. But the FBI cannot do that mandate and secure the American people from Washington, D.C. So we're putting resources in the field. We were working with our partners at the state and local level, and we are seeing immediate results, as we are seeing in Arkansas, as I outlined yesterday, with hundreds of arrests, thousands of pounds of narcotics seized, dozens of weapons, and multiple indictments.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to yield and recognize Ranking Member Himes for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
We're listening here to intelligence directors testify on global threats. We'll be right back.
On strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons packages, targets, and timing.
As the testimony yesterday continued on, there were further questions related to that, where I acknowledged that there was conversation about weapons, and I don't remember the exact wording that I used, but I did not recall the specific details that were included.
Director Gabbard, you've reasserted that there was no classified information. I think we can all agree that that information shouldn't have been out there. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the ODNI's classification guidance?
I'm familiar with it.
I've actually got a copy right here. If I read you a part of that guidance, I wonder if you could tell me what the level of classification indicated is. I'm reading from your classification guidance. And the criteria is information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack. Do you recall what your own guidance would suggest that be classified?
I don't have the specifics in front of me, but it would point to what was shared would fall under the DoD's classification system and the Secretary of Defense's authority.
So let me help you, because there's a very clear answer.
And what is not.
I guess you don't have it, but information providing, this is the ODNI guidance, information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack should be classified as top secret. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that. I just point out that the DoD classification guidance is separate from the ODNI's classification guidance.
Do you think it would be materially different?
Ultimately, the Secretary of Defense holds the authority to classify or declassify.
Do you think it's likely that DoD guidance is materially different from what I just read?
I haven't reviewed the DoD guidance, so I can't comment.
Director Gabbard, a lot of this suggests sort of a lack of sobriety. When there's punch emojis and fire emojis, it's a lack of sobriety. I don't mean that literally. But I have one last question for you, because I think people really listen to what you have to say. You, on March 15th, as DNI, retweeted a post from Ian Miles Chong, who is listed on RT, that's Russia Today's website, as, quote, a political and cultural commentator who has contributed content to RT since at least 2022. Director Gabbard, do you think that it's responsible for you as head of the intelligence community and the principal presidential intelligence advisor to retweet posts from individuals affiliated with Russian state media?
That retweet came from my personal account, and I would have to go back to look at the substance of the tweet.
Can I, just so that we don't have a lack of confusion amongst our allies and enemies and us, can I act perhaps that you not think that you should be saying one thing on your personal account than you say officially?
I maintain my First Amendment rights to be able to express my own personal views on different issues.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields, and I recognize the distinguished Vice Chairman, General Kelly.
Yeah, I now, for the first 30 seconds, Mr. Ratcliffe, or Director Ratcliffe, formerly known as Texas, from this Mississippi guy, I'd like to give you 30 seconds if you have anything to respond to what Ms. Gabbard Director Gabbard, I'm sorry, just said.
Well, Mississippi, it's good to see you again, and I appreciate the opportunity. You know, there's so much talk about this Atlantic article and about things that were said and that could have happened instead of a focus on what did happen. So my responsibility as CIA director, one of its responsibilities is to kill terrorists. And that's exactly what I did along with President Trump's excellent national security team. That's what we should be focused on. With regard to that article, I also would appreciate the opportunity to relay the fact that yesterday I spent 4 hours answering questions from senators as a result of that article that were intimating that I transmitted classified information because there were hidden messages. Those messages were revealed today and revealed that I did not transmit classified information, and that the reporter, who I don't know, I think intentionally intended it to indicate that. That reporter also indicated that I had released the name of an undercover CIA operative in that signal chain. In fact, I had released the name of my chief of staff, who is not operating undercover. That was deliberately false and misleading, and I appreciate the opportunity to reflect that my answers haven't changed. I used an appropriate channel to communicate sensitive information. It was permissible to do so. I didn't transfer any classified information. And at the end of the day, what is most important is that the mission was a remarkable success, is what everyone should be focused on here, because that's what did happen, not what possibly could have happened.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. Director Patel, thank you for the great job that you've done. So first of all, your coordination and trying to comply with the letter that was sent last year and the year before asking for the baseball shooting, of which what I got was basically what happened on the field, and I was there, so I don't need to know that, although no one from the FBI ever talked to me about what happened. They talked to people who were not there. But I appreciate your commitment to getting us the full unredacted report, or the redactions, or to protect innocent people who are not part of the process, not the people who made decisions to classify that as suicide by a cop as opposed to an assassination attempt of many members of Congress, of which I was one. Thank you for your commitment, Director Patel, because I know that you will give us what we have asked for so that we can put this to rest. Mr. Winstrup, myself, and several others. Can I get your commitment to do that, Director Patel?
In fact, I just got an update, Mr. Vice Chairman, from my team. You'll have all of those materials to you and your committee by the close of business today, or at the latest tomorrow morning.
And just really quickly, Director Ratcliffe, and I don't want to go over time. I think it's so important for everybody to have their time. Can you tell me the impact that DOGE has had in causing you to fire people you shouldn't have fired, or release people who are instruments of national security no longer there? Tell me if you've had any impact specifically that DOGE has caused you to lose someone who was necessary for national security.
Given the fact that as of this date, no one from DOGE has been on the CIA campus, and I've had no direct communication with DOGE other than conversations with Elon Musk at cabinet meetings, I would say the impact is zero.
Director Patel?
I'm in a similar situation. We do work with DOGE on government efficiencies, but I have not seen any negative impacts at the FBI.
Thank you very much. And Director Gabbard, it's good to see you again, too. You know, I think we were freshmen together, you and I and Director Ratcliffe, and I'm here and you guys are like there. Have you seen any impact across the whole IC that DOGE has caused things that you can't respond to?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. It's great to see you all again here. The answer is no. Similar with Director Ratcliffe, DOGE has not been at ODNI. The President understands the essential national security mission that we have, and we are going through our own internal assessments to ensure we're achieving the effects in an efficient way that is responsible to the American taxpayer.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman, to the witnesses, many of whom I've worked with in the past. It appears that this year's report omitted any discussion of transnational concerns like global health security, infectious diseases, and the role of conflict, violence, and political instability play as drivers of migration. Coupled with the administration's cuts to USAID and other international assistance, particularly health and humanitarian assistance, won't these reductions and eliminations increase regional instability and volatility in areas already at high risk for threats? Was the IC consulted at all in the decisions to eliminate such critical funding, and why weren't these risks included in this year's report?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. The direction that I gave to our National Intelligence Council as they were putting together the annual threat assessment was to focus on the most direct and extreme threats that we face from non-state and state actors. While I acknowledge the factors that you've mentioned create an environment that our operators and intelligence officials need to be aware of, this year's annual threat assessment was really more targeted to focus on the direct threats that we have the ability to affect and impact. Some of those were included here that you mentioned with regard to the effects and impacts of USAID. That assessment has not yet been done, or at least to my knowledge, and was not considered to be included here.
Director Patel, this year's assessment, sir, confirms a threat I've worked on for a number of years, domestic extremists, including lone wolves, white nationalists motivated by racial or anti-government grievances, even religious grievances. Mr. Director, a few yes or no questions. Do you, sir, agree that these domestic threats must be addressed as thoroughly as foreign extremists?
All threats like that will be treated equally, yes, sir.
Is it true, sir, you moved personnel out of the FBI section responsible for countering domestic violent extremists?
I don't believe I did that.
Is it true, sir, that you've discussed disbanding this section?
I don't believe I've done that.
Will you pledge today, sir, not to disband this critical section?
I will pledge to you today that any personnel matters that are being worked on currently, once finalized, the congressional notification will be published to your committee.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, the former federal prosecutor, Mr. LaHood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses today for your service to our country. And I want to focus my questions this morning on FISA Section 702. And Director Radcliffe, welcome back to the committee. In your confirmation hearing before the Senate, you were asked extensively about FISA and Section 702, and I think laid out a compelling narrative on how, as you described it, quote, how indispensable it is to national security. And you were also asked about a warrant requirement on Section 702. And your answer to that was, quote, on whether a warrant makes sense on 702. Your quote was, the answer is no. We're talking about national security issues where sometimes minutes matter in the ability to disrupt or interdict the bad actors or to act upon the intelligence that you can gain from that, unquote. Director, I wanted to ask you, is that still your belief today regarding the warrant requirement?
Congressman, it absolutely is. You've accurately reflected my prior testimony. It is also my testimony that 702 is indispensable to our intelligence picture, and the loss of it would be catastrophic to CIA. And the reason that I say that from this position is not only is 50% of all of our critical analysis provided to the President as Commander-in-Chief in the President's daily brief 702 derived, 70% of CIA's success with regard to advanced weapons counterproliferation is the result of 702 collected information. And finally, 90% of CIA's successful interdictions with regard to synthetic drugs like fentanyl are the result of 702 collection. It's absolutely indispensable to the work that CIA does, and I'm glad that you gave me the opportunity to reflect that to this committee.
Thank you, Director. And just to ask a follow-up on that, as you know, in the House last year when we had our FISA reform and Section 702 reform measures put in place, you know, we had a debate, robust debate on the House floor regarding the warrant requirement. It was a very, very close vote, 212 to 212. Director Radcliffe, what can you tell our members to alleviate and reassure them on, again, the harm that a warrant requirement would do to 702?
Well, Congressman, it would impose a de facto ban on lawfully querying previously collected data to find threats against U.S. persons and government officials. So that would be, again, catastrophic to our efforts to keep our community safe. And I would also point out, because I know that these are legitimate concerns with regard when we talk about FISA and 702 specifically, everyone on this committee recalls that when I was a member, I also called out FISA abuses when they occurred. and I don't want there to be any violation of Americans' civil liberties and Fourth Amendment rights, but I would point to the CIA's frankly impeccable record of compliance, and we can talk about that more in a closed session.
Thank you, Director. Director Patel, I want to turn to you. Similar in your Senate confirmation, you were asked extensively about 702. And as you know, in our bill that we passed last year, we put lots of reforms and changes and protocols in place for the FBI. And I know that you're supportive of many of those. Specifically on the impracticalities of a warrant requirement on 702, you were quoted as saying, when you were asked about it, it is almost impossible to make that function of the warrant requirement work and to serve the national no-fail mission. Is that still your testimony here today?
It's great to see you, Congressman, and yes, that's my testimony.
Thank you. As you know, the reforms that we put in place were significant, requiring the FBI personnel to get a supervisor or attorney approval to conduct U.S. person inquiries, requiring high-level approvals up to the FBI deputy director level before certain queries are conducted on U.S. elected or appointed officials, candidates, or media personnel, requiring the Department of Justice to audit all U.S. person queries performed by the FBI within 6 months of each, 6 months of each query, reducing the number of FBI personnel who have the ability to query. Can you talk about the current implementation of those reforms and how that's going, Director Patel?
Absolutely. With probably the most recent one, in terms of 702 query reviews, we only have about 200
of those reforms and how that's going, Director Patel?
Absolutely. With probably the most recent one, in terms of 702 query reviews, we only have about 200 left when it comes to U.S. persons, and we will promulgate those findings to you. But as of today, of all the U.S. persons queried in the 702 databases, there's only been one instance of negligent conduct. We have already implemented limited access to those who actually know how to use the FISA process in 702, and we have implemented a direct reporting structure to the Office of Director and the Deputy Director to make sure that anyone, whether it's intentional or unintentional, abuses the 702 query system is brought to our attention immediately, and we will take that on for action directly. And in terms of piggybacking off Director Ratcliffe's, the public defender in me realizes the importance of constitutional due process more than anyone. The staffer in me from the House Intelligence Committee may be the only person who has worked more on FISA reform and exposing FISA abuse in modern congressional history. And the terrorism prosecutor in me and the JSOC civilian in me tells me that we cannot do away with 702 or FISA Title I and Title III, but we can work with you and your committee to make it better. I don't know all those ideas. I don't have all those answers, but you have my commitment that we will use it appropriately going forward.
Thank you, Director. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Tulsi, you and I came into the Congress together in 2013. And Cash, you and I was serving on the Intelligence Committee when you worked on the Intelligence Committee. And John, you and I are both from Texas, and we both served together on the Intelligence Committee. The idea that this information, if it was presented to our committee, would not be classified, y'all know is a lie. That's ridiculous. I've seen things much less sensitive be presented to us with high classification. And to say that it isn't is a lie to the country. I want to ask the generals now. The NSA is principally in charge of intercepting things like signals intelligence from other countries. General, I want to ask you, if your organization, your agency, intercepted something like this from Russia or China or some other country, would you consider this classified information?
Representative, we would be classifying based off of our sources and methods. So those would be the things that, in terms of how we process, how we would be able to obtain the information and how we'd report it, we would classify based off of our source and method.
So if you knew that the Secretary of Defense and the National Security Advisor of Russia or China and the head of the Foreign Ministry and all of the folks who were associated with that signal chain, if you intercepted that information, General, would you consider it classified?
So it would be classified based off of our collection.
So the NSA would classify it, would determine it as classified?
The protection of our own source and method, not necessarily based off the content, but how we collected that information.
But it would be classified?
Well, we certainly wouldn't be collecting on a U.S. person conversation.
No, I understand. I'm saying if you did your job and collected it from the Russian Foreign Ministry and the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense and the President's Chief Advisor. There is no way, having sat on this committee for 9 years, that somebody would come in with that information and give us something that says, unclassified, you can walk out of this room with this information and give it to whomever you want. You know, with all respect, you and I worked on the committee at the same time. Tulsi, you and I came in together. I've never had an issue of beef with you. John, you and I are both from Texas. Y'all know that's a lie. It's a lie to the country. I want to ask about the Alien Enemies Act really quick while I have time. The President has used the Alien Enemies Act, a wartime authority last used to detain German and Japanese nationals during World War II, to summarily deport people accused of being members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Agua. To invoke this law, the President must demonstrate that the United States is under invasion by a foreign nation or government. They have alleged that we are under invasion by the Venezuelan government. The idea that we are at war with Venezuela would come as a surprise to most Americans. The unclassified version of the annual threat assessment the intelligence community just released makes no mention of any invasion or war that we are fighting with the nation of Venezuela. You would think our nation being at war would merit at least a small reference in this threat assessment. And Director Ratcliffe, does the intelligence community assess that we are currently at war or being invaded by the nation of Venezuela?
We have no assessment that says that.
Thank you. In invoking the law, the President alleged that Tren de Agua is, quote, undertaking hostile actions against the U.S. at the direction, clandestine or otherwise, of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. Director Gabbard, does the intelligence community assess that the Venezuelan government is directing Tren de Agua's hostile actions against the United States?
There are varied assessments that came from different intelligence community elements. I'll defer to Director Patel to speak specifically to the FBI assessment.
But let me ask you, so you're saying there are conflicting assessments that have come from the IC?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We'll take it up in closed session. All right. You know, your threat assessment makes issue of, highlights fentanyl trafficking as a top threat to the United States, yet support for law enforcement cooperation with Mexico has been put on hold, and there's been a threat of invasion to Mexico by the United States. You assess that Russia's advanced cyber capabilities make it a persistent counterintelligence cyber threat, yet the administration shut down the unit at the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency tasked with stopping Russian cyber attacks. There are so many other ways that the actions of this administration have contradicted this threat assessment, and the administration is making the world and the United States more dangerous. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Chairman Crawford. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here. I look forward to working with each and every one of you to keep our country and our planet safe. I wanted to carry on the topic of Section 702 reauthorization. Representative LaHood and I did a lot of work on this over the past 2 years. As you all know, last Congress, this committee worked in a bipartisan manner to advance the reauthorization of what most of us, if not all, deem to be our country's single most important national security tool. The result was what was titled the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, which not only reauthorized Section 702, but equally important, and provided necessary reforms to our intelligence community in an effort to address past abuses. This was the largest single reform of the FBI and the IC in a generation, making sure that there are appropriate compliance guardrails that enhance accountability while still protecting the critical tools necessary for our nation's security. Just to name a few, in 2009, Section 702 protected our nation from an attack by an al-Qaeda member who intended to detonate explosives in the Manhattan subway lines. In 2014, Section 702 helped prevent attacks by assisting in the removal of ISIS leader Haji Imam. In 2022, Section 702 contributed to the U.S. government's operation against the last remaining 9/11 architect, Ayman al-Zawahiri. And as we saw in the horrendous attacks of October 7th, an attack on the people of Israel, where Hamas killed over 1,200 innocent civilians, intelligence collection is essential to the safety and security of our population. We must never, ever see another attack the likes of 9/11, especially as a result of a self-inflicted intelligence failure. Not reauthorizing the use of this authority in this coming year would intentionally and willingly put the United States at a disadvantage against actors who seek our destruction. Representative LaHood touched on the warrant requirement. As you all know, that is really the linchpin here. And I think it's abundantly clear for members of this committee, members of this Congress, and for members of our Intelligence Committee to understand that a warrant requirement is on the collection of data. A warrant requirement cannot apply to the querying of already lawfully collected data. To follow that theory to its logical extreme would be to say that a police department who has an evidence locker containing lawfully collected data has to get a warrant to re-enter that evidence locker. It'd be akin to say to a police officer they cannot run a license plate, which is querying off of lawfully collected Department of Transportation data without getting a warrant. It would shut down the courts, it would shut down law enforcement, it would make our country much less safe. So I want to ask Director Patel, Director Radcliffe, I want to yield the floor to you as we will be working with all of you, particularly your two agencies, on reauthorization, to share your thoughts.
So it's great to see you, sir, and thanks for the question. Look, on 702, just to flesh out some of the more specific operational use that I have, it would specifically relates to what you just said. When I was a terrorism prosecutor, we used 702 directly to prevent the shopping mall in Houston from being blown up. We used 702 collection directly to prevent an attack on the state capitol in the state of California. And those individuals were prosecuted and are currently in prison. And balancing that awesome responsibility with the constitutional protections that every American should have when we're talking about U.S. persons specifically is something that I keep in mind on every single decision surrounding 702. But as Director Radcliffe stated, and it has been my experience, while I understand and appreciate the concerns for the warrant requirement based on U.S. persons, if there is a solution that allows that to happen in real time, then we can have that discussion. But I have not encountered one, and thus it obviates the need in my perspective, in my mission set to protect the American people and hunt down criminals in its application. So where it is now with the reforms y'all have implemented, we've done a great job on protecting American civil liberties, and I'm always open to, and I do believe we can do some more.
Director Radcliffe.
Good to see you again, Congressman. I agree with Director Patel's comments with regard to that. I'll start out by saying, obviously in this role, I'm not a policymaker, but at the appropriate time, when this comes up for renewal, I think I made it clear and will make it clear from the CIA's perspective, the indispensability of 702 as a tool to providing the commander-in-chief an accurate picture of the threat environment. You mentioned some examples of 702 success. When we get into the classified session later this afternoon, I have some further examples of 702 success that we can talk about, and I think that reflects my position.
Thank you all. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for coming. Thank you for your service. Director Gabbard, you said no classified information was included in the signal chat, correct?
That's correct.
And President Trump also said there was no classified information in the signal chat, and Secretary Hegseth said nobody was texting war plans. There was absolutely no classified info in that chat. Lieutenant General Cruz, I'd like to talk to you about a couple things real quick. Executive Order 13526, Section 1.4a. This is the Trump administration's executive order with regard to classified information. It says, information shall be classified if its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause damage to national security, including military plans, weapons systems, or operations. You don't disagree that that's accurately quoted, right?
That's an accurate quote from the executive order.
And DOD 5200.01, this is the DOD's manual on classification says, quote, information shall be classified if its unauthorized disclosure could reasonably be expected to cause describable damage to national security. This includes military plans, weapon systems, or operations. You don't disagree that I quoted that accurately, right?
That's also an accurate quote.
Can I show you I'd like to show you the text that Secretary Hegseth actually published to the world. Now, Lieutenant General Cruz, as Ranking Member Himes said, it says, time now, weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. Then it says at 12:15 Eastern, F-18s launch first strike package. F-18s are military systems, correct? Weapon systems.
They are.
Okay. 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch, MQ-9s. MQ-9s is a weapon system, correct?
They are.
Okay. I think applying the executive order as well as the DoD manual to this fact pattern, we clearly have weapon systems that have been identified. That is classified information. Now, the reason why it's important that this information not be disclosed is that we don't want the adversaries to know what's about to happen, right, sir?
Well, I would draw a small distinction there. You referenced and asked if that platform, those two platforms are weapon systems. They are, but those terms are used all across the globe in a lot of contexts. So it's really about how they're used in the context of this particular document. I just want to clarify that the use of those terms,
I understand.
Yeah.
In this situation, those are operational details.
They are operational details, but again, as you quoted the DoD instruction, it's about operations. So as you further go down into what are the operational details, I think as we had a discussion yesterday, the important aspect, I think all of us are very familiar.
This is classified information. This is classified information. It's a weapon system as well as sequence of strikes as well as details about the operations. And so I think that just piggybacking off of what some other members have said, using the DoD's manual as well as the executive order in operation today with the Trump administration, this text message is clearly classified information. Secretary Hegseth has disclosed military plans as well as classified information. He needs to resign immediately. He needs to resign immediately, and a full investigation needs to be undertaken with regard to whether other similar signal chats are occurring in this administration. I'd like to turn my attention to another topic. Director Patel, according to the DOJ, in 2022, the FBI led Joint Terrorism Task Force, JTTF, in my hometown of Chicago, valiantly led efforts to prevent a plot to attack Naval Station Great Lakes in Illinois. You don't dispute that, do you, sir?
I'm not familiar with it, but I don't dispute what you're telling me.
Thank you. A memo obtained by ABC 7 News of Chicago said that this task force will now be, quote, actively supporting, close quote, the Department of Homeland Security and its immigration enforcement. You don't dispute that either, do you?
I'm just not familiar with it, sir.
Okay. Sir, I just have to say, the DOJ has now tasked JTTFs to shift some resources to immigration enforcement efforts. And I don't say this lightly, if there's a terrorist attack anywhere in the country, including in Chicago, and it was because the JTTFs in part shifted resources, they'll be held to pay. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, was the target terrorist named in the text, or was it simply referred to as target terrorist?
The target was not named.
Thank you. Was the location named?
Congressman, no locations were named.
Thank you. Director Patel, there was a specific accusation made about how close we are working with Mexico currently. My understanding, and I want to congratulate you on this, and I think it shows a shift of focus at the FBI since you've taken over to what it should have been doing all along, which is chasing the 10 most wanted that are threatening our country. My understanding is that 2 of the 3 were actually arrested in Mexico and are being extradited back to the United States. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have been working. One of the first meetings I took as FBI director was my counterpart, Secretary Farouche in Mexico. And subsequent to that, we have repaid or extradited or expelled from Mexico 2 top 10 of the FBI's most wanted list and 33 other criminals.
Well, it sounds to me like we're working closer with them today than we have in the last several years, and that the focus of the FBI has shifted to actually protecting American citizens instead of arresting pro-life protesters.
Our mission is to find violent criminals wherever they are, and if they're in Mexico, we're going to get them.
Thank you, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate the change in the focus of the FBI. I want to talk with you a little bit about the counterintelligence threats, one of which was an active duty U.S. Army soldier charged with conspiring to transmit national defense information to individuals located in China. What can you say in this setting, or can you briefly explain your work with interagency partners to identify and neutralize counterintelligence threats in the United States around this example?
For me, sir?
Yes, sir.
So generally speaking, on counterintelligence and countering espionage, whether it's from adversaries like the CCP, Russia, Iran, or otherwise, we have prioritized them as an equally violent criminal enterprise seeking to do harm to our critical infrastructure and also to exploit and steal our data, whether it's government or private personnel. And so we have expanded our resources into them and working with the interagency to make it a priority.
Okay, thank you. I want to move on to the issue of the threshold of parole under the previous administration and the number of illegal immigrants that have come into this country, including people with known membership in terrorist groups. For those individuals that pose a risk and that we have captured and are being deported, are we sharing the biometric and biographic information with our allies to mitigate their ability to relocate or operate abroad?
What we are doing at the FBI is sharing the information we're allowed to with our Five Eye partners, and then on an individual basis, we are trying to share information with other partners who deemed individuals that they find of consequence.
Okay, as you move further into your position, if you have additional recommendations on how we better share information, please let us know.
Yes, sir.
Director Ratcliffe, China's influence on the Panama Canal has increased since 2017. Panama became the first Latin American country to sign on to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Can you talk about not just China embedding itself into the various canal-related sectors and operations, but what other areas in Central and South America have China and others increased their presence, and what examples concern you the most?
Thanks, Congressman. Appreciate the question. I do want to comment. The question before about cooperation with Mexico, it's really across the IC. When Mexico's Secretary General Omar Harfuch, head of Mexican security, was here, he not only met with Director Patel, he met with Director Gabbard, and he met with me. So we have been working on that, again, to the benefit of both our countries. To your point, the PRC throughout Central and South America continues to attempt to use its soft power to gain a foothold. They use direct aid to countries that need it. They also provide funding to universities to get a foothold to create influence. And you mentioned the Panama Canal, and you've seen the diplomatic efforts of the administration to address that and push back on PRC ownership of the canal locks. But that ties into what the IC is doing. In these instances, it's important for us, Congressman, to, the best way we can operate is to provide intelligence to countries in Central and South America, to provide them with briefings, which we do, to provide them with tailored analysis of our intelligence about how China is manipulating them, about how China is hacking them, the things that China is doing to gain a foothold, and Russia and Iran throughout that area. So the CIA is very much focused on that.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. General Hawk, the NSA recently warned its employees not to use the Signal app. Is that correct?
What we did, Congressman, is we put out cybersecurity advisories on a whole host of systems.
On the Signal app that was included in that advisory, right?
What we've done is we've put out an advisory on how to use the Signal app and other encrypted applications, because we do encourage our employees and their families to use encrypted.
Because there's risk to that app.
There are.
Okay. General Cruz, DOD also issued a warning about vulnerabilities to the Signal app recently, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Director Gabbard, you were on this Signal text chain in question, correct?
Yes.
As was Mr. Witkoff, the administration's lead negotiator with the Russians, correct?
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. Witkoff was actually in Russia during this chat discussion, was he not?
I was not aware of that.
Was he on his personal phone at the time?
I don't know.
Well, it's my understanding that he was indeed in Russia. Director Gabbard, you were also traveling during this discussion, correct?
Yes.
And where were you?
I was traveling through the Asia-Pacific region. I don't recall which country I was in at that time.
You don't remember the country?
I'd have to go back and look at the schedule.
Director Gabbard, I want to direct your attention again to the text chain where it says, just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. Does that indicate to you that there is about to be a military operation?
Yes.
Director Gabbard, earlier in this hearing, we heard about the DOD's classification standards. I want to now turn my attention to your classification standards. You're the Director of National Intelligence. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence classification guide says, quote, information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing for an attack, end quote, is to be classified as top secret. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Director Gabbard, have the Houthis indicated an ability to shoot down American aircraft?
Yes.
They have in fact done so, haven't they?
Yes.
Including MQ-9 Reapers, haven't they?
That's correct.
And that was one of the systems used in the attack recently that's the subject of this discussion, is it not?
Correct.
General Cruz, are you familiar with this system?
I'm not wearing my glasses at the moment, but...
Well, I'll help you out. This is an SA-3 anti-aircraft system.
Correct.
Are you familiar with this next system?
I am.
What is it?
I'm going to have to ask you.
It's an SA-6.
I'm going to guess that...
This is also an advanced anti-aircraft system, is it not?
It is. It was used widely in the Balkans in the 90s, correct?
And the Houthis also have this system, don't they?
They certainly do.
And they've employed it against our aircraft, have they not?
They have attempted to, correct.
I spent my life in service to this country. I deployed 3 times to combat in service to this nation. I learned in that time in service that responsibility is core to leadership. You accept responsibility when things go wrong. You admit mistakes. You set the standard from the very top. It is completely outrageous to me that administration officials come before us today with impunity, no acceptance of responsibility, excuse after excuse after excuse, while we send our men and women downrange to do incredibly difficult, incredibly dangerous things on our behalf. And yet, nobody is willing to come to us and say this was wrong. This was a breach of security and we won't do it again. It is outrageous and it is a leadership failure, and that's why Secretary Hegseth, who undoubtedly transmitted classified, sensitive operational information via this chain, must resign immediately. There can be no fixes, there can be no corrections until there is accountability, and I'm calling on the administration to move forward with accountability. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Good to see many of you again. And thank you for enduring 2 long days. I will note I always use fire emojis when I see terrorists getting killed. And I want to talk about cartels. This is a subject that is near and dear to my heart. I've been investigating it thoroughly for the last couple of years, and I'm glad to see that it's mentioned in all of your opening statements. I mentioned it at the very beginning of the threat assessment. There's a lot to work on here. One of our task force, we had a cartel task force in Congress. One of our key findings was that there needs to be a centralized, maybe call it authority or maybe call it office, maybe call it cartel czar within the administration that actually coordinates all the very different aspects of fighting this battle. Has anything like that been talked about? I'll go to you, Director Goddard.
Thank you, Congressman. It's good to see you again. This is very much central to the conversations and planning and execution of the President's focus on targeting the cartels and the threats that they pose to the American people. Homeland security task forces are being set up that include across the government integration. I can speak from my standpoint from the intelligence community, and our National Counterterrorism Center is leaning heavily forward into gathering and consolidating and integrating the intelligence that comes from DEA and others who've been working this issue for a while to make it so that it can be shared and integrated through the federal, state, and local law enforcement equities who are going after this problem.
Yeah, we'll talk a lot more about that exact thing in closed session, but at a higher level, our recommendation is there needs to be someone at a much higher level that coordinates state, DOD, CIA, FBI, Homeland. It's a massive problem, one I'm all too familiar with. Director Patel, the FBI is tasked with working foreign corruption charges. In the past administration, the FBI told me they actually don't focus on Mexico very much. Because, now in their defense, they say the reason is because they won't get anything out of it, because they don't have a cooperative government to work with. I think a lot has changed. Do I have your commitment that we will at least start following up on those, because the judiciary system in Mexico is a key component in our failures to address the cartels?
You do, Congressman. Apologies for not getting back to you sooner.
You're good. I appreciate it. I also want to ask you that the FBI has disrupted an alarming number of terrorist attacks in the last 2 years. Great on the FBI for doing that. I don't think many Americans realize how good the FBI has been at this. But this also gets to the conversation earlier about FISA 702. One of the main arguments I wanted to argue with my colleagues on this was when you have a warrant process for the query, what you will fail to do is connect the dots between the domestic and the international threat, and those connections are there, as we see all the time. Would you agree with that? That we need to maintain that process in a responsible way, of course?
I do, sir.
I appreciate that. Director Gabbard, in my remaining time, I want to ask you, because of my, and this may go to our General Cruz as well. Because of my work on energy and commerce, we have an issue there with broadband spectrum auctions, and of course this affects our intelligence community in a very large way, and our DoD. Getting right to the question here, how much, if any, spectrum can the DoD give up without having a significant effect on the administration's prioritization of lethality and deterrence?
I'll defer to General Cruz, specific to DoD.
I certainly wouldn't want to speak for all of DOD, and I think the committee is already in a fantastic conversation with the DOD on that issue. But broadly, what I would say is DOD has laid out the portions of the spectrum that it believes for both operational capabilities, and in closed session, I am more than happy to walk you through from the intelligence portion of the mission that we do. There are 2 different portions of the spectrum. We often talk about one, but not the other, and in closed session, I'd be more than happy to tell you why the other portion of the spectrum is important to national security.
Sure, and the details are obviously classified, but we can talk about X and S spectrums and get a better idea for the public about, because the public would benefit from telecom having the ability to use some of these. When we look at 5G networks, 6G networks. So it's a conversation that we need to have on a much longer time to do so, which I've run out of. So I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Dr. Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, I associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Congressman Crow. I'm deeply disappointed in how we're handling this breach of protocol and so forth. You know, every year at the beginning of Congress, we take an oath to office. You know, this is an awesome responsibility to be a member of Congress, to protect our country. We have no greater responsibility than to protect our homeland. And, you know, when I walk into this committee and the honor of being on this committee, I don't see Democrats and Republicans. I see folks that every day want to do the same thing. But as Congressman Crow suggested, the mark of leadership, and we all are leaders in this room, is to accept responsibility when mistakes happen. And that signal chat was a mistake. I'm not here to impugn your character. You were all nominated by the president. You were all confirmed by the president. But we have an awesome responsibility and incredible responsibility to the American people. And then given that we are the United States of America, we have a responsibility to the world. And this really was a breach of protocol. I'll take you at your word that we are going to do a full investigation of it. Our responsibility as oversight is to understand this breach, understand who leaked information, how that happened, and then hold those responsible. You know, I 100% agree with the chairman in his opening statement. He said, where trust is breached, those responsible need to be held accountable. So do I have, you know, Director Gabbard, we served together, we came into Congress together. Do I have your word, when this investigation is fully completed, we will get the full breadth of the investigation?
Thank you, Congressman. That would be my intent. I will caveat that by saying that this is being conducted by the National Security Council. I've not gotten any indication that they would try to withhold that, but I can't speak for them.
Okay. I also, you know, I see way too much politics when it comes to our national security and our national defense. We've got to keep politics out of this. We're not Democrats or Republicans. We're Americans. We're tasked with the responsibility of keeping our country safe. Director Gabbard, you have an awesome responsibility here to advise the president, to collate all the information, everything that the IC is providing, and provide that best advice and guidance to the President of the United States. We have to keep politics out of this. Even if the president disagrees with this, if it goes against his personal wishes, if he's considering an order that potentially is unconstitutional or illegal or compromises our security, I want your word that you will always provide and give that honest advice to the president, even if it will make him angry.
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question because, as you said, I do take this responsibility very seriously. And it was my commitment to the President, to the Senate, the American people, that as the Director of National Intelligence, I will ensure to provide the President and all of you as policymakers with that unbiased, relevant, and timely intelligence. And to your specific question, the answer is yes. I will inform the President of that accurate, timely, unbiased intelligence reporting, whether it is something that agrees with an assumption or a view or an objective or not. That's my responsibility to him and to the American people.
Great. I would just offer advice. In your role, what you do on your personal devices versus your official devices, you're speaking to the public, and I would just offer, you know, as I conduct myself, what I say personally is always going to be considered Congressman Barra saying it. General Hawk, I've appreciated working with you and, you know, have a deep concern about our cyber vulnerabilities. And we will go into some of this in the closed session. But Salt Typhoon is something we take very seriously, as well as Volt Typhoon and the compromises. Can you just briefly give us an update of where we are with those two?
So, Congressman, we share your concern in terms of the overall ensuring that we can protect the critical infrastructure of the United States. The area that we have been deeply focused on is our ability to partner with industry. 99% of our critical infrastructure is controlled by our industry. So our ability to bring government information to be able to understand what threats look like and the origin of those threats, help inform how industry can defend and also create the necessary equipment to ensure that we're secure. That partnership continues to grow, and that's really one of our key priorities. And I'll be able to go in closed session into more detail about the specific actions we've done together as an interagency with our industry teammates.
Great, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. A gentleman from Pennsylvania, General Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance and your service to national security for our country. I'm going to start with Director Patel and then go to Director Gabbard. I'm concerned, like many Americans, about the wide-scale purchase of land, real estate, et cetera, by the Chinese Communist Party or those sanctioned by the party in America, especially those lands proximate to sensitive military sites or sensitive national security sites. Director Patel, I think we can all understand that that could lead to the ease of nefarious activities of numerous sorts. What do you think should be our posture or our policy from a national security standpoint regarding the purchases of these land and the ownership, occupation, utilization, et cetera, by the Communist Party sanctioned use?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate the question, and I'm not going to shape foreign or national policy, but from the FBI perspective, if we had federal statutes to enact criminal allegations and pursue those relating to these matters, we would do so. I agree with you that having CCP actors purchasing large swaths of land next to military installations is a national security issue, a major one. And I would highlight to the American public, we're not allowed to buy farmland in mainland China or in Russia. So I don't know why we let that happen here, but that's a personal matter for me. If I were given more legislation on it, I would love to act on it.
Thank you. Director Gabbard, I'm going to look at, keeping with the same theme, crypto mining by the sanction. Well, you can't crypto mine in China, right? It's outlawed in China. However, of course, we're supportive of crypto, I am, in the United States of America, but China's mining in America where they can't mine in China. And in particular, I'm thinking about one site where the mining was occurring close to intercontinental ballistic missiles, and CFIUS was tipped off by Microsoft. And of course, there are actions ongoing. Should the Chinese Communist Party, sanctioned individuals or interests be allowed to crypto mine near sensitive military or national security sites in the United States of America? And if not, what should we be doing about it?
Thank you for your question, Congressman. I'm not fully aware and up to date on the specific example that you've mentioned, and I'll go and look into that and get back to you further. Right. Absolutely. Look forward to having the conversation with you. Broadly, this is obviously a concern, that any of these activities occurring near or around any of our military sites creates that potential national security risk and the potential for foreign intelligence collection.
I'm hoping it's a priority for everybody on the dais there. It is a priority, I think, for the American people, certainly for me. I want to move on in the time remaining with a related topic, which is the hundreds of incidents by predominantly Chinese students, oftentimes called gate crashers. So this includes the two gentlemen in uniform on the dais. I'm going to kind of point to three events that happened just last year. One in Grayling, Michigan. 5 Chinese students are charged for lying and concealing evidence. One in the University of Minnesota, where a drone flew over Newport News and took pictures of classified information regarding ships and classified systems. And then one at the University of Florida regarding the illicit acquisition and shipment of toxins, biomedical drugs, and research supplies to China. In these cases, or most of these cases, we encounter these people and then we release these people. As a matter of fact, in the case of Florida, apparently she found out that criminal charges were being prepared and she dropped out of school and her whereabouts remain unknown at this point. What should be our posture? Because we're trying to follow up after the fact. We're encountering these people, whether they're gate crashers or whether we catch them conducting this illicit activity. We try and prosecute. That takes a lot of man hours, as you know, Director Patel. Is this the best policy, or is there something better that we can do? I mean, the Immigration Nationality Act of 1952 gives the Secretary of State the authority to revoke visas. But should these people be allowed to come to this country in the first place is the question, and what should our posture be? Anybody?
In terms of the visa issue, I know that the administration is working on a policy, but to directly answer your question, anybody who utilizes the student visa program to come to this country to conduct criminal activity should never be allowed in this country. And anyone that's doing it here in the United States of America from an FBI standpoint will be vigorously investigated, and will use the expulsion or criminal process on them.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to the witnesses. First let me say that we do have to, in this committee, try as much as possible to remain nonpartisan as opposed to bipartisan. I can recall being that way when I was counsel on the House Ethics Committee, and it's a hard position to take. But I'm really struck by the fact that in December of 2023, many people made Secretary Lloyd Austin go through the stages of the cross in self-flagellation and mea culpas for not informing the president that he was having a surgery. And now how we're treating Secretary Hedgepeth as if he is untouchable. Mike Waltz, when he was a member of Congress, went in the Committee on Armed Services to talk about and slammed Austin for holding himself to a different standard than the American people. And yet we are not doing this across the board. And that's disappointing at the very least, very disappointing. Director Gabbard, thank you for your testimony. And one of the things that I believe I heard you say was that when there was a discussion by DOJ as to the cuts to foreign aid, that there had not been a request for an intelligence and national security or an intelligence assessment of the impact of those cuts. Was that your testimony a little earlier?
Congresswoman, I have not seen any kind of actual official assessment either within the intelligence community or outside of it on what the effects of those cuts to USAID programs has been.
But it was not requested by DOJ of you or of any of the areas in which you have oversight over?
I'm not aware of any requests.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know that there has been some open source reporting on what the effect of those cuts are. I mean, when we think about several examples, Kenya, our strongest regional ally in the Horn of Africa, and a key partner with us in the fight against terrorist group Al-Shabaab. And, according to the Washington Post, that's not definitive, and we can talk about this in closed session. Some Kenyan journalists are now being trained by Beijing, mirroring the US programs that have been cut by the administration. Director Gabbard, is letting China train Kenyan journalists going to make Kenya more or less receptive to American requests of the Kenyan government, do you believe?
As you said, Congresswoman, our relationship with Kenya has been very long-standing.
So do cuts of ours to train journalists in Kenya make them more or less, and Beijing having that make them more or less receptive?
Clearly there is strategic competition taking place. I'll withhold my personal view to look at an official assessment.
Well, I was asking for your director view, not your personal view. And then additionally, we have ended Voice of America, which provided accurate, unbiased news, in our opinion. Meanwhile, St. Petersburg University has announced that it's opened 11 Russian language centers across Africa that pay special attention to the promotion of traditional Russian spiritual and moral values. Director Gabbard, is Russia a friend or a foe? Are they our friend or our adversary?
They are an adversary.
Thank you. I believe that this reckless cuts make terrorism and our influence in Africa, which is on the front lines of terrorism, a real threat to us, and we need to be careful of it. Director Patel, one of the benefits of being here kind of in the middle is I get to hear other people's testimony and the questions that are asked. I know that Mr. Carson asked you questions specifically about the Counterterrorism Division. And we know that there has been some open source reporting that says that individuals within that division have been removed or been moved, not necessarily fired, but moved. Do you know if that is correct?
I don't have any personal information on that, but people within the CTD component, which is a large component of the FBI, move all the time.
And have they been moved? Are you able to get that information to us, whether they have or have not been moved?
I'll go back to my team and see who has been moved. If you have a particular interest, we'll share it with you.
Of course, we have an interest in counterterrorism division and movement of individuals within that. Because one of the other things I'm concerned about is you have stated, I believe in other areas, that the disbandment of certain sections of the FBI related to intel and breaking up components. Can you explain to us how you intend to do that, or what you would like to do and why?
My intention is to reprioritize counterintelligence authorities and cyber capabilities to focus on violent crime and national security, and that's what I'm doing.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Missouri, Madam Ambassador, Ms. Wagner.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of you for being here and for your continued service to our country. Director Ratcliffe, you have repeatedly stated that China is our top national security threat, and I agree. What was the biggest gap in intelligence collection toward China during the previous administration?
Good to see you, Congresswoman. I think our collection against China as a hard target in the prior administration was lacking in several areas. I would say primarily in human collection, and also with regard to the processing of open source information relating to China. I think part of that relates, Congresswoman, to the policies of the prior administration about treating China as a pacing competitor, I think was the word, as opposed to an adversary. So one of the things in my focus as CIA director, which carried over from my time as DNI, in seeing all of our intelligence, seeing that China is our greatest geopolitical threat, yes, and focusing the CIA specifically more directly in all areas of our collection on China as a hard target.
Well, and I'm grateful to hear you say the words open source. So as I hope that all of you may be aware, I am honored to be the chair of the new Open Source Intelligence Subcommittee for HPSI. It is the first time this committee has focused specifically on an intelligence discipline, I'll say. We established this subcommittee because private companies, researchers, and most importantly, foreign adversaries, as we speak, are taking full advantage of the explosion of commercially available information. HPSI has taken a stance that OSINT, open source intelligence, should mature as a primary discipline on its own accord. Director Ratcliffe, your agency kind of produces the lion's share, I'd say, of OSINT. Do you agree, sir, that open source intelligence should mature to be a primary discipline?
Absolutely agree. So as you know well, Congresswoman, the CIA is the functional manager for OSINT, just as we are the functional manager for HUMINT across the IC. And OSINT, open source intelligence, reaches, frankly, policymakers as the most cited material in the President's daily brief as part of a long list of tailored production that we do. By a large percentage. But also, as you know, and as you've pointed out, Congressman, until recently, one of the greatest weaknesses with regard to OSINT was that the collection was so large that it was daunting for use by mission partners across the IC. So the CIA's open source enterprise pioneered the use of AI to triage that collection as it comes in. And what that allows us to do is to summarize collection from over 225 languages into English and to put that in the hands of policymakers, again, showing that the CIA is focused on using technology to tackle some of the challenges to intelligence collection.
There is so much innovation in technology in this, and the investments being made across the IC to purchase data, but it appears to be in silos, to be perfectly honest, and lacking maybe an integrated approach. I believe that that is because there frankly is no clear lead for OSINT in the IC. And as part of my oversight responsibilities, I plan to review the various ways in which the intelligence community buys commercially available information to determine if there is a more efficient, cost-effective approach, especially when it comes to the taxpayer's expense. Director Gabbard and then Director Ratcliffe, can you, and in my brief time, quickly share your thoughts on which agency should be the primary organization to manage OSINT and why?
Thank you, Congresswoman, and thank you for your leadership in this area. I look forward to following up with you in detail, but the Office of Director of National Intelligence is tackling exactly the problem that you've identified, that we have multiple elements across the intelligence community, essentially wasting taxpayer dollars by contracting separately to get after the same collection of OSINT and commercially available intelligence. So this is something we're actively working on and look forward to working with you.
And do you agree with Director Ratcliffe that this should be a key discipline?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make a few things clear before we move on to other questions regarding the Signal chat. Director Gabbard, yesterday before the Senate Intelligence Committee, specifically when answering Senator Kelly, you repeatedly said you did not recall any discussion in the Houthi PC small group discussing operational details, strike targets, the type of vehicles and military units involved, or the timing and order of strikes. Do you stand by your testimony from yesterday that you do not recall any of the discussions regarding this type of classified information? Yes or no?
My response in the Senate yesterday, yes, I stand by that response. Obviously, the release of the screenshots that came from that chat group today were a refresher on what happened. As I said earlier, I was not involved with that portion of the chat, so it did not come to my recollection yesterday.
Thank you. So I take that as you stand by your do not recall yesterday stance when you're asked those questions. You've been in office 43 days. Director Ratcliffe has been in office 62 days. This was considered the first major military operation using lethal force of the Trump administration. Was this the first, this was probably the first time that you've been involved with a discussion like this on a thread. It was not discussing, you were not on a group chat discussing where we're gonna go for lunch. You're discussing putting men and women of the armed services in harm's way. That's a major decision. So, and when did that happen? 10 days ago? Okay, I'll answer that. It happened 10 days ago. Here's the point. Like something of this magnitude, it's something that you would not forget. It's something that most people, if you're taking this job so seriously, that you would not forget. I mean, since I've been on this committee, there's been days that I have woken up in the middle of the night from the things I've learned in SCIF. So deciding to use military force is something hard to imagine. So the do not recall doesn't pass the smell test. It makes it's unbelievable that was the case. So that's what the American people don't understand. And I know a lot of folks in this administration were saying that they're gonna take on the establishment and drain the swamp, but you have become that swamp in a matter of days, not weeks or months, days. So one of the things we're gonna look into is what actually occurred, because the American people deserve a full accounting. Additionally, the main person who was involved in this thread that a lot of people want to talk to is Secretary of Defense Hegseth. And a lot of questions were brought up regarding his drinking habits in his confirmation hearing. To your knowledge, do you know whether Pete Hegseth had been drinking before he leaked classified information?
I don't have any knowledge of Secretary Hegseth's personal habits.
Director Ratcliffe, same question. Yes or no?
You know, no, I'm going to answer that. I think that's an offensive line of questioning. The answer is no. I find it interesting that you want to. No, I'm going to answer. You asked me a question. You want an answer?
No, listen.
You don't want to focus on the good work that the CIA is doing, that the intelligence community.
Director, I reclaim my time. Director, I reclaim my time. Here, I have huge respect for the CIA, huge respect for our men and women in uniform. But this was a question that's on the top of minds of every American, right? He stood in front of a podium in Europe holding a drink. So of course, we want to know if his performance is compromised. If people were asking if the General Austin was compromised because of a heart issue,
was his performance compromised because of a successful strike?
Back. Mister, I bring my
you want to know? You want to talk about accepting responsibility? Do you think you should accept responsibility for a successful strike to make Americans safer? You want to focus on?
I reclaim my time. So here's the thing. This is serious. As somebody, we've been briefed in this committee about using Signal. One of the things they basically said, the most secure phone call, the least secure text messaging. And we know that your people are Russians, Chinese are on your phone.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to give the director the ability to respond without being interrupted by his questioner.
I appreciate that, Congressman. I guess, you know, just a general reflection here again that for the last 2 days, members of the intelligence community have been asking questions about a signal messaging group and not asking questions from Democrats either in the Senate or the House on China, Russia, Iran, and the real threats that are going on to the United States. And you can say that you care about the good work that agencies are doing like the CIA and that you care about 140 stars on the wall. But no one's asked me about my second day on the job here, where I lit the fuse that led to a foreign government participating with us to capture one of the senior planners of the Abbey Gate bombing that killed 13 Americans. And in the process, we worked with a government that previously hadn't, that hadn't cooperated with us on counterterrorism matters. Or the fact no one has focused on that within an hour of that taking place, I was on the phone with Director Patel and a few hours later with Attorney General Bondi, working together, the IC and the FBI working together to bring this person home in less than a week. Unprecedented success for the intelligence community and the law enforcement community. Exactly representative of the kind of work that we should be doing and the kind of work that an oversight committee should be asking about. But instead, we're getting questions about whether or not someone has drinking habits. And, you know, I just wish in an annual threats hearing where the American people want to hear about threats, that's what we would be talking about. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
Absolutely, Director. I want to thank you and all the people who work with you and all the witnesses and the men and women, the brave men and women who are putting their lives on the line each and every day for this country. And to the military as well, we are grateful and we recognize the sacrifice and dedication. Director Ratcliffe, you talked about China being our top national security threat, and I want to go to what really is the most active and persistent threat. It's related to cyber. It's related to the People's Republic of China cyber activities, Volt Typhoon, Flax Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, targeting U.S. critical infrastructure, targeting critical infrastructure overseas, compromising U.S. telecommunication companies, and I want to ask Director Gabbard, there are also regular compromises of government networks in the defense intelligence base. The Chinese are acting with impunity and targeting the United States. Clearly, the last administration had no effective deterrent strategy. Considering a whole-of-government approach to leverage legal export control, trade, and other levers, is there more that the U.S. can be doing to deter China's cyber aggression?
Thank you, Congressman, for your question. In short, the answer is yes. Much of that relies on our intergovernmental planning and operations, but also very closely integrating with our private sector partners. This is essential for us to be able to harden our own cyber infrastructure, our own critical infrastructure, and to look at what our capabilities, both defensive and offensive, are and how those should be used. If I may, Congressman, I'd just like to address Congressman Gomez's maligning of my reputation and not giving me the opportunity even to respond to his accusations. What occurred in that Signal chat was an update to National Security Cabinet members that was also issued around the same time as updates to our foreign partners and allies in the region. There were no sources, methods, locations, or names of targets that were included in that chat. The decision to conduct this operation had been made long before that conversation took place. I do take my responsibility very seriously and played an integral role in providing the intelligence community's assessments that led to the ultimate decision by the president to conduct an operation, which, by the way, was very successful and continues to be very successful. I was traveling at the time, and I was not playing a very specific role, as these chats reflect, in much of the conversation that took place there. Secretary Hegseth, in my experience, has continued to operate in the way that President Trump's confidence in him inspires, which is in the best interest of the American people and our war fighters and ensuring our national security. I think it's wrong to impugn him, especially at a point where he is not here to defend his own honor. Thank you, Congressman.
I agree with your assessment and support for the Secretary, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you for the time, and I struggle, and if you look at my notes, I've changed my mind about 1,000,000 times what I'd like to talk about. I'd like to first start with Director Ratcliffe. I find it offensive for you to accuse me as a Democrat of not caring about national threats. I very much wanted to talk about those, in fact, had prepared questions in advance of this hearing about those threats, specifically about biosecurity and bioterrorism, but I don't have time to ask those questions because the threat is in the House. The threat is across the dais, and I need to ask these questions. It's my job to ask these questions of you. Because when I served in the military, and I served in classified environments, had this happened to me, I would have walked my resignation in immediately. This is not okay. Communicating these sorts of things in Signal is not okay. Targets, times, those kinds of things are absolutely classified, and we all know it. I know it. These people know it, you all know it. And the fact that we're having to have these conversations now means that I can't ask the questions that I need to ask about things like bioterrorism and biosecurity. And so I'd like to put you in check as well, sir, because you can't assume who I am any more than I can assume who you are, sir. I would like to move my questions, however, over to Director Gabbard, because you are the DNI. You do have an obligation and a responsibility. I'm going to speak to you specifically about the fact that you have spent much of your 40 days talking about the importance of making sure that we don't reveal classified information, making sure that we don't leak information. You're a former battalion commander in the Army. I don't think that you would have necessarily appreciated the kind of leaking of information that I believe absolutely did happen in this Signal channel and is worthy of a further investigation. In fact, this committee established something called 50 U.S.C. 3235A, and this committee, on a bipartisan, apartisan basis, requires you, the DNI, to swiftly notify Congress and the Intelligence Committee if you're aware of any sort of significant unauthorized disclosure or compromise of classified information, which I would argue this has all of the markings of being that. And so if you, as the DNI, see such a thing anywhere within your organization's purview, you have the obligation to begin an investigation to report back to us on that. Would this seem to qualify to you as something worthy of that investigation?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. In this situation, Secretary Hegseth has the classification and declassification authority over DOD information.
This chat did not have the auspice of being a DOD chat. There's no such thing as labeling it as DOD. This was a chat amongst a great variety of people, and you, according to our law that we passed here bipartisanly, have an obligation when you think there has been a tangible, significant leak of information to instigate an investigation. Do you not think it's important to do such a thing?
Well, the National Security Council is investigating
no?
this inadvertent leak. And again, I point to Secretary Hegseth as having the classification.
I would argue that Secretary
authority.
Hegseth, if he had the dignity that he needs to have, should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks, most likely. I would like it if you would please commit to this organization that you will follow the law, and I would like it if you would also investigate what is likely to be more than just this chat, because if there's one, there's more than one. If there's smoke, there's fire. Would you please obligate yourself and your organization to that investigation?
Yeah, Congresswoman, yes, I will follow the law.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Director Patel, I learned just recently that you only heard about this yesterday, which blows my mind since I heard about it 2 days ago, and I'm just a low on the dais, junior chipmunk here. Did you really only hear about this yesterday?
The exact timeline I'm not aware of, but yeah, I think it was yesterday or the night before.
And now that another day has passed, do you believe...
Well, actually, it was the night before the hearing.
Now that another day has passed, do you believe that it's now time potentially for the FBI to open an investigation into this?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Because you're the director of the FBI, you don't believe it's appropriate to comment on that?
Because there's a process in place, there's an ongoing litigation, and the National Security Council is reviewing this matter. And I'm not going to discuss any open or closed investigations.
That ongoing investigation, literally, the lawsuit happened today or yesterday afternoon, and the idea that you don't have an opinion on this at this point is frustrating to me.
No, it's not. I'm not going to prejudge any matters, and the men and women of the FBI will call the balls and strikes.
Reclaiming my time,
not
sir.
you.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have...
Gentlewoman's recognized. You have
Thank
4
you.
seconds remaining.
No, I have more than
You have
that
2
because
seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Patel would not acknowledge
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, were there any sources described in the signal chat?
No, Congressman.
Were there any methods described in the signal chat?
No.
Were there any locations?
No.
Therefore, due to the fact that there were no sources, no methods, nor locations described in the signal chat, it does not make the discussion classified. Is that correct?
That is up to the Secretary of Defense determination.
The Democrats are obviously making the assertions that what was in the signal chat was classified and claiming that Secretary Hegseth put this war plan out to the world, which he clearly did not. Were there any names in the signal chat?
No.
Any targets?
No.
Any locations?
No.
Was there a unit name or location of that unit?
There was not.
Were there any routes described in the signal chat?
No.
Wouldn't an operational plan contain that type of information?
Every operational plan I've ever seen has contained that information.
Thank you. Shifting to the real threats to America, the southern border. Due to the previous administration's open border policies, they allowed over 10 million illegals into our country. And during that time, there was 1,511 terrorist-related encounters at land border ports of entry, according to CBP. As someone who fought in the war on terror, I find this deeply offensive that the previous administration would sacrifice the security and safety of the American people in the manner in which they allowed terrorists, criminals, and rapists into our country. In your testimony, you state, and I quote, based on the latest reporting available for a year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 U.S. citizens from synthetic opioids. A lot of those citizens are from my home state of Florida. Cartels, narco-terrorists, and other violent transnational criminal organizations have violated the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the United States and have also fueled human trafficking and the opioid epidemic that many of my fellow Floridians have witnessed for far too long. I applaud President Trump and his swift decision to designate the narco-terrorists and Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I want to thank each of you for making this a priority to fight against Mexican cartels, traffickers, narco-terrorists that have been responsible for killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. For every narco-terrorist and cartel member violating our sovereignty, poisoning the American people with fentanyl and other illicit opioids, know this, your days are numbered, and know that the full force of the U.S. government will soon address your atrocities once and for all. Director Patel, it's no secret that there is a growing presence of Mexican cartels operating fentanyl synthesis labs just over our border. Just last year, the CBP estimates that more than 21,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized at our borders. That is enough to kill more than twice the population of the world, of our country. What actions are you taking to strengthen the FBI's fight against illicit fentanyl within our borders?
Thank you, Congressman. It's good to see you. We have made it a priority at the FBI because fentanyl and illegal narcotics kill an American citizen every 7 minutes. That is a national security crisis, not just at the southern border, but at the northern border. And the Mexican cartels, along with their illicit partners in the CCP and other adversarial countries that are doing harm, are not just taking the fight down south, but they're bringing it up north. So we need to be more vigilant as to what's coming in through our northern border as well. Known and suspected terrorists are flowing in through our northern border more than they are our southern border, I would say, because of the successes we've had in closing the southern border. But when it comes to specifically, to fentanyl, we are making, to date, since January 20th, 383 kilograms of seizures of illegal fentanyl, which is enough to kill 29 million Americans.
And other than enhancing border security measures, what would be the most worthwhile action the United States could take to eliminate the cartels and stop the flow of illicit fentanyl?
I got one answer for you. They're making the precursors in mainland China, and we don't have the authorities to go after that fight there, and we need to take it head on. Because without the chemicals and precursors, there is no fentanyl, and they are moving that material around the world and into the United States too freely.
Director Gabbard, I'd like to reemphasize the threat that our adversaries are exploiting via fentanyl and other illicit drugs that are entering our country through the border and poisoning millions of Americans nationwide. It's essential that all components of our national security apparatus are united in their efforts to protect the American people and our communities from such harm. Is there any reason to believe that the Mexican government isn't doing enough to finally eradicate the cartels and other transnational criminal organizations operating just over the border?
Congressman, I can only speak from my vantage point, as was stated previously by Director Ratcliffe. We have already been introduced to and begun collaborating with our counterparts in the Mexican government. Could there be more done? I would say absolutely yes. I know that the Trump administration across his cabinet are looking at opportunities to be able to do that.
And Director Patel just hit on this with CCP and precursors, but to what extent have we seen other malicious actors worldwide partner with the cartels to infiltrate and target the United States?
Related to the production of fentanyl.
Yes, ma'am.
India is one of those countries that is providing some of those precursor materials as well as equipment.
Thank you for being here today. My time's expired.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know it's all us who are worried about this only, but apparently the Senate Armed Services Committee Chair and Ranking Member requested Inspector General report on this chat. So I'll tell you why more people are worried about this than you might think, and that's Director Gabbard, your position was created post 9/11 because of the horrible intel failure that took place there, where we weren't sharing information. It wasn't adequately shared within the community and between our allies. We have to believe that our allies look at this as a colossal mistake and will at least hesitate to a certain extent, wanting to share sensitive information with us that keeps us safe because they're worried about their sources and methods as well. Wouldn't you be at least somewhat concerned that our allies would look at this and say, that wasn't the perfect way to communicate?
Congressman, thank you for the question. If that information that was put out in the chat by the Secretary of Defense had included specific sources and methods and targets and names, then the answer would be yes, but that was not the case.
Let me stop you there because there's such a limited time. Generals, look, you're here because you got tough spots, so I have to put you on the spots. You're passing information like this just within your agency, and you know that it's going to include, we are go for mission launch, Houthis, sea lanes, the information about the weapon systems. That gets to the Houthi military commanders. Doesn't it make you think they're at least going to say duck?
Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on the issue. Yes, if we were collecting this on our adversaries and we're able to get this information, as was asked of General Hawk earlier, we would consider that classified, but it's classified under the collection piece. The data that we're talking about here is the operational data, not the intelligence data.
Respectfully, sir, just because we have limited time.
Secretaries.
The Houthis military leader is going to duck when he hears this, or he's going to take some action, or he's going to try to shoot our planes down, right?
If he has actionable intelligence, he will certainly use
I'm talking about this intelligence. You don't think he can figure out? Houthis is mentioned a couple times, sea lanes. They show the weapon system. At least it's a credible warning to him.
I would offer the Houthis' defensive position has been constant since the 15th of March.
All right. General, I'll just take a whack at it. You're the Houthis' military leader. You get this information passed on to you. It doesn't make you at least take warning?
I would, Congressman, I think from the Houthis' perspective, they do have air defense equipment, and they would be able to detect aircraft when they're entered into the Red Sea, and certainly when we have our intelligence aircraft operating over top their country. They'd be able to detect that activity.
But being forewarned is extraordinarily important. I'll take another stab at it. If just language like this, in a different context, okay? But just within your department, sir, your people are passing this information. Do you advise them maybe they don't use Signal on this? Are there other forms? Obviously, they're going to be more secure.
What I would offer is the data that we would be passing would be the full target packages and the full set of operational information.
Okay, but even if it was just this, do you really want to give the possibilities that they could be breached, hacked, and they would get this information? Wouldn't you, even with just this, sir, respectfully, wouldn't you want to use a more secure means of communicating?
I think what I would offer are two things, and hopefully they're helpful to you. One of them would be, in addition to that full package that we would talk about, when the Secretary extracted individual details from that and provided those on Signal, whether individually or in aggregate, that is his decision of what is classified and what is not from an operational aspect. And that's probably the most important relevant piece to there, and I would echo what we've said before. It's the Secretary's authority for the
just give me, there's more secure ways of communicating any of this, right?
There are, and our adversaries have
General, there are, right?
To intercept.
There's much more secure means that you use, even if you don't think that this is, or you don't want to stick your head out on it.
What I would say is the full packages were transmitted within classified, within traditional classified.
But this could have been transmitted in a classified way as well. Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Arkansas, the distinguished chair of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say, Director Gabbard and Director Radcliffe, it's so great to have you back in the Longworth House Office building. The food's the same, but you're welcome anytime. Director Radcliffe, you know, we've served for 10 years together. I'm certainly aware of your extraordinary service at the DNI and here in Congress. And I just have a couple of follow-up questions on this topic of the Signal chat. Were there any war plans distributed in that Signal chat?
No, Congressman.
And were sources and methods that would compromise our intelligence system or your agents in the field around the world, were they discussed on the Signal chat?
No.
I appreciate that. I just think that's an important thing to have on the record. Director Patel, I co-chair the Americans Wrongfully Detained American Hostage Task Force here in the House, and I just, in fact, left Tigran Gambaryan, a former FBI official who I helped get out of prison in Nigeria last year. I just left him a few minutes ago. You've you know this issue very, very well, and President Trump's made such a commitment to bring Americans home. There's some 30 Americans still wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad. Is the FBI committing to work through its officials in our embassies around the world to bring those Americans home?
Thank you, Congressman. And as you know from my prior service in the prior administration, President Trump brought home over 50 hostages and detainees worldwide, and that effort is being redoubled now until every single American is home. And the FBI, from my perspective, has been given a directive that any wrongfully detained or captured person overseas is a priority to bring back.
We're so grateful to the President for making this a priority. We don't want our citizens that hold a blue passport to suddenly be a target in all their interactions around the world. That's wrong, and I'm glad President Trump's made it a priority. I look forward to working with you on that. Since November of 2023, I've been pursuing aggressively in this committee the U.S. government's policies and procedures for handling border encounters, specifically known or suspected terrorists. To quote former FBI directors, testimony before the Senate, there are blinking lights everywhere of concern. But despite my numerous attempts, including multiple briefing requests, letters, legislative provisions, a GAO report requested, the prior administration refused to provide requested information and data on what the public now knows was a very dangerous situation along the U.S. borders that President Trump now has as a priority of fixing. In January 2024, there were 176,000 encounters along the southern border, with 51,000 occurring at ports of entry and 124,000 between ports of entry. Comparing that to the work just in the first few weeks of the Trump administration, total encounters are down to 61,000 along the border, with 32 at ports of entry and 29,000 between ports of entry. For the record, that's a 60% reduction. Director Patel, since President Trump took office in January, as we've seen these plummeting border encounter numbers, has the country seen a drop in known or suspected terrorist encounters at the border?
Thank you, Congressman. It's one of the issues I really wanted to address today. And I think the country deserves to know that known or suspected terrorists, KSTs, are coming in with much less frequency at the southern border. In fact, if my information is correct, 2 since January 20th. And they are coming in with much greater frequency in the northern border. And since January 20th, that number is 34. And those metrics carry out over the last year in terms of ratio. So what it tells me is that known or suspected terrorists, the individuals that want to do the most harm to this country, are utilizing the northern border, and we got to refocus assets up there.
Yeah, which I think is good. And I'm glad the prior administration did declassify the ISIS arrests in Philadelphia and did declassify the citizen that was coming across the northern border to do harm on Election Day. That's good, but we have much more to do. And Director Gabbard, I need your help working with your colleagues here. It's this idea of requesting coordination between Director Patel, Secretary Noem, and the committee with fused data on known or suspected terrorists. Whether it's TSA data, BPP data, FBI internal data, we want to have that coming to us. Where are these people? What's been done with them? What is the government's position on them? Will you commit to work with us as OD and I to get this information from across the government IC?
Absolutely, Congressman. And as you know, our National Counterterrorism Center was really created to fulfill exactly that task, so that we're not dealing with multiple vetting systems that are coming up with different results, that we have this central vetting database to be able to identify those known or suspected terrorists who may be trying to come into our country, or who may be one of the tens of millions who illegally crossed into our border, may have come into our country during the last 4 years.
We look forward to working with you. Thank you for your answers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Tinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to all of you. There's so many great questions that I have to ask, but I want to start with Director Patel, and I just want to first, before I get into a couple issues, thank you so much for your outstanding service and your recognition and focus on the northern border. My entire district is the northern border of New York with Canada. I just want to first jump into this issue for, Hamas attacked October 7th. The world watched in horror. Designated a foreign terrorist organization in 1997, killed over 1,200 civilians, and including American citizens, and many remain hostages. Only slightly less disturbing, we had a myriad of seemingly coordinated pro-Hamas demonstrations that have taken place all over the United States, in my state of New York, on college campuses, in Washington, D.C., universities. Director Patel, does the FBI have any open investigations into the organization, the leadership, and the funding of these pro-Hamas demonstrations with students such as, and groups such as Students for Justice in Palestine?
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm limited by what the Attorney General has already publicized, but as you know, there are open investigations based on what's been made public.
Okay, has the FBI uncovered any evidence of foreign support for these Hamas demonstrations, including, other than Iran, any of these groups I might mention, like Students for Justice in Palestine, anything that's open source that we can talk about?
That's still ongoing.
Thank you. Director Gabbard, thank you so much for your service. It was great to serve with you in Congress as well, and work so much on wonderful veterans issues. My son's also a Marine major, and so we appreciate the service of everybody here. Let's keep in mind, obviously we're in open session. Do you have anything or ongoing intelligence to suggest there's foreign support from governments, non-government groups, and individuals that have helped these pro-Hamas demonstrations all across America, including on university campuses?
Congresswoman, there are some assessments that reflect that, and we can talk about that in the closed session.
Great, thank you so much. And now I want to get back to Cash, Director. Great work on the northern border. I'm one of the co-founders of the Northern Border Security Caucus, and your information has been tremendous. Once I got the district that I represent now, this sprawling, long district, the entire northern border is Canada. And as you say, 358 suspects on the terror watch list. Almost 90% of the suspects on the terror watch list are coming across our northern border. I'd love to talk to you. What is the FBI doing specifically dealing with this northern border, and what access point are you? Who are you working with? Is there a way that we have got a way to handle this with the foreign terror threats? And I say this in light of my district specifically, where New York State, led by Democrats, by the way, is notorious for their, unwillingness to work with, law enforcement. Under Governor Cuomo, we cut off the ability. I know Congressman Quigley talked about working together after 9/11. The state hit hardest by 9/11, and Governor Cuomo put in a law that prohibited law enforcement from working together in 2019. What are we doing so we can work with New York, the government and others, to make sure that this doesn't happen across our New York northern border?
Well, one, and this is out of my lane, but what we need to be doing is working with the Canadian government because they sit on top of our northern border. We do have the problem of tyranny of distance and sheer geography as compared to the southern border, but when we were told that the Mexican government would not work with us, we overcame that hurdle, and we've seen the immediate results, as I highlighted to your colleague, about northern border contacts with KSTs versus the southern border. The other thing we can be doing is working across every northern border state who has a geographic border with Canada and their local and state affiliates, which we are doing at the FBI. But it is such a vast enterprise that we would need a huge increase in resources to cover down on that the way we do in Mexico.
Right. In addition, thank you for that. In addition with working with the Canadians, are you also working with the New York State government? Because we do have a number of interesting assets, a sprawling Akwesasne Mohawk Reservation that kind of goes across the northern border with New York and Canada. Are those types of things ways that you can work with the New York government and also in coordination with the Canadian Royal Police?
Absolutely, ma'am, and you highlight a great point. A lot of the northern border touches upon tribal lands, and we need to work with tribal leaders throughout the country as effectively as we do with state and local governments, and at the FBI, we're doing just that.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate all of your service, and I yield my time back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Director Patel, many of us had grown, increasingly alarmed at the sheer number of foreign nationals we're seeing caught spying on our critical infrastructure or, near sensitive sites in the country. One example is a Chinese national who was flying a drone, allegedly flying a drone over Vandenberg and taking pictures of the base. He was arrested in the San Francisco airport not that long after. Director Patel, would you agree that the two most dangerous nation states to our homeland and our interests are China and Russia?
Yes, Congressman.
So it would stand to reason that we should pay particular attention when foreign nationals from these two countries, who we've already established are the greatest threats to our country now and in the future, when they try to sneak into our country illegally.
Absolutely, sir.
Can you speak on the illegal migration we see from Russia and China and the differences that we saw from the first Trump administration to the Biden administration?
Well, one, the problem you have when you have an effective resolution to that set of issues is that the enemy adapts. And what they've done is utilize, as we were just discussing with your colleague, the northern border to shift their resources and affiliations to pour in known or suspected terrorists through the northern border. They haven't stopped through the southern border. They just know that we are setting up a pretty monumental effort down there to stop any known or suspected terrorists from entering the country. But the thing is, the Chinese, the Russians, Iranians, and other adversaries are utilizing their partners just like they are doing in terms of how they move illicit fentanyl precursors into this country, they're moving humans in the same fashion, and we need to treat it as such.
Did you see an increase from the first Trump administration to the Biden administration on Russian and Chinese nationals crossing the border? Did it increase or decrease?
Yes, actually, so the PRC nationals crossing the southern border from 22 to 25 was 178,000. And I don't have the number for the northern border, sir, but I'll get that to you.
So, well, yeah, what we found was that there was actually a market increase, alarming, with the Chinese illegal migration increasing 527% all in, and Russian 2,400%. And if just 1/10 of 1%, some fraction, some tiny fraction, 1/10 of 1% are actually asset sleeper agents loyal to Moscow or Beijing, they could wreak havoc and mayhem in a free and open society. It's very dangerous. And then those are the ones we know about. What about the ones that snuck across and we never found them? The unknown gotaways, if you will. So, Director Patel, there's also great concern about the increasing number of counterintelligence threats that are penetrating all levels and branches of government, both local, state, and federal. The number of elected and appointed officials willing to betray this country is becoming increasingly pervasive. Last year, we saw a former senior aide in the New York governor's office, Linda Sun, and her husband, Chris Hu, indicted on charges of money laundering and acting as foreign agents to the People's Republic of China. Ms. Sun used her position to block Taiwanese representatives from access to New York State officials. Instead, we're rolling out the red carpet for those PRC officials to have those meetings. I mean, that's some scary stuff. So when we have someone like Sue Mi Terry, who also worked covertly spying on Korea, while working simultaneously with various think tanks, and she had been a national security official, and she'd worked for the CIA and the National Security Council. And because of her job, members of Congress and their staffs had access to these Korean intelligence officials, and she was paid with, thousands of dollars in luxury gifts. But Director Patel, I get that these investigations are ongoing and sensitive. But to the extent that you can, could you please briefly highlight the severity of these counterintelligence threats, including a rough estimate of the number of open counterintelligence cases that are pending?
We have many, and I'll get you the exact number, sir, in closed session. But what it highlights is that the enemy is not relenting. They're actually doubling down and tripling down on their efforts, and there's no sector in government that they won't go to and try to infiltrate and penetrate access and turn people in this country against our own nation. So that is a national security threat of our time, as is the terrorism threat and as is the fentanyl threat. It needs to be treated as such equally, and at the FBI we're doing that.
Thank you. And Director Patel, will you commit to providing this committee with classified briefing on the severity, the FBI processes and procedures, including defensive briefings related to counterintelligence threats involving elected and or appointed officials?
For defensive briefings, Congressman, I commit to you that the FBI will give you everything we have in our holdings. I can't comment on other people's.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank all the witnesses for being here, particularly Mr. John Ratcliffe, Congressional District 4 says hello. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Just got notice that the baseball shooting report discussed by Vice Chairman Kelly earlier today has been delivered to our SCIF, and I appreciate, Director Patel, your responsiveness to that issue. Thank you so much for your commitment and the appropriate transparency demonstrated in that. We appreciate that very much. Since each member has had an opportunity to question our witnesses, I will now close this portion of the hearing, and we'll reconvene in closed session at 2 p.m. in the HIPSI spaces. I ask the public and staff to please remain seated until our witnesses depart. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That in-demand hearing wrapping up and very, very tense at times. We appreciate everyone continuing to be with us on Live Now from Fox. We brought you that stream and that coverage pretty much uninterrupted for the last 90 minutes, and that's something that we always enjoy to do, especially for the big events. All right, while that was happening, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth responding to the Atlantic article and new updates that came out today. Pete Hegseth saying, so let me get this straight. The Atlantic released the so-called war plans, and those plans include no names, no targets, no locations, no units, no routes, no sources, no methods, and no classified information. Those are some really beep war plans. You could probably guess what he said there. This only proves one thing. Jeff Goldberg has never seen a war plan or an attack plan, as he now calls it, not even close. So that is Pete Hegseth, a reaction right there. And of course, we got you covered here on Live Now Worldwide. As always, we will take a 2-minute break. Thanks again for being with us. We'll be back in just moments. Back here for you on Live Now from Fox Worldwide. As always, I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us here. Let's go out right now. Senate Democrats are speaking to the media, so let's listen in on Live Now and see what the reaction is to more of the signal leaks, the signal war plan leaks. So let's listen in.
Mr. Johnson said the Social Security Administration needs more resources, not less resources. If you have a contractual obligation to give them their check that they paid into, then give it to them in a timely basis. And Secretary Lutnick's ridiculous idea that somehow that a senior, I guess he is so out of touch with the American people that he doesn't understand that people are depending on that for a lifeline. And yet he thinks they can wait months and months to find out. And he's helping empower an organization that is clawing back the checks out of people's bank accounts when they desperately need it for food and medicine. I hope this administration will pay attention to these obligations and understand that they are advocating for undermining of Social Security, undermining people who deserve the benefits, and undermining our obligation to help people retire with dignity.
Senator Van Hollen. Thank you. Thank you to Senator Schumer and my colleagues. I'm proud to represent the 12,000 patriotic federal employees who work at the Social Security Administration in the state of Maryland, who every day faithfully deliver promised benefits to 73 million of their fellow Americans. And we need to get some facts straight. This is an organization that runs efficiently. As the former Social Security Commissioner O'Malley has reminded us, Allstate operates at an 11% overhead. Liberty Mutual operates at a 23% overhead. The Social Security Administration, it operates at a 0.5% overhead. Social Security Administration and those employees have never missed a payment. And they're also operating today at a 50-year low in terms of personnel. So this has nothing to do with government efficiency. This has everything to do with the most corrupt bargain in American history. Elon Musk spent $280 million to elect Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has installed Elon Musk in the cockpit of our government to rig the government for people like Elon Musk, people who are already rich and already powerful, and to do that at everybody else's expense. We're also seeing, as my colleague said, other billionaire members of the cabinet saying things like, Americans wouldn't miss their Social Security payment unless they were fraudsters. Right. Well, say that to the 73 million Americans who do depend, so many of them, on that Social Security check. And Elon Musk, we have news for him. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It's a promise. It's a promise the American people have made, and someone needs to remind the President of the United States about that. Because as Senator Schumer said, he came before a joint session of Congress and just lied and lied about it. So what are they up to? They are working to sabotage Social Security from the inside. They are trying to eat at its heart and its brain. First of all, they are seizing that personal data. Fortunately, we have a federal judge that's put a temporary freeze on it. But what are they doing at the Social Security Administration? Well, first they shut down the phone lines. You know, I don't know what Elon Musk thinks. I know he's an AI whiz and a tech whiz, but there are a lot of Americans, millions of Americans, who depend on using the phone to connect with the Social Security Administration for questions. Well, they say they don't have to use the phones. They can go to the regional offices now. Well, they're closing the regional offices all over the country, 47 slated for closure by my count. Okay, so now you go to the regional offices. Well, who's going to be at the regional offices? Because they're talking about cutting 7,000 Social Security employees, 47% of the workforce. As I said, it's already at a 50-year low, the Social Security Administration workforce. So that's what they're doing. So why do you do this? You do it to undermine people's confidence and faith in Social Security so you can go right at taking down that very important promise. Because when they say Ponzi scheme, that's what they're trying to do when we know it's a promise. And we're here to blow the whistle on it and here to say that the nominee that they've put forward for the Social Security Administration is unfit to protect the promise of Social Security for the American people. And I thank my colleagues.
We'll take questions on this subject. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Bisignano, he told Senator Whitehouse he wouldn't privatize Social Security. He told Senator Hassan he wouldn't throw people off the program or cut benefits. Is it of your opinion that he was lying to the committee yesterday with these statements?
Yeah. What we said with respect to privatization is these policies that Senator Van Hollen just mentioned in terms of closing the offices and laying off personnel, in my view, are a prelude to privatization. Because when you adopt these policies, you're hollowing out the role for government. And then everybody says, oh my goodness, we got to help the seniors. And they say, well, we'll go get some private contractors. And then you're on your way. What the nominee yesterday lied about involves the whistleblower, and now particularly the fact that the Washington Post has confirmed a number of the things that were said.
This subject.
If Republicans do away with the Department of Education or district courts, but it's on the subject, if they do away with these things in the next funding bill, would you feel the same way that a shutdown is worse than the alternative?
Look, the bottom line is that they are doing such horrible things to the country that we're going to fight it in every way. Next.
What conversations are you having with the SSA nominee?
We had a hell of a conversation yesterday. I'll tell you that. He made a special point out of saying he had talked to nobody at the agency. And that just wasn't true. And I called him on it, and I asked him to respond to the allegations, and he bobbed, and he weaved, and he ducked. So you want to know what kind of conversation we have? Take a look at the record, compare what he said to the whistleblower, now with some confirmation from the Washington Post, and it was enough of a conversation that it reconfirmed for me that this was someone not fit to carry on Social Security now at a crucial time. We need somebody to come in there. For example, my last question to him was, you haven't offered us a single idea with respect to phone systems. My colleagues asked about AI. He thinks that AI is a silver bullet for seniors. And I said, excuse me, I was director of the Gray Panthers for about 7 years, and I stay in touch with my friends, and there are not a lot of seniors clamoring for chatbots. They're just not. What they're clamoring for is to have somebody that they can talk to, they feel comfortable with. Didn't offer a single idea about it. Yesterday, he talked about AI. In my office, he talked about AI. It's clear he thinks that's a silver bullet, and it's consistent with what I think he's really up to, which is hollowing out government services and Social Security.
Our last question is going to go to Eddie Markey. Eddie, what are your thoughts on Social Security?
Edward J. Markey.
Thank you. Thank you all for your great leadership on this issue. When Howard Lutnick says that if his 94-year-old mother-in-law did not receive her Social Security check, that she would just assume it was going to come next month. Well, 22 million Americans would go into poverty if they did not get their Social Security check. 22 million Americans would be in poverty. They wouldn't have the money to pay for their food, for their rent. 22 million people. Over the age of 85, 2/3 of those people are women who would not get a check that month and go into poverty. So one old guy, he said to me, he said, people think because we're old, we're stupid. We're not stupid. We know the GOP stands for Get Old People. And we know that's what they're trying to do to Social Security and to Medicaid and to Medicare. Okay. So that's where we are, and we're going to fight. We're going to fight to protect that hard-earned benefit for every one of the 72 million Americans that depend upon it every single month. So thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, everybody.
Mr. Leader, one more on your letter about Signal, about the...
All right, Senate Democrats speaking right now. Capitol Hill wrapping up there, talking about Social Security and a little bit on the Signal leak there from the Atlantic reporting. All right, everyone, we are going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now. We are keeping an eye on the White House. White House briefing should be coming up in the next 15 minutes or so. We're also awaiting Vice President JD Vance remarks as well. So we got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the very latest, all right here in real time. And we do want to showcase the Dow right now, up and down day so far that has been brought really now down about 44 points in the red. We'll continue to take a look at that for you throughout the trading day. Coming up here in moments, everyone, I'm your host, Mike Pace. Glad to be with you for this afternoon session and early morning session, depending on where you are here in the country. But live look right now at the White House. We are expecting this White House briefing to be happening sometime in the next hour. So we will, of course, will be bringing that to you when that does get going. In the meantime, I do want to show you just a little bit of this DOGE subcommittee hearing talking about public access to TV news when it comes to PBS and NPR. Let's listen on Live Now.
Founders of the trans child abuse industry, all while taking taxpayer money. Brainwashing and transing children is an issue so hated by parents across the country that it was a driving force in the landslide Republican and Trump victory in the 2024 election cycle and presidential race. The news that these entities produced is either resented or increasingly tuned out and turned off by most of the hardworking Americans who are forced to pay for it. They no longer view NPR and PBS as trusted news sources. As a matter of fact, with these people, they're a threat. In fact, when Elon Musk put his hand over his heart and extended it and told the American people his heart goes out to them, PBS